undoubtedly the most divisive and controversial entry in this franchise.
But ironically enough, just about everything about the game itself and the events around it have been less than desirable, to say the least.
The game's horrible reputation is so agreed upon that its awfulness has cemented itself right next to the walls of thermodynamics.
I was certainly hoping I'd be more tense and less just numbed and frustrated while
In
playing.
contrast to previous entries in the series, Security Breach offers a less immersive and less challenging experience, abandoning
Security breach.
Security breach.
Security Breach.
Security Breach.
Security breach.
Security Breach is a game that needs no introduction. People have ranted about this special FNAF game here on YouTube so much that you'd think there's nothing more to talk about. The game was super buggy, albeit in a fun way. The story was presented abysmally, and the horror was lost. You've heard this all before. Believe it or not, that's not even close to everything that we're talking about today. We'll be covering a lot more outside of Security Breach in this video too. From the context that led us up to the infamous release to the aftermath that FNAF is still dealing with to this very day. If you've visited my channel at all, you'll likely understand that I am quite the massive fan of the FNAF brand in multiple ways. And while I'm, for the most part, only positive towards FNAF on this channel, that doesn't mean I don't have any frustrations with FNAF. In fact, in the past few months, I believe I've found quite a big issue with modern FNAF that I haven't seen discussed nearly enough. Even if you're not a super mega fan of FNAF, there's quite an interesting story here, as well as a couple game development lessons to learn from. You probably noticed the absurd length of this video, and it's there for good reason. This is a complicated subject, and this space was needed to encapsulate all my feelings on the matter. Oh, and yeah, I know about your little competitions, Biff.
Whenever somebody makes a video essay on Security Breach, because this happens shockingly often, I play a little game of how long until they mention Gigamonty.
So there you go. World record time, right? Don't worry, we'll get into that subject properly in due time. This video is months in the making, and the culmination of my strong feelings on a game series that I've loved for over 10 years now. So sit back, grab a bowl of popcorn or a can of Fizzy Faz, and enjoy. And hey, consider subscribing to the Minibite Games channel if you're interested in similar content to this or mascot horror in general. This video is not about the entire history of FNAF that led us to today. Sorry, I'm not interested in doubling the time of this video, but that could be an interesting subject for a later date. Scott Cawthon managed to release 4 games in quick succession, and then 3 other mainline games not too much later. To many people, Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria Simulator and Ultimate Custom Night signified the end of Five Nights at Freddy's, or at least the main games. Everything was burnt to the ground. The spirits were freed to their happiest day, and Afton was spending the rest of his days in FNAF torment. Sure, there were some lingering questions, like Midnight Motorist and the ever-elusive box. But for the most part, everything was seemingly brought to a satisfying conclusion. We had the culmination of both the iconic story and gameplay of the FNAF games. Sure, we have the movie still somewhere in development, but where could the brand possibly go from here? Oh no! Before 2018, Scott Cawthon had occasionally mentioned his interest and plans in developing a VR game for the series, but very few details were shared on the status of the game. That is until the summer of 2018. In Daco's first interview with Scott after Ultimate Custom Night 50/20 mode was beaten, once again VR was brought up, stating that it was in current development and that Scott himself had received a tech demo of the game. After this, updates would be posted to a projects mega thread available on Steam, which included other projects like the movie, books, and a mysterious AR game. I wonder how that turned out. He would also reveal the team behind the project. Steel Wool Studios, a name we'll be hearing a lot today. ESRB would go on to leak the game title early, officially labeled Five Nights at Freddy's. Help Wanted. Throughout 2019, more information would slowly be revealed about the project. Teaser images of the animatronics and environmental recreations of FNAF 1, 3, and 4? On top of that, we received little hints that this game would have an actual story, rather than simply being a set of gameplay recreations. After Help Wanted released, this story element was directly brought up by Scott as an important consideration during development. There was a very specific challenge when making Help Wanted. The challenge was this: how do you take characters that are canon, along with characters that are questionably canon, and characters from every point of the timeline, and throw them all together into one game that is canon? It was important for me that Help Wanted means something. I didn't want just a meaningless collection of minigames, although I'm sure most people would have been okay with that. I wanted it to be canon, and that meant I needed to solve the substantial puzzle of how. On March 25th, 2019, a trailer for the game would be unveiled during a PlayStation State of Play livestream, showing off some gameplay but not giving away any elements of the story. Finally, on May 28th, 2019, Five Nights at Freddy's Help Wanted was released on Windows and PS4 exclusively for virtual reality. Despite the limited audience that comes with virtual reality, Help Wanted was one of the most successful releases in the FNAF series. Shortly after the release of the game, Help Wanted was announced as the top-selling VR game on Steam. The gameplay and horror of FNAF fit nicely in the immersive experience, and the mechanic highlights were actually the new game modes built specifically with VR in mind. And, most interestingly to us theorists, the new lore was very mysterious and compelling. Thanks to the benefit of hindsight, we can see that Help Wanted worked very well as a transition game between the Steel Wool games and Scott's Click Team games. Most future releases would include fewer aspects of the original gameplay loop, and move on to the world of free roam FNAF. Due to the unique state of this game and its innovation in the VR horror space, Help Wanted was widely beloved by both die-hard FNAF fans and casual viewers. To no one's surprise, the game is rated as overwhelmingly positive on Steam, and the game is more often than not highly rated on fan tier lists. The Curse of Dreadbear DLC, which only released 5 months after the original release, further reinforced the strong points of the game, and was very compelling once again from a lore perspective. Right before this DLC dropped, a big complaint of the base game was also addressed by Steel Wool, the exclusion of the withered animatronics from FNAF 2. Help Wanted was pitched as a recreation of simply FNAF 1, and was only later expanded to include the rest of the minigames. As a result, only the most essential features of FNAF 2 and 3 were added, and I guess the Wizards weren't deemed essential enough. Whatever, it's not like the Wizards have some of the most iconic designs in the early series. Luckily, they were added back in an additional night titled Withered, and they were also given a dedicated level in the DLC through Trick or Treat. Thus far, I've avoided mentioning the lore of Help Wanted, but it is important to track for this video, so let's run through the basics. If you play through the game without finding any optional content or collectibles, you get a relatively simple story for FNAF standards. You're playing an in-universe virtual reality experience, concocted by Fazbear Entertainment to clear any fake bad press from the past by creating totally fictitious scenarios for the player to experience. Specifically, they blame one indie dev as the one responsible for creating games focused on making Fazbear look bad. That way, Fazbear can move on from these spooky ghost stories and return back to the good graces of the public, you know, for no specific reason at all. And the ending. Pizza Party, the final minigame, displays a twisted version of Afton as Spring Bonnie, who lures you to the back room of Freddy's to become his next victim. Or at least some version of Spring Bonnie, even though we've never seen this version before. So, FNAF is getting a soft reboot then, and all the previous entries are in-universe indie games now? Well, as we all know, there's much more to this game than meets the eye. Throughout the 40 minigames and hub area, there are 16 tapes you can collect to hear the story of Tape Girl. She explains how she was an earlier tester for the experience you're playing now, recording multiple short, concerning stories from her time on the project. She mentions Jeremy, a tester who went insane from something in the game, as well as sharing secrets behind development. Fazbear Entertainment has orchestrated a whole scheme to clear their name, covering up their past incidents by making them seem like fabrications from the mind of a complete lunatic. Put simply, no soft reboot. Sorry to all you FNAF needs a reboot truthers. However, most compelling for this specific entry is the discussion regarding the anomaly, the same weird Spring Bonnie entity that now gets closer to you with every new tape. In at least tapes 1 and 16, Tape Girl seems to invite you to collect the tapes to destroy the entity, which is entirely contradictory to tape 15, warning you that doing so would reassemble it. And that brings us to the present, where we play as the next game tester, collecting the tapes as we go. Following the instructions in tape 16 transports you behind a door. Opening the small gap and peering inside reveals the bunny, shushing you and slinking away into the dark hallway. From this pretty clearly bad ending, it is practically spelled out that tapes 1 and 16 are the result of the entity tricking you with Tape Girl's voice. This is heavily reinforced by the anomalies, aka glitchtrap's voice lines.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Garbled versions of Tape Girl's first 2 lines. Curse of Dreadbear extends this narrative, where the hub gives us another glimpse at Glitchtrap, and many environments hint at a location called Fall Fest. Corn Maze was the only level to include direct lore, revealing a white bunny mask that gives the player a very revealing piece of dialogue. Our player, wearing the mask, is talking to Glitchtrap through the plush, setting up the idea that whomever we play as would be working for the entity in the future. Of course, with this game being 7 years old and all, we know what, or more specifically who, this was setting up. Ignoring all the issues with her that we'll get into later, I think this introduction was a perfect setup that also paired nicely with a Pizzaplex teaser added in a December update. The lore of Help Wanted was very positively received. The story properly introduced a lot of new elements to lay the foundation for the future Steel Wool games, but left enough up to interpretation for lore discussion amongst fans. Personally, I don't have any real issues with the lore either. It left me very excited for what was next for FNAF, especially due to the quick succession of additional content, clearly intended to tease another game. Despite this, I can admit that there were some big missed opportunities with limiting Glitchtrap's appearances. The tapes themselves prove this. For a virus that's infecting the game, and described as appearing in minigames watching the player, it's shocking how contained Glitchtrap is to the hub and pizza party. Imagine, just like Jeremy, Glitchtrap appeared in the FNAF 1 map, barely visible down the end of the hallway. Or what if Steel Wool took all the removed rare screens and replaced them with Glitchtrap references on the cameras? There's so much that could have been done to make the collection of the tapes more significant, but it seems like we won't be getting that potential realized anytime soon. Overall though, I am still very satisfied with the lore we got from Help Wanted. However, the same cannot be said about the rest of the game elements. The only one of the 3 game recreations that I can consider engaging is FNAF 1. The other 2 definitely feel rushed. FNAF 2's gameplay is trivialized by the inclusion of 2 hands, where you can constantly wind the music box and check the cameras at the same time. It's way easier to mindlessly stick to the simple gameplay rhythm, instead of consistently engaging with the threats. Oh, and practically the entire night is droned out by the first couple notes of My Grandfather's Clock. Tense soundtrack, I know. FNAF 3's issues aren't as blatant, but you can definitely feel the effects of what was probably Steel Wool's tight deadline. 2 of the phantoms are just gone from the game. Sorry, Chica and Puppet. Oh, and the ones that are there don't even have the correct models. Take Phantom Foxy for instance. In FNAF 3, Scott decided to base the Phantom on Foxy's withered design, and remove Foxy's hook hand. Simple to understand, yes? Well, Steel Wool saw this design and created this monstrosity. Based off of the original FNAF 1 Foxy design, this Phantom Foxy variant managed to keep his hook hand around, and for who knows what reason, they removed the bottom half of his legs. Now, to be fair, it should be no surprise that they used classic Foxy's model as a base, because, as I said before, Steel Wool didn't add the withereds to FNAF 2 until a few months post-launch. But who the hell made the executive decision to give him back the hook arm and remove his legs? My only assumption is since the Phantoms were given very little focus, an issue came up with removing Foxy's hook, and led to Steel Wool deciding to cut their losses and remove another part of his design. Either that, or they somehow lost all references to Phantom Foxy and access to the internet. Pick your poison. Both answers just kinda suck. On top of the abysmal state of the Phantom designs, the gameplay doesn't do anything to improve on the quality of the original game. FNAF 3 already had some pretty boring gameplay, but with VR allowing for the maintenance panel and cameras to be used at the same time, some of the difficulty and tension is just lost. The environment on some, if not all of the cameras, looks barren and barely put together, which is just the cherry on top for this cobbled recreation of FNAF 3. All of these issues compile to give off the impression that FNAF 2 and 3 were the most rushed editions, and they're just not fun to play when compared to the originals. I somewhat recently did a 20+ hour FNAF marathon, and had to play Help Wanted as the final game. I was dying by the end of it, and it didn't help that VR decided to lag out, making me switch to flat mode. When I finally got to FNAF 2 and 3, I remember being so much more invested in chatting and passing the time than actually playing the game, resulting in way too many deaths. Sure, my lack of sleep was certainly a factor in this boredom and disinterest, but why didn't I feel this way for the other minigames? I'm not gonna lie, I still look at these minigames as some of the worst experiences in modern FNAF, especially in flat mode. These minigames are also judged more harshly, just because they're recreations of the original games, and if the recreation is just not up to standard, then what's the point of playing that version anyway? Oh yeah, I forgot to mention flat mode earlier. The free update released in December of 2019. This absolutely kills anything the game really had going for it over the other FNAF games. While it made the game accessible to a wider audience, the gameplay that only really worked in virtual reality was suddenly kneecapped hard by the removal of that aspect. The first 3 games are basically worse versions of the original games, and the lack of physical control isn't doing any favors for the other minigames. Another complaint that I'm honestly surprised I haven't seen anyone else bring up is that this game has really low default sensitivity. Every time I play in flat mode, I have to crank up my mouse DPI just to look around faster than a snail's pace. At first, I thought this may be a personal issue, but after some research, I realized that other people had this same issue, to an equal or worse effect. And then, there's the flat mode bug that makes one base game minigame impossible, and one set of DLC minigames totally RNG reliant. You see, I am almost 100% confident that Steel Wool only tested this game at 60 FPS. You wanna know why? Because both the plush babies in Night Terror and the levels in Danger Keep Out are frame reliant. I cannot tell you how much this frustrates me, as both a repeat FNAF player and an up-and-coming game developer. If you are running the game at any faster than 60 FPS, you have to go to your personal settings and turn down your monitor refresh rate just to beat the levels. I hope this goes without saying, but I feel very strongly that you should not be required to change your computer settings to be a video game. Unless it's part of some ARG, but we're never getting one from FNAF. Oh, but the bugs are just contained to the flat mode release. Not at all. Do you remember the lackluster FNAF 3 minigames? Well, according to the FNAF wiki, Springtrap can just kill you if he's on cam 7, and if you're not watching his vent camera actively, he can just move through it, even if the vent is blocked. Holy shit, Steel Wool, how does this even happen? Look, I'm not exempt from making code with bugs. I am a growing programmer and game developer after all. But in what way does the camera you have selected affect Springtrap's movement? Oh, and Fredbear's Night Terrors level? Yeah, if he decides it's a good time to attack you from the closet, you just die. Shut the closet, die. Use the flashlight, die. Considering he laughs 2 times per night, that means you have about a 25% chance to pass through the level. Although, to be fair, I haven't checked the actual odds of that. What sort of code organization allowed for this to happen? I don't know if an update broke these or if they were always there from day one, but does it really matter? This sets a precedent in place that would continue into future Steel Wool FNAF projects. When Steel Wool decides they're done with a game entry, they drop it in whatever state it's currently in. No matter the remaining bugs, the game is left in the dust, never to be fixed. I'll bring up this pattern multiple times, but for now, just keep it in mind. I feel like this studio mindset is also why we're not getting Curse of Dreadbear on Xbox, despite Steel Wool themselves announcing it. While it doesn't affect me personally, I feel that we should still hold Steel Wool to their promises, starting with Curse of Dreadbear. If one thing happens as a result of this video, I want it to be this. We cannot let Steel Wool just off the hook. You may think that after all that time I spent ripping into Help Wanted and Steel Wool, that I hate or dislike them both, but that isn't the case at all. I can acknowledge the context that Help Wanted was built on. This was a game developed by a small team that would only later grow into a larger studio. While yes, Help Wanted is a game riddled with issues that I'd put at a mediocre B in any FNAF tier list, I can admit how novel it was for the time. The story was really good and presented pretty well, giving us new elements to analyze in an entirely different format than ever before. The VR experience works really well for FNAF, even if the gameplay is lacking, and playing in VR to this day is still overall a good experience, ignoring some of the major issues. As long as Steel Wool improves on their shortcomings after this release, and as the team grows, the future of FNAF is looking brighter by the day. Now that the short Help Wanted prelude is done, it's time to get into the first main subject of the video. Security breach. The game discussed to death on YouTube. But before any of that happened, we had a promising game on the surface. Our first look at Security Breach also released in 2019 on Scott Games, the now defunct website that was used to tease new FNAF projects. Speaking of which, Scott, we need something like this to be brought back. This first image shows us a very early look at the Pizzaplex and the animatronics. Like, damn, Monty, you're really rocking that mohawk. However, the most interesting detail to us in the year 2026 is the initial release date for the game, 2020. With the knowledge of the full game that we have today, it is insane to think that this project was supposed to release only a year after Help Wanted. Since then, we've actually received a very good reason as to why and how this game would have released in 2020, but I'll get into that later. After this first teaser, we got 4 more showing off the new animatronics separately, as well as a secret variant of the Freddy teaser, showing off a strange rabbit silhouette, seemingly titled Vanny. Unfortunately for Scott, in April 2020, a Funko leak revealed the names of these 5 main characters, as well as the game itself. Five Nights at Freddy's Pizzaplex? Scott would go on to deconfirm this as the name of the game. And instead, the real name would get leaked on a trademark website, giving us the official name of Security Breach. Around the same time, Funko once again leaked something related to Security Breach. This time, the full designs of the animatronics. With a restated goal of late 2020, the timeline for Security Breach was looking pretty good. And this was reinforced by the first teaser trailer dropping on September 16th, 2020. The game looked solid, even though it really only showed off the environment, and we were introduced to two new characters, that being a moon animatronic and
Gregory.
Sadly, this momentum would be halted when Scott made a post informing the community that Security Breach would have to be delayed to early 2021 due to a certain virus and the growing scale of the game. The following year, we would get a couple more trailers, finally revealing some actual gameplay and the fact that this would be the first true free roam game in the series. Hype was never bigger for a release. This would be a major stepping stone for the FNAF IP. One final delay would be announced through Scott's release of Fury's Rage, setting the final release time slot to late 2021. In September, Steel Wool linked to a mysterious website called securitybreachtv.com, which would be regularly updated in the coming weeks to show off the weird episodes of Freddy and Friends on tour. With each new episode, more of the final release date would be revealed. Finally, on October 27th, the final trailer would be unveiled, and the full release date was announced. December 16th, 2021. Everything was in place. People were excited, and the game was apparently bigger and better than ever before. It's been 2.5 years since Help Wanted released, so surely Steel Wool spent that time well. Now, all they have to do is stick the landing and... So, I think it's safe to say they did not stick the landing at all on this one. First day impressions were really bad, where almost every playthrough encountered at least one major bug at some point. Due to the sheer number and variety of glitches present in the game, in under 24 hours, the speedrunning community had gotten the game time down to 5 minutes. In the modern day that we live in, it isn't totally crazy for new games, especially those in the same space as Security Breach, to be beaten in low times. But a 5-minute time for unoptimized skips in 24 hours is absurd, especially when considering how long the game is. Outside of glitches and bugs, frame drops and performance issues were also extremely abundant, thanks to the general lack of optimization and massive environments, meaning some people just couldn't play the game at all. I don't know how PS4 players made it through the earlier versions of this game. You are all the real champions of modern FNAF. Out of this pure chaos of glitches and issues, challenge runs flourished, and people drawn to breaking games had a very large new sandbox to play in. I would know this from personal experience too. You see, Little Mini Byte Games was one of the people behind the scenes playing Security Breach non-stop when it came out, creating fun challenges for myself, and just seeing where the heck I'd end up by yeeting myself into the void with Freddy. And honestly, this part of my life is probably a big reason I'm here with this channel today, as Astral Spiff and the new burst of theorizing are directly responsible for reinvigorating me in both the lore and gameplay of the FNAF series. That's why it's so difficult for me to straight up call Security Breach a bad game. Ask any other theorist that I talk with often, and they'll tell you that I actually defend and like Security Breach. In normal conversations, that is the position I take, the elevator pitch of my opinion, if you will. The introduction to speedrunning and glitches and that whole world was so exciting for me that I was quite the contrarian to most OG FNAF opinions at the time. But from an objective standpoint, I totally agree that Security Breach was a massive letdown, and not nearly close to the standard that we should expect from FNAF. and nothing shows this better than day one. Even before the game itself was released, the final trailer from shortly before the game dropped already began to wake people up to the abysmal state of security breach. In case you weren't aware, a well-known part of the original FNAF gameplay loop and identity is the camera system. So, when a camera system was already hinted at, and Steel Wool decided to drop a new trailer, a first look at the cameras was a safe guess. And would you look at that? Oh my. To put it bluntly, this camera system is horrendous. I may have been dogging on some of the camera environments in Help Wanted, but at least their inclusions were overall serviceable to the source material. But this one? It honestly looks like a segment straight out of a Roblox game, and not a good one. Luckily, Steel Wool heard our complaints, and has us covered. On Twitter, shortly after the trailer and criticism from the fans, the team's Twitter account posted this image of Helpy fixing a security camera, heavily implying that they knew of the concern, and were hard at work improving the system. So let's hop in game and see the improved camera graphics. So, about those improvements. Look, I'm not really harping on their inability to fix the cameras in the short time they had before release. I certainly couldn't have done better with that amount of pressure. But I want to highlight that even before the release date, cracks were forming all around the game. A camera system lacking any sort of polish, even if it doesn't hurt the gameplay or story, does make it feel like a cheaper experience. Like I said previously, cameras were an integral part of FNAF's identity up until, well, Security Breach. Some games had better renders and environments than others, but they all still felt unique and added to your experience. It's still a pretty common complaint to this day that FFPS doesn't have cameras, because that game is really lacking in good creepy renders of the animatronic threats. However, outside of all this negativity, something good did come out of the initial release of Security Breach, and that is the flood of new FNAF fans. As much as Security Breach did drive away some old fans of the series that didn't like the new direction, it also brought in and inspired a new generation of fans, theorists, and content creators. Despite whatever thoughts you have on the game content itself, you have to admit that it's a great achievement that Steel Wool and Scott were able to revitalize FNAF in a lot of ways with this new entry. We wouldn't have nearly as many Mimic fans or insanely creative minds in the space if it weren't for Security Breach, and I will always be thankful for that. And as a quick disclaimer to keep in mind before we talk about the many shortcomings of this game is the size of the development team. Steel Wool is not a AAA studio, and should not be judged as such. Jason Topolsky himself said that at the beginning stages of Security Breach's development, there were only about 12 people on the team. Did they bite off more than they could chew? Maybe. Well, who am I kidding? Of course they did. But that doesn't mean any of my concerns are meant as personal attacks on Steel Wool themselves. Now, with that short praise out of the way, let's dive into why this game is absolute shit. Before I get deep into breaking down all the gameplay mechanics and issues of Security Breach, I want to make it clear that if you enjoy this game, then I don't mean to tell you that your opinion is wrong. Honestly, all the more power to you, and I'm jealous that I don't get the same enjoyment out of the base game. Despite all that, I hope you can see the flaws and recognize them while still enjoying Security Breach. With that said, it's showtime. I'm a very gameplay-oriented FNAF fan, a perspective I've earned over the course of roughly the past 5 years, where I've actually started playing all these games seriously, potentially as an indirect result of Security Breach itself. Therefore, I'd like to say that I am very familiar with what has worked in this game series and what hasn't. FNAF's gameplay has never been perfect. From the insanely long nights in FNAF 1 to the monotonous, unbalanced gameplay of FNAF 3, and especially the heavily audio-dependent threats of FNAF 4, there's always been at least one substantial flaw in every game. And then there's Security Breach. which has almost every flaw in the books, which somehow turns the massive L kinda into a wacky W. Like I said, my relationship with this game is messy. Let's just start breaking it down first. This game has pretty simple gameplay mechanics to understand. As Gregory, you can walk around, jump, crouch, enter and call Freddy, use the Faz Watch, interact with E, and left click to use your tools. Excluding the basic features of most free roam 3D games, you are left with both Freddy mechanics, the Faz Watch, and the item mechanics. Okay, so 3 unique mechanics to explore in this game. How did Steel Wool do with all of these? Let's start with the most memorable of the 3, Glamrock Freddy himself. Once you fully unlock Freddy's moveset, you are able to call Freddy from anywhere, enter and exit at will for a portable hiding spot, and recharge his weak battery at the red charging stations. As an idea, I love the invention of Glamrock Freddy as a portable hiding spot and reference to the Springlock suits. It's clearly a mix-up of the usual FNAF formula. Gregory has an animatronic on his side during the game, and Steel Wool definitely hit that mark for me. Unfortunately, we're not here to talk about the idea of Glamrock Freddy, and the application of his gameplay mechanic is a lot more questionable. To help with balancing certain sections, Steel Wool removes Freddy at these specific sections, because otherwise those sequences would be extremely trivial. If that doesn't give you an indication of how overpowered Freddy is, then you're in for quite the surprise. Even if the animatronics see you enter Freddy's chest cavity, once you hit E, you are completely safe for more than enough time to get past any obstacle. Now, don't get me wrong, sometimes taking away safety nets and tools from the player temporarily can work to heighten the intensity of a moment, especially if you've become used to that mechanic. Think of Bendy and the Dark Revival. You've been gaining ink powers as Audrey that help you traverse and escape sticky combat situations. However, in the last chapter, those mechanics are taken away from you to increase the tension and set up the mechanics of the final boss. It makes the combat more intense, as you can't simply just flow away. No, you have to fight them. Glamrock Freddy's removal often isn't the result of introducing a new mechanic or stripping away the player's safety net, but instead because they made Freddy way too useful for every single section. Now, Bendy is by no means a flawless series, but in this instance, it did a much better job at positively changing the gameplay with the temporary removal of a mechanic. Heck, even in FNAF, we have a much better example of this, that being the Vanny mask with the AR inhibitors, but we'll get to that later. Anytime Freddy is available, the corresponding section has practically no external threat to worry about, leaving the game to be a puzzle game at best. Alerting a staff bot? Call Freddy over and you're A-OK. Seen by Chica, Monty, or Roxy? Freddy to the rescue once again. And when he's gone, Security Breach's gameplay just gets closer to being a glorified walking simulator. The sneak sections without Freddy wouldn't actually be that bad, if it weren't for the terribly mid-AI of the animatronics. Unfortunately, Steel Wool doesn't really seem to know how to develop AI that feels fun or interactive to play against. An inspiration for this game and Secret of the Mimic, as cited by Steel Wool themselves, is alien isolation. Now, I understand that is quite the high bar to reach, but we really couldn't get something at least competent? All it really boils down to is simple logic. See the player or alerted by a staff bot? Teleport nearby, and or run over until they lose sight of the player or kill him. Often, it doesn't feel like a struggle to not alert the animatronics, and instead it only makes me think, please don't accidentally get caught by a security bot. And it's not in a tension-building way, but rather pure annoyance. The staff bots do the heavy lifting for initiating the chase often, and that really sucks from a gameplay stealth perspective. I want to have to worry about alerting the main animatronics, not dodging another staff bot for the 200th time. If one of the main animatronics spot you, you either hide, die, or simply jump up onto a space where they can't reach you. Tough decision, I know. However, I will give Steel Wool some credit for the endo section. Even though the trope has been done quite a lot at this point, the implementation and map design here actually make the section pretty fun. It just kinda sucks that in a game series that started out by having an innovative new take on gameplay and continued to not stay stagnant in its gameplay formula, we have a pretty generic formula. Freddy could have been the answer to this problem, but unfortunately, he just completely breaks the balance of the game. Oh boy, I wonder if the Faz Watch is gonna fix these issues. Yeah, the Faz Wrench. Easily one of the most forgettable parts of this game. As the first collectible you find in Security Breach, you'd think this Faz Watch would hold multiple useful tools for the players, and its introduction reinforces this belief. Once opened, we are welcomed with 4 tabs at the top of the menu: cameras, map, missions, and messages. Alright, seems pretty good then. Cameras are a pretty useful mechanic in the other FNAF games, and the other options seem like they'll be helpful for navigating throughout the Pizzaplex. Well, in reality, I can only give 2 of these options kind of a pass. That being the missions and messages. The missions don't do anything to excel, but it does show you your completed and current objectives for the story, so it fits that role well enough. If I had to complain, the organization is a bit of a mess once completed missions stack up. If it were me, I'd at least implement an easy change to show your current mission at the top, separated from the rest. But what do I know about making games? The Messages tab once again serves its purpose, and not much more. You can collect duffel bag messages throughout the game, and this is how you read them. It doesn't present them in a unique way, but it works, and I'm just thankful for that. Now, of the last 2 options, the map is the slightly less offensive of the 2. Some of you might be wondering why the functioning cameras are better than a static map, but trust me, I have my reasons. Unlocked after potentially the best jump scare in the entire game, the map allows you to get a top-down view of the different Pizzaplex floors. To give you some context for this amazing Faz Watch feature, I hadn't touched this feature in years, and had to check it out in depth just to make sure I had my facts right for the video. Simply put, this map is almost completely useless. The idea of a map for such a sprawling complex is not inherently a bad one. On a first playthrough, you're bound to get lost at least once or twice, and a map would sure help with that issue. However, the way that this map is implemented just reeks of rushed implementation and impending deadlines. Like I said, at the very least it does function as a map, and you can switch between the different floors of the Pizzaplex. But as you can hopefully see on screen thanks to editor me, there are no descriptions of what you're looking at, even if you're on a first playthrough. One of the only times I see a map like this coming in handy. How the heck are you supposed to find where exactly you need to go if there are no labels? Alright, mazer size. Now, where exactly is that in this 5-story building? Is it rectangle 1 or 14? But even worse than that, almost as if to mock the player, Steel Wool added a key to the bottom left side of the interface to give you some sense of where important points are on the map. These small indicators, while not replacements for the location labels, would do a lot to help new players find their way to party pass locations, or security badges, or even recharge stations. However, for some reason, this key means absolutely nothing for 90+% of the locations. A couple of icons show up and function, but almost every key point that should be labeled according to the key is just not there. There's not even functionality to zoom in on the map to get a better look. This is all you get. As upset as I want to be, I understand that in the grand scheme of things, it is rather small, considering how narrowly Security Breach was even finished. But you're telling me that none of the patches nor the Ruined DLC went back to fix this? That is unreasonable to me, and shows a lack of attention to detail in fixing their products. Something that might ring a bell to the Help Wanted section. And finally, to the left of that atrocious map is the camera system. Something that, as we already know, had a rocky start even before the game released. Now, to give Steel Wool some credit, minor changes to the cameras were made to improve the quality slightly. A patch even added physical camera models to make them feel more diegetic. That's why I am so sad to say that this is easily the worst camera system in any of the FNAF games. Yes, including FNAF 2. To swap cameras, you have to use this little top-down look at the surrounding area around Gregory. Due to Gregory's rotation and the common unfamiliarity with the location layout on the camera system, it is practically a guessing game at where each camera box will let you view. Sure, once you click around and scan the surroundings, you'll be able to place where you're looking at. But at that point, why don't you just physically check there yourself? It's not like the animatronic AI is advanced enough to immediately detect you if you glance into a room with a threat. The failure to give the cameras any value in a free roam game, combined with the sucky quality, means that most players will rarely find a use for them. From the gameplay present and interviews with the developers, we can tell that a priority of Security Breach was mixing in more original FNAF gameplay with the free roam direction. It is in these office moments that I believe the camera systems were truly added, as I can see why they might be useful. The prize counter alarm mission has strategically placed cameras so you can shut the doors in time. And that's it. Oh, don't get me wrong, there are other office sections, and there were supposed to be more, but the rest all have a more unique mechanic that either has no cameras to check or renders the watch's purpose null. And even in that alarm use case, Gregory can just look outside the doors and listen for the footsteps. It's not even that tough to do. The only other time I recall using the cameras is to complete Mazercise, and that's only because the monitor they supply is absolutely horrible for checking the state of the maze. Every other opportunity is totally optional, and the only example where it isn't a waste of time is when you're in a hiding spot, trying to check if the animatronic nearby is gone. Although, if you're gonna do that, you better hope that the cameras have an angle on your position, because they don't even cover the whole building. I'm not saying the cameras should, but in one of the few cases where it would make sense to use them, they might not even serve a purpose. There's never additional mechanics through the cameras, nor are there any secrets related to the cameras themselves. It's just there to be a checklist off the FNAF formula. There are certainly ways to make a camera system work in a free roam FNAF game, but I'll go over my ideas on that in the Ruined section. Overall, the Fazwatch options range from absolutely useless to mildly satisfactory. The design of the UI was even nerfed from previous builds, as one trailer shows a much nicer and in-person menu, with the fair downside that everything is more condensed. Even taking into account the sizing issue though, I feel like removing all the aura from the UI was not in the top 5 directions to take the menu in. Finally, for the main mechanics, we have the interactions and items. In general, I don't mind the normal interactions in the game. You can't go wrong with press E to interact. I will say though that holding down E to wind or activate certain things is a bit over the top and boring, especially in cases where pressing E would have worked all the same. While a bit of a nitpick, it is blatantly obvious how a longer duration can be better implemented through Secret of the Mimic. So at least Steel Wool learned that lesson. Stepping away from the regular E to interact, the main part of this mechanic is the primary items or tools you collect on your journey. The flashlight, Phaser Blaster, and Phazcam. All of these can be swapped around using the 1, 2, and 3 keys, and have a unique use upon hitting the left mouse button. Let's break them down one by one, starting with the flashlight. The flashlight is really basic, so you'd think there's nothing to talk about here. Its only feature that makes it special is that it requires a recharge at these Freddy stations every so often. This battery meter to balance does kinda suck, and just wastes more time rather than adding additional challenge. But Ruin did fix this, so I can't complain much. No, my main problem with the flashlight is that it feels like a relic from an older version of the game. Security Breach is never a particularly dark game, except for the endo basement, the nighttime daycare, and this one room in the theater for some reason. Besides that, there is absolutely no reason for the flashlight, as the natural lighting is more than enough to navigate around. We know from cut material that at one point, the game would have actually had a lights off mode at the end of every hour, but that it was replaced with an overlay in the final release. So, in a first playthrough at least, you feel compelled to use the flashlight, since you have it anyways, and then waste time going out of your way to recharge it. The flashlight adds nothing of note to the game, and more often than not just makes bright areas even brighter, removing the little bit of tension that there could have been. That's why it feels like a leftover from an older version of the game. It probably had a place in the game outside of a couple sections, but too many changes led to its current uselessness. Moving on to the Phaser Blaster, I have no big notes on the best designed item in the game. It fits the environment of the Pizzaplex, obviously being a prop from the Phaser Blast attraction, and I think it almost works perfectly in conjunction with the threats in the game. The Phaser Blast minigame introduces you to the idea that if you shoot animatronics in the eyes or head region with the blaster, they will be temporarily stunned. The gun then becomes one of your very few defenses against the animatronics for the rest of the game, and it nicely blends resource management with aim skill to deliver a truly unique mechanic to the FNAF series. The stun is also a nice pause, only briefly stopping their movement rather than giving you enough time to fully escape. My main problem with this item isn't even the blaster itself, but instead that it's just overpowered by every other defense. Glamrock Freddy's hiding spot is overpowered. Running away or jumping out of the animatronic's reach is often easier, and its opposite is objectively better, although to a lesser extent in later patches. The Phaz camera is the final weapon in Security Breach, delivering a stun to all animatronics in a radius around Gregory, with the downside that it only has one charge. Without even mentioning the absurdity of the unnerfed camera, the lack of a requirement to aim your stun allows the Phaz camera to blow the Phaser Blaster out of the water. Running away from an animatronic in a pinch and you need a weapon? Don't even bother turning around and carefully aiming, just pull out the camera and click the left mouse button. The stun is even longer than the blasters, so there's very few instances where you should pick the gun over the camera, especially if you're just trying to win on a first playthrough. It also doesn't help that the camera split path with Monty also removes the only non-stunnable animatronic from the arcade section, meaning there's almost no advantage to choosing the Chica Phaser Blast subpath. Earlier patches had longer stuns on both weapons, as well as bugs for infinite uses, which benefited the camera way more than the blaster. If the camera was simply removed from the game, or worked on a facing cone system with a smaller range, then I would be much happier with Gregory's tools to deal with the animatronics. But as it stands, 2 of the 3 main tools at Gregory's disposal just aren't good or healthy additions to the gameplay. The flashlight isn't detrimental to the game, but it feels like just another checkmark off the list of free roam horror games, with no additional thought put into why it should be there. With all that laid out, I hope you can tell that I'm not very pleased with the fundamental building blocks of Security Breach's gameplay. I didn't even mention the jumping mechanic that only barely affects like 3 or 4 moments of the game. The action of jumping actually had way more bugs associated with it than intended uses on release day. Add another feature onto the useless pile. If you guys would like to see my opinion on fixing Glamrock Freddy's mechanics, as well as much of Security Breach's issues, let me know in the comments below. This is something I'd love to explore in a future video, and perhaps make a real demo too. Anyways, with that base level analysis complete, I want to go over each hour of the game, and break down every section that I feel compelled to discuss. I don't know how long this section will be, so wish me luck. The opening of the game is overall pretty decent in terms of gameplay. Most of the main mechanics are introduced naturally, and I really like the first utility tunnel's Chica introduction and following chase. We won't get much more like this, so you gotta take the wins where you can get them. The lobby is a really nice place to stealth around, likely because your mechanics are limited to crouching and running. The area is relatively small, and it feels like you actually have to interact with and play around with Chica, rather than just avoiding the dreaded staff bots. As with every hour, the staff bots are a super frustrating addition. Any staff bot implementation simply feels like a band-aid simple fix, rather than actually creating an engaging stealth section with the real animatronics. I'm just thankful that Ruin crushed 95% of these guys into a pulp. I'll only bring it up here to save us time. At this point, you've probably heard way too much about them anyways. The puzzle to get to the daycare is alright. Basic, but it gets the job done for an early mission. And the daycare itself. Oh boy, am I glad to have something actually positive to talk about. The clear tutorial of how to distract the daycare, combined with the ability to scout out the structures before the real challenge starts, is an often overlooked part of the encounter design that I think adds a lot to the experience. However, neither of those points would matter at all if it weren't for the best gameplay you'll get out of this $40 game, the nighttime moon section. In my first playthrough, this was one of the few encounters to deliver a scary and rewarding experience. Scurrying through the play structures, trying to find generators, and watching out for the stalking moon man. It all comes together for a positive experience. If we had more sections like this, the game would be a lot better for it, and this video likely wouldn't exist. It also helps that I love the design of the daycare, both in the light and darkness. Oh yeah, Steel will actually let the environment be dark. No wonder I like this part. The flashlight is given an actual use, and the play structures lead to so many experiences and moments where you just don't know where the moon is going to appear. It feels so claustrophobic and expansive. The entire place is just a glorified maze, yet it works so well. If I could recommend any one single part of this game, the daycare section blows all the others out of the water. Following this, we get our first split path choice of the game, both of which are just annoying and don't affect the story or tools available. The kitchen mission is the slightly better of the two, since you get the pizza bot mission rather than the botched FNAF 1 gameplay. But you also have to deal with getting Chica to open this laundry door, which is really frustrating unless you cheese it. Neither location presents anything noteworthy gameplay-wise, except for the horrendous lockdown minigame. Steel Wool tried really hard to emulate the original FNAF gameplay, but the horrendously looking cameras, combined with a significant lack of polish, makes the whole section come off as cheap. And you'd be right to think so. A couple parkour jumps, and you can simply skip the entire encounter when waiting out the timer. If you decide to engage with the gameplay instead, you're left with a shell of the Defend the Office gameplay that we all know, where the animatronics repeat the same walk up to your doors mindlessly until the timer runs out. I hope it's not a hot take to say that sitting in front of a button and waiting to press it until the threat slowly walks over should not be the standard for FNAF. That mechanic may work in conjunction with others, but as a standalone, it does nothing to invigorate the player into the gameplay experience. L-Chips and the kitchen both play it very safe. A lot of walking with a couple stealth sections. Both paths result in you getting caught by Vanessa and put in Lost and Found, where we get the sad introduction to the gameplay of Vanny. Vanny's gameplay is honestly worse than the base animatronics, but I'm gonna save most of what I have to say for when we talk about the potential of this game. I will say that Vanny being unaware of the staff bot's alerts and A-posing when she is alerted to your location is absolutely crazy, considering she's supposed to be the main threat of the game. Am I supposed to be scared by this, or laughing so uncontrollably that I accidentally closed the game? Who's to say for sure? Following this up is a pretty generic and overall midsection where it's basically a walking simulator throughout a backstage section of the Pizzaplex. You dodge a couple security bots, which is a totally rare occurrence in this game, I know. And there is one small section where you have to sneak by Roxy. This leads directly into another FNAF-inspired office segment that once again completely misunderstands what makes FNAF gameplay so good. Similar elements are present. We have the doors, animatronics on both sides, and cameras to observe. However, these additions are surface-level attempts to bring back that old gameplay loop. The essence was simply lost. For one, this section is just too slow. Nothing is happening. Now, this gets a bit into personal preference when it comes to FNAF gameplay, but most of the time, more actions per minute is better than less. Most of the time. In this game, you're lucky if the animatronics manage to attack you 3 times. It's also really simple to handle Monty and Chica, both of which are stopped simply by pressing a button at one of the 2 doors, based on where they are on the cameras. And you don't even get significantly punished for the wrong door. Oh no, my power went from 90 to 82, and I'm only halfway done. How will I make it through after that insane blunder? To be honest, you could probably save some brain power in this section by not checking the TVs, and just mindlessly spamming both when you hear the banging. It also gets even weirder when you think about the presentation of this shocking door, because the animatronics aren't even banging on the doors that you're clicking the shock button on. No, we couldn't have the animatronics that close to Gregory. We needed that buffer room between the 2. I mean, come on, we wouldn't want it to be too scary now. In concept, I like the idea of completion not being tied to a timer, but rather a goal. But the way it was done with Glamrock Freddy once again falls short. You know how pressing a single button to get rid of the animatronics was such a cool mechanic? Why don't we do that again? With Freddy, at least there's the minor added complexity of having to find which camera he's currently on. But that's literally it for mechanics. 2 button pressing mechanics, and 3 things to deal with in total, all in the same way. FNAF 1 had more interesting mechanics than this, and Security Breach was supposed to be the big release? Regardless of how big the scale of the game is, this is a part of the main progression of the game, and highlights how cheap the gameplay segments are. But hey, don't cut it too short, there's actually one more mechanic, an extremely long timer. In case it takes you over a minute to hit each of Glamrock Freddy's buttons, Vanny is here to take the spotlight as the main villain once more. It's not like almost no one survived that long and failed to click all the buttons, right? Oh wait, that's exactly what happened, making Vanny's addition almost non-existent. And that's it. I've explained every aspect of this office minigame, and it can't hope to live up to the older FNAF gameplay. Heck, even playing FNAF 2 after this is gonna be like going from a plain raw egg to a gourmet delicious cheeseburger. It sucks so much personally, because I know the potential of these sections, and if any game series should get it right, it should be FNAF. I've already yapped too much on this. Showtime is decent, because you actually have to confront the animatronics more directly, even if the over-reliance on staff bots is still very present. And hey, Vanny's back, once again behind you, and therefore extremely easy to avoid or entirely miss. Traveling down the big stage lift, the end of hour strikes, and dead T-posing Freddy is taken away by Moon. The Endo section is a great example of a Weeping Angel section in a game, and the gameplay is pretty dang nice. We haven't quite gotten the OP Fazcam, and it really feels like you're trapped in these cramped corridors with a pack of murderous endoskeletons. This amazing display of gameplay is then followed up on with one of the worst cases of Simon Says. This section, more than anything else, screams baby game to me, simply because of the surprising lack of horror and overall presentation of the minigame. A similar idea was present in Poppy Playtime Chapter 2, but that actually had the growing tension from the lowering threat above you, and it played off the main grab pack mechanic. Here, it's missing any of the tension from the parts and service tasks from before, and dulls down the presentation to basic primary colors. You really think the technicians are giving Freddy these simple colored buttons to change out his mechanisms? Earlier patches allowed you to press these buttons as they were flashing, but after that was patched out, a super annoying issue was brought along with it, where now you have to wait extra long to start pressing the buttons. The way this gameplay's difficulty is scaled in future repairs is also absurd, simply increasing the number of required button inputs by 1 or 2 and calling it a day. What happened to the variation seen in Sister Location and Help Wanted? As we move on to the next section, I think it's important to note that I had completely forgotten about the mini Music Man in the vents until this very moment. The idea of something in the vents hunting you down is really cool, but here, it's really formulaic every time it happens. Really a nothing burger edition. You're never caught off guard by something in front of you, and every time, it's as simple as sprinting through the vent to escape the threat. Regardless, this brings us to the next split path in the game, Phaser Blast and Monty Golf. You already know how I feel about their respective weapons, so let's just break down the individual paths. Phaser Blast starts strong. You actually need to complete a minigame to unlock the weapon of your choosing, and you have the ability to get a glimpse into Vanny's secret room at the end of this optional segment. The Phaser Blast match itself isn't too noteworthy, but at least it properly introduces and messes with the concept of the Phaser Blaster in a more calming tutorial environment, even if it doesn't actually mirror a real game of laser tag. I also appreciate the removal of Freddy here. A lot of Chica's Phaser Blast route removes Freddy, and you know how I feel about his power level. Heading up to Bonnie Bull, you grab one item in the back room and run away from a group of endoskeletons. I wish the endoskeletons came into play a bit sooner, since I don't know why they even activate at this time of all other times, and they're not much of a threat unless you choose to slow down. Gregory progresses down to the kitchen, places the bait, turns on the generator, and hits a button to trigger Chica's demise. The amount of trekking and avoiding staff bots to get here is repetitive and boring, not to mention the lack of any real puzzles to set up the trap, leading to an overall feeling of dissatisfaction. However, this is all set up for Gregory's fall into Trashland, and Chica's true boss fight. This is easily the best of the boss fights present in the game, as a result of the cool dark environment, and framing of Chica as some unstoppable killing machine, but it still falls short. The first two sections boil down to the same gameplay, navigating an area with shattered Chica while trying to find a generator and escape. The third section adds a fan favorite element to spice things up, staff bots. I bet you can tell how they affect the gameplay of that section. Overall underwhelming, but one of the better parts of Security Breach. And oh boy, how could I forget another appearance by Vanny, once again spawning behind the player in a completely useless role unless you take too long. Why did Vanny decide to show up now? How does she even appear from there specifically? Mysteries we'll never know. After this, we get the famous staff bot silo, or sticky note room, another Freddy repair minigame, and the Chica route is done. Let's check on Monty. Starting in Monty Golf, you get the Fazcam, without a dedicated mission or tutorial. It's just in a gift box. I mean, who really needs a tutorial for the easier version of the Phaser Blaster anyway? As a quick aside, It is really sad that this whole cool environment is really only used once to get to the back office. The design of the swamp and golf course is pretty cool, and I could see some creepy stuff happening if the place was a tad darker. Oh, and in that back office, we also got access to a place called Mazercise? I assume you've heard of Mazercise from somewhere before, and how it's the worst puzzle in any game ever. And whoever said that would be totally right. The Mazercise setup isn't too bad. You have to go down to the daycare theater to grab the control key, and then escape a swarming set of endos. Honestly, it is another spotlight in gameplay when all the endos suddenly activate around you. Too bad Freddy and the Fazcam completely negate any challenge that could have been provided. Oh well. But when you staff bot walking simulator your way back up to Mazercise, that's when the real puzzlers live or die. No instructions besides one duffel bag message that originally said put blue in the corner, which does not correlate at all to success. At no point do you need to put a blue section of the maze in the corner. But at least Steel Wool fixed this to correctly say dark green so that it's no longer just a blatant lie. Regardless, the actual mechanics of how to use this button lever contraption are never explained. Luckily, I have managed to figure it out after 4 years, but from a 1st, 6th, or even 7th playthrough perspective, you might just be more likely to bump into the correct answer than actually figure out how this works. You see, your goal is to create a path through the maze to the vent in the corner by moving these small segments around. How exactly that correlates to the buttons is a bit of a mystery, and it doesn't help that viewing your results is a headache itself. The game provides you a display to see your progress and how your inputs affect the map, but this screen is horrendous at viewing the maze. It's too small, too low quality, and I don't know why it's not just some top-down simplified map to clearly see the changes. Instead, it's easier to just pull up the Fazwatch and use the cameras in the maze itself. Hey, a use for the camera? No, that is not the win you think it is. The headache and frustration at encountering this for the first time likely pushed a lot of people towards looking up a solution, rather than actually learning the mechanics themselves. And there's even more issues. The buttons are notoriously horrible at receiving the correct input. Due to the close proximity of the buttons, it's very easy to accidentally hit the wrong button and cause even more confusion on the state of the maze. This might have gotten better with patches, but the fact that this puzzle was even allowed into the game at all is insane, and a big tip-off that Steel Wool likely had little to no QA testing. As a little treat today, I've decided to impart my wisdom on Mazercise to all of you. If you take a look at the maze, you'll notice that it's simply a big 5x5 grid. Each of the vertical sections of buttons correlates to one of those columns or rows, depending on the lever's position. If the lever is pointed from left to right, then the buttons are linked to the rows. And the opposite is true for the up and down mode. Click the buttons to move them up, down, or left, right, with the segments at the end wrapping back to the other side. Using these controls, you need to move the sole dark green space to the back vent corner, and then plan out a direct path from there. I don't have a specific sequence of buttons to give you, but with that explanation, hopefully you can have a bit of fun playing this section. I would be even more upset, but it's a lot easier and more understandable to make one bad puzzle than it is to ruin FNAF's gameplay, or the foundational mechanics of Security Breach. To wrap up that section, Mazercise can burn in a fire, and I'm glad Steel Wool seems to have learned from this at the very least. Next up is the Monty boss fight in the golf catwalks. This fight is the closest we get to a traditional boss fight in the game, with a dedicated goal and area to defeat the animatronic. Chica's may be the best executed, but Monty's fight is what I picture when thinking of a FNAF boss fight. There's nothing particularly wrong with this section, besides Monty's AI. Since Monty would easily crush Gregory in this open environment with no distractions, Steel Wool decided to make Monty randomly run off to Narnia every so often. Sometimes he'll chase you to the ends of the earth, and other times he gives up faster than Zeta rocks in FNAF 3 Free Edition. Overall, the boss fight is harmless and relatively fun given Freddy's exclusion and Monty's immunity to stuns. Once he is destroyed, one detail that's always bothered me way more than it should is that you pick up Monty's claws from his legs. It makes no lick of sense, unless you consider that originally Monty was going to lose his legs to Freddy. Why they couldn't just move the collection hitbox to the claws is unbeknownst to me, but we can chalk it up to a much bigger blunder that we'll get into later. After collecting the claws and waiting a couple seconds, Monty just disappears after? Sure, why not? Do the upgrade and you'll gain access to Roxy Raceway. You explore there, get head, find a dance pass, and go up to the Fazcade. Nothing noteworthy happens up until the Fazcade, just more boring staff bot dodging for the most part. In the Fazcade, we get the climax of difficulty in the game. Numerous staff bots roam the floors, and both Chica and Monty are here to make your life difficult. The only major thing bogging down this section is the same issues as the rest of the game, only multiplied. Increasing the number of bots does not make beating the section feel any more satisfying to complete, but instead, simply more tedious. While Freddy is removed from this section, if you have the Fazcam, the animatronics are just not a threat. That issue is also even more present under that Fazcam Monty route, since both animatronics will be stunnable after Monty's defeat. Regardless, it's still not the most detrimental section, and DJ Music Man himself is a great addition, with the most unique chase in the game. It just sucks that this is the pinnacle of difficulty, and all Steel Wool did is add more annoyances than real struggle. Returning to get Roxy's eyes, you install the head and... Whoa, and how did we get here again? A cut mission originally gave the player control of the cart, and this cutscene would have played once the race was completed. Instead of reworking it into a more interesting cutscene, they just broke the section to teleport Gregory to the end of the track. Oh yeah, because that's the solution. And by the end, Roxy is already defeated. No struggle or boss fight? Really? Roxy got the short end of the stick, easily in terms of boss fights, and it's not even close. Oh, Minibite, you misunderstand. The arcade was Roxy's boss fight. Or, if not that, the encounter after she's defeated is the boss fight. Well, I'm here to tell you that neither of those options work as Roxy's boss fight for multiple reasons. If you consider the arcade to be Roxy's boss fight, then why is Roxy not in her own main encounter? And DJ Music Man gets the center stage instead? Personally, if a certain section is a boss fight for a character, that threat has to make some sort of appearance. It's also not structured like any other boss fight in Security Breach, so I'm vetoing that opinion. Sorry, not sorry. As for the underground tussle with Shattered Blind Roxy after her defeat, I will admit that this option lines up significantly better with the other boss fights. The questionable part is that nothing impactful happens as a result of this boss fight. There are certainly similarities to Chica's Trashland fight, but Chica had an entire environment dedicated to her boss fight, while Roxy just gets a couple storage rooms. While technically lining up, I don't think the quality is high enough to consider this a true boss fight. And that's not even mentioning why the final storage room under Roxy Raceway just has a random fire for no reason. And the boss fight maybe lasts 4 minutes max if you're taking your time. It's extremely anticlimactic compared to the other animatronic sections, and feels even worse when you consider that it's at the very end of the main game line. After this, one more upgrade and the main game is done, so leaving a good impression here should have been a top priority. But instead, we just need to keep Mazer size in the game, obviously. This section was also pretty buggy in earlier versions, with Roxy refusing to break the wooden planks or easily falling outside of the map. Point is, Roxy deserved better, and we'll see if Ruin did something to fix this later. And just like that, the end of the game is here. From this point, you either get the homeless Gregory bad ending or explore more to get the other 5 endings. The bad ending, along with the loading dock, VIP, and bad Vanny ending, are all pretty much useless filler, given just for exploration or completing previously missed missions on split paths. I will briefly mention that it is absolutely hilarious that this is Vanny's boss fight, considering she is once again behind the player and easily ignored. Besides that, there's nothing important to note here. That leaves us with two endings to discuss, the Princess Quest and Burn Trap endings. Around the Pizzaplex, you can find 3 Princess Quest machines meant to be played in sequential order. The first in the Glamrock Beauty Salon, the next in Fazcade's Maintenance Tunnel, and finally in Vanny's room, only accessible from the Vanny option at 6 AM. The gameplay in these was never the main focus, as they were clearly meant as vehicles to tell a story about Glitchtrap, Vanessa, and Vanny. I can't be too harsh on them for this fact, and overall, I have mostly positive things to say anyways. The first Princess Quest is executed well, introducing our player to the world and giving a decent initial challenge. Beginning the second arcade, the princess is given a sword to fight back, which is a nice and simple expansion on the mechanics of Princess Quest 1. The combat doesn't always feel the best, especially when it comes to these bunny heads, but it's serviceable and functioning. One of the more inexcusable problems is the turret enemy, introduced in Part 2, which is able to shoot you even off screen, causing insane bullet spam unless you deal with each individual one. But hey, so far so good. Princess Quest 3 continues to use combat, but it's less common, as the focus has shifted even more towards the storytelling. As a result, less thought was put towards the gameplay, and you can tell, especially in the original version. Originally, it was practically impossible to beat the original conveyor part without finding some way to cheat past them or get lucky. They killed you way too fast, and even to this day, I don't trust them sometimes. For the most part, this has been fixed, so thanks Steel Wool for clearing up that horrendous gameplay. The rest of the gameplay is pretty solid here, and I actually like the Corn Maze Grim Foxy area, although that's likely due to it being a neat reference to Curse of Dreadbear rather than having an actual threat or interesting gameplay. And that's it for the Princess Quest gameplay. Overall serviceable across the board, given it's meant to be a side objective, but it doesn't save the rest of the game by any means. While wrapping up the topic of Princess Quest, I do have one complaint that's always stuck out to me. The title screen of the Princess Quest arcade machines is absolutely atrocious. I'm sorry. I get it's supposed to look like it's a work in progress screen, but I feel like there are much better ways to execute that idea while still making the title screen look official and not like a rush job. Not a deal breaker, but it does make Princess Quest feel ever so slightly cheaper. Finally, we get to Burn Trap. Oh boy, Burn Trap. To meet him underground in the first place, you have to shatter whichever animatronic you skipped before, whether that be Chica or Monty. Now, that wouldn't be too much of an issue if it weren't for the fact that Steel Wool does not know how to make gameplay more difficult. You see, instead of actually increasing the difficulty of the threats in the post 6 AM Pizzaplex, or just leaving it the same at the very least, Steel Wool decided that no saving was allowed. One mistake and get clipped by a staffbot's flashlight, the last hour of progress is just gone. Oh, but don't forget, they added one new save station in the atrium to fix this issue, guys. That still does not fix the underlying issues with the system, and it leads to more walking simulator gameplay post 6 AM, as you are now required to add a pit stop in the atrium after every objective. Save stations can be a gameplay mechanic, but it's a tough thing to balance correctly. If you just can't reach a new save station, a section can become easily repetitive and boring, which does happen several times in Security Breach. However, using them like their post 6 AM state defeats the purpose, as they really shouldn't be used as a forced difficulty increase. The saves are fully out of the way of most tasks, and the player has to decide, do I walk and avoid even more staff bots to get more saves, or risk dying and getting reset farther back with less saves? Neither of these options are more appealing, nor a good use of risk-reward, as either way it feels wrong. I am completely baffled that they didn't entirely remove the system, because that would have solved all the issues, at the cost of losing some artificial difficulty. It is for this very reason that the staff bot head will always be remembered as the absolute GOAT of this game. You see, before the single save station was added to the atrium and they patched the head glitch out, players were able to recollect the staff bot head and reset the time back to 5:15 a.m. Now, that doesn't sound too useful by itself, except for that the save stations only break after 6 a.m., meaning players were finally able to save once more. Unfortunately, this was patched out, and we got our single lone save station instead. Whatever, we need to move on to the burn trap boss fight. The introduction generator section to the sinkhole is alright, and the endos add a bit of challenge, which is nice. But it is a massive distraction from the huge reveal that the FNAF 6 location is beneath the Pizzaplex. No buildup, no gravitas, just silence and the pursuit of endos. Some players also had this reveal earlier than intended, when the title screen just showed the FFPS location beforehand. I'm sorry, in what universe is a major lore moment spoiled on the title screen? I'm glad Secret of the Mimic handled a certain similar reveal much better, but even that probably needed a bit of work. Besides that pretty massive oversight, the intro down into the sinkhole is fine. One gripe I have is that it's unclear that you need Freddy at first, which could lead to an unnecessary death from the blob, but I can overlook it. Finally, we start the boss fight. And oh boy, is it the boss fight of all time. Here's the giant reveal. A burned, still alive version of Springtrap directly attempts to take control of Glamrock Freddy and attack you. You must click buttons to burn Trap 8 times to win. However, you can only hit the buttons when he begins to possess Freddy. In concept, the idea isn't bad, even if it's about as far away from what Scott wanted as possible. But the execution ruins any aura this fight could have had. The fight isn't very personal nor intense, as you barely see the main threat on the small screens, and most of the time, he's just standing there. Oh, and this is the surprise big bad, guys. Be scared. The main threats opposing your completion are the main 3 animatronics and the blob. Chica and Monty are extremely simple. Press a button and they'll go away. Just like in every other implementation of the power system, it really doesn't affect the fight, and only exists to make sure that you don't keep your door shut the entire time. Roxy mixes things up a bit. Suddenly, the doors aren't enough to stop her anymore, and you have to climb in Freddy and scream at her using Chica's voice box. Okay, so since when are the doors completely useless against her? This contradicts information and mechanics earlier in the night, with no explanation besides a quick note from Freddy, and it just makes no sense. If anything, give this to Monty and remove the vent cover. So at least it makes some sense that you can't just stop him from entering a room. This is simply lazy setup for a mechanic. And wait, why is the only section to use Chica's voice box on her hide? Many people's first thought, including mine, was just to hide somewhere in the room, settling on the bed. Instead of solving the issue, Roxy just stays for most of the boss fight and ruins the entire atmosphere of the fight even more. Heck, if she stays long enough, it's pretty dang likely that you just never encounter the blob. I get Glamrock Freddy's hint is meant to make you think about hiding in his chest compartment, but it is way too vague and not enough. Shattered Roxy also used to not always run away even when you use the voice box. It worked on a coin flip at best. Nowadays, I think it's fixed, but it's still crazy that at one point, she would have still stayed in the room even if you did the right thing. The blob's mechanic is decent, using its tentacles from multiple great openings to try and grab Gregory. However, the way to get rid of it isn't even properly explained, similar to Roxy. Simply by hiding in Glamrock Freddy for a bit, the tentacles will slink back to where they came from. Pretty simple. Except for that Glamrock Freddy makes absolutely no sense in this boss fight. It's like they finally realized how overpowered Freddy is in this section too, and butchered him at the last second. Randomly, Freddy just ejects you from his stomach or runs out of power immediately. He runs randomly to the charging stations for no discernible reason, and seems almost gleeful to give you up to the animatronics. You might think I'd be happy with these changes that completely nerf Freddy, but absolutely not. Not only do 2 of the mechanics of the night rely on the ability to use Freddy as a hiding spot, but this breaks the consistency of Freddy that we've had for the rest of the game. Up until this point, we've had no changes to how Freddy works, besides optional upgrades or complete removal from certain sections. Now, with practically zero explanation, Freddy is stuck in a frustrating middle ground between unusable and useful. I wish the rules of Freddy in this fight were better defined, and that 2 of the 4 main threats didn't rely solely on him. Even that still wouldn't fix this anticlimactic, empty husk of a boss fight against the new iteration of the main series villain, but it would be a nice quality of life change. Besides that, there's really nothing new to talk about. A disappointing end to a disappointing game. Oh, and we still need to talk about the other arcade minigames. I completely forgot those existed. In the base game of Security Breach, excluding Princess Quest, there are 2 optional arcade games that Gregory can play. Monty Golf sends you through 9 holes of golf, with each hole taking you to a new location. Ranging from help wanted references to locations around the Pizzaplex, the maps are something I definitely cannot complain about. They're fun, small, and get the job done for making each hole feel unique. I especially love how this game gives us the clearest view into Monty's desire to usurp Freddy and become the head of the band. The gameplay itself is pretty solid here too. Simply hold down the left mouse button and move the mouse to fill up the strength meter to wherever you'd like. And the golf ball can jump. Wait, it can jump? Thankfully, this jump is a lot less buggy than Gregory's, and it pretty significantly helps the gameplay of this minigame. Without it, the golfing would feel a lot more standard and straightforward. The jump allows for more player interaction outside of the initial shot. Jumping also allows for fun trick shot potential, something that was heavily utilized to get a hole-in-one on all of the Monty golf holes. The swing meter itself is decent too. It functions as you'd expect, and there's no bugs or issues associated with this mechanic. Some of the holes also add additional challenges or moving parts to block you from reaching the hole, and all of these are fun. Hey, at least they don't want to make me bash my head into a wall like the rest of this game. And fun fact, on earlier patches, Steel Wool gave players the option to access the debug menu and mess with any golfing values that they want to. While it was removed later, this was a fun piece of customization to spice up the gameplay. I wish we had something like this for any other Steel Wool game or section. So, combine interesting fun maps with a nice controllable golf ball, and what do you get? A solid 8.5 out of 10. One of the only positive things you'll hear me say about this game. Now, Balloon World, on the other hand, is one of my least favorite minigames out of any FNAF entry. This in-universe arcade machine allows the player to control Balloon Boy and venture through different environments with a moveset very reminiscent of Flappy Bird. As you progress throughout the world, the time of day will swap, alongside the animatronic face in the sky. Collect balloons to gain extra lives, and just keep playing forever? Yeah, this game has no traditional end to it. Balloon World is meant to be a high-score driven arcade game, so there's no significant changes to gameplay the whole time, besides a couple environment switch-ups. Now, despite the lack of a normal ending, there is still a way to end your run as Balloon Boy besides dying. Occasionally during the day, small purple glitches can be seen burrowed into structures blocking your path. Choosing to run into one of these glitches completely changes the game, with eclipse in the sky and a path of obstacle sprites to follow. Reach the end without straying from the path, and you get a little creepy eclipse animation, if it doesn't bug out. So, to start breaking this down, I just need to say that I'm not a big fan of the Flappy Bird gameplay. It may be fun in short bursts, or if you need a quick break, but when it's a required chore to get an Easter egg, you can feel the gameplay being dragged out hard. Doing the same action over and over with very little variance in the hopes of a glitch randomly appearing isn't fun in the slightest for me. Sorry if that's a hot take. And even if you do get the glitch, there's a non-zero chance that you simply miss it because of the hit knockback from the environment. If you're not skilled enough to account for this when needed, you just missed your chance and have to spend another 3 or 4 minutes playing this game. Lucky you. And even then, if you find and enter the glitch successfully, you better hope you follow that path to a T, or you're booted back into the normal Balloon World gameplay once again. To put it lightly, this is extremely frustrating and heavily adds to the boredom caused by this minigame. I don't know exactly how the path is generated either, but sometimes it's way tougher than others to track it, to the point where you may need near mastery of the jumping just to stay linked to it. In my experience, I swear I've seen tracks that are simply impossible to follow, or are at least way outside of my skill level. And this is coming from someone with at least a couple hours in this single game. That's a lot for such a straightforward minigame. Anyway, the point is, I love the idea of the glitch path. But Steel Wool made this too difficult and punishing for failure by forcing the player to endure even more of this monotonous gameplay. For one piece of positivity, the player and environment are pretty nice in Balloon World. What's the score? An abysmal 1 out of 10. Please don't make me play this again. As you can see, the gameplay of Security Breach is all over the place. It attempted to be a fun blend between the free roam direction that Steel Wool was trying to move towards and the older original Office gameplay, but it failed on both fronts. One thing it does have going for it is the replayability in comparison to the other Steel Wool games. Due to the glitches allowing for more free reign of the location, and the branching paths with many optional locations to explore, every playthrough can be somewhat specialized if you don't focus on the main gameplay. Especially in late game, where nothing really presents a great challenge, traveling around the location to find new environments and collectibles can be somewhat fun. I'm always looking for a good challenge in the games that I play. Just ask anyone that I regularly play multiplayer games with. As a result, I struggle to play the game the way that it is, but I can recognize that there is enjoyment to be had at the Pizzaplex. However, fundamentally the actual puzzles, missions, and mechanics of the game are not up to the standard that we should uphold for this series. From a franchise with a well-defined niche in gaming, FNAF had fallen into a failed mixing of ideas that was never fully committed to or realized. When we delve more into the original vision for this project, some of these failures will be recontextualized, but that doesn't excuse the final state that we got. Coming from the perspective of someone very focused and fascinated with the gameplay behind games, I am very disappointed with the overall execution of gameplay when it comes to Security Breach. I didn't even think to touch on the small issues, like the blatant Freddy and Chica teleportation issues that I don't even understand. Sure, Freddy makes some amount of sense, especially since it easily could have broken at some point in their development hell. But Chica? The other animatronics chase well, but Chica just keeps getting alerted with that same stinger for some reason. Oh, and the distractions that I almost forgot to mention? They're interesting on the surface, but they all require Gregory to stand right next to them, and it's often easier to just run away or hide until the threat goes away. The final big part of the game that is a complete net negative to the gameplay flow of Security Breach is the environment. I've talked about this as I went through Security Breach's objectives beat by beat, but it's worth analyzing individually as well. While some locations feature great examples of environmental storytelling in modern FNAF, other locations are so detrimental to the gameplay that I find myself dreading these parts of the game. But to talk about all of that, we need to move right along to If Steel Wool knows how to do one thing right in the FNAF games, it is certainly the environmental design. While weaker in Security Breach than in future entries, many places in the Pizzaplex have amazing environmental storytelling. Rooms like the all-staff meeting location in the kitchen, the sticky note room, and the hidden Gregory hideouts are all great examples of the potential that Free Roam FNAF has to offer for storytelling. I held the opinion that Security Breach's environment was pretty dang good, especially compared to the rest of the game. But recent discussions have tempered that optimism somewhat, and it mostly comes down to the scope and dreaded asset packs. In an interview with Daco intended to promote the upcoming Security Breach release, we got to learn a little bit about the behind-the-scenes workflow that went into this game. One of the main things that stuck out to me in this interview was the quote regarding the map design process.
Get an overhead view of the whole building, right? This is what the space is, right? This is what we want. These are all different areas. And then we handed that off to our sets guys, and then they took what was a 2-story building and they made a 3-story building. And then we were like, we're gonna keep it. Let's just add more stuff.
By itself, this clip is harmless. If the gameplay was restructured to converse with a larger map, then a map increase would very likely be a net positive for the game. I mean, a bigger map just means more opportunities to add content, right? Unfortunately, that is not what we got. The Pizzaplex is bloated in the final release of the game, with areas completely unnecessary, excluding a couple random collectibles, and other sections are simply bland environments that Gregory is forced to walk through. Some sections and cutoffs are so blatantly added just to cover the loading and unloading of the map sections, including the ever-present elevators. Early trailers and versions of the game used shutters as transitions between Pizzaplex locations, rather than using elevators, clearly showing that at one point, they intended for these locations to be loaded much quicker than in the final release. These elevator moments slow gameplay, and add an unnatural pause to the flow of each section, which is quite common when nearly every location you need to travel to has some sort of elevator to hide the loading and unloading of levels. Steel Wool bit off more than they could chew with this 5-floor building, and they didn't have the technical knowledge to fix up the location, coming at the cost of gameplay and user experience. The lack of attention to detail was so blatant on release date, and is still present to this day, with missing collisions, colliding objects, and the loading issues. Everywhere, from the ambitious fully free roam mixed with iconic gameplay style, to the map, and even the animations. Scope creep was a big problem for Steel Wool when making Security Breach, and I can empathize with that a lot. As an up-and-coming game developer, I understand that scope creep is really easy to fall into, and I can't imagine how that must be when your small studio is given an IP as big as FNAF, with a lot of free reign. That's why, as much as it is Steel Wool's fault for all of this, I personally cannot fault them too much, because I very well may have been at the fault of scope creep in the same situation. However, afterwards, I do expect the right lessons to be learned, and for the series to eventually be brought back to the same gameplay standard. But I'm straying away from the environment. Let's talk about Steel Wool's use of asset packs. Asset packs are by no means a bad thing in game development. You don't want to have to model every little piece of set dressing in a game, so you save yourself the time and find a pre-existing asset pack, touch it up, and add it to the game. I used to be pretty adverse to using asset packs in my own projects, until I recognized the use cases for them, and why it's not always worth the effort of doing everything yourself all the time. One of the main things to consider when picking out an asset pack is maintaining the art direction of the project. Games like Bendy and Cuphead have a very specific art focus and vision that limits a lot of what they can just directly take from other sources. It is possible, but at the very least, it often need a retexturing job to fit cleanly into the world. In its haste to work as a finished product at all, Security Breach lost its art direction due to asset packs. There are random items from asset packs that just feel off when you're playing the game. Adding a Helpy or Fazbear Entertainment logo doesn't make it stick out like a sore thumb any less. Coming from a studio that has a lot of history at Pixar, and with more visually focused projects, you'd think that stuff like this would be a well-known mistake to avoid in their own endeavors. Even at that point, FNAF had grown into a much bigger franchise than it was back in the FNAF 1 to 4 days. Popularity was insane for Security Breach, and I think that the locations of FNAF games play a big part in their identity. FNAF 2 has probably the most recognizable office out of any of the FNAF games. FNAF 3 is known for the green hues that the game plays off of. FNAF 4 was the first room to stray away from the normal location outing, and take place in a bedroom. Sister Location is attributed to this day with the sci-fi vibe and location that the series would adopt more so moving forward. Security Breach did not fail in tying its identity to the location of the Pizzaplex. I'd say the Pizzaplex is probably more well known than Freddy Fazbear's Pizza Place. However, the location is just less coherent and put together than any location preceding or following this one. The amount of striking and dang nice locations doesn't make up for the bland and repetitive locations, filled with a mix-match of assets. I think the idea of the Pizzaplex, and the many different locations, and the sprawling utility tunnels is more enticing than the actual Pizzaplex that we got. Tales from the Pizzaplex, with its description of the entire location and specific attractions, brings to mind a much more interesting and coherent Pizzaplex than the one that we got. Part of that is because we each have our own expectations and interests in map design. But I think part of it is that the Pizzaplex presents many interesting ideas and parts of an absolutely stunning location, but falls flat when taking into account some of the other locations. To get to the next amazing location, you have to trek through similar looking hallways and mismatched rooms just to realize you took a wrong turn somewhere. In some ways, the idea of the Pizzaplex as a sprawling, living, breathing entity in the world is interesting. But for that to happen, I think we need a more unique and innovative art direction. Bendy has its fair share of boring rooms sometimes, but even in those rooms, there is consistency throughout the entire location. The unique locations really hold the game together, but looking at the finer details and the connecting tissue where you're stuck for most of the game raises some concerns. In addition, it's quite clear that optimization and performance were not considered at all until much later in development. Randomly low quality or unnecessarily high memory draining textures are present at different points, which adds to the rushed feeling of the locations. Sections of the map, especially in the atrium, will just deload in front of you due to the extreme size of the place, combined with a lack of optimization. To this day, PS4 and Switch players must be struggling with the game, as they have to deal with constant loading screens and fear about Security Breach just crashing. Oh, and that loading screen? Simply a band-aid fix to areas not loading in quick enough, with a GIF that was directly ripped from Help Wanted. Thanks, Helpy, for letting me know my game is loading for the 100th time. I needed that. I love the aesthetic and ideas of the Pizzaplex. I could spend forever in certain areas appreciating all the little details. However, the lack of polish holds the environment back from saving the rest of the game. I know this is pretty harsh, and when going for a general stroll throughout the Pizzaplex, I can find enjoyment in imagining the place as an actual living location. It is the biggest free roam building in a FNAF entry to date, and I want to see more of it explored with a better, more coherent art direction. Complementary to the physical design of the Pizzaplex is the lighting, something that Steel Wool has been rocky with for a long time, even to this day. I'm gonna be honest. I look at stuff like Poppy Playtime Chapter 3 and 4 and feel disappointed at the flat lighting that FNAF games just feel stuck to at certain points. Even Secret of the Mimic, Steel Wool's latest release, missed out on a lot of potential that lighting could have had to increase the horror aspect of the game. I'm certainly no level designer, and my experience with lighting puts me at a very novice level, but I can definitely tell that something is off here. A lot of the locations feel the same in terms of lighting, and that's because it is all the same. The places that properly utilize lighting are some of my favorites in-game too, like Chica's Trashland and the daycare. Using lighting as a way to direct the player and enhance the threats is something that is integral to a horror game like this. We're gonna touch more on the trend of horror in FNAF later, but the lighting is not helping matters in Security Breach. Everything is too brightly lit, and the flashlight is there to make things even brighter, just to make sure nothing is hidden from the player. I don't mind the Pizzaplex having brighter sections or times of the night, but you have to recognize that much of the horror is lost when the location feels sanitized, and there's no fear of the unknown. Look at Sister Location's environments, where complaints of the sci-fi feeling were first voiced, and then compare them to Security Breach. Almost all the fear from the fun times is a result of the lighting, and how it is used as a mechanic. The flashing light in the breaker room to make out where Freddy went. The control module windows giving us a distant dark look at the animatronics. The freaking light beam with Funtime Foxy. They recreated this exact minigame in Help Wanted without recognizing why the elements work. I still view that as the scariest part of any Steel Wool game, and I'm not even asking for that level consistently, but there needs to be moments like that in a horror game to raise tension and get the blood boiling. Security Breach originally had a system like this to bring darkness into the environment, but as with so much of the game, it was cut before release. Some mods have restored it, and while not perfect, the dark lighting actually makes the animatronics scarier, and the location better as a whole. This did not have to come at the expense of failing to give us a view into an active fazbear location. The dichotomy of lighting should have been played into in the base game. Adding chasing animatronics in a flat lighting environment doesn't immediately create horror. That just adds worry that you may die and lose your progress. Fear of the unknown and darkness is a powerful tool in horror games, and Steel Wool does not know how to use it properly. The daycare exists and shows that they are capable of utilizing dark lighting with a scary threat, but it seems like Steel Wool felt that it had to be limited to 1 or 2 locations of the game. Like most things, it requires a balance, and Steel Wool played it too safe when it comes to the lighting. Too bright, too flat, and underutilized almost everywhere. And with that, we need to move on. The next few sections are gonna be much shorter, don't worry. I am not here to do a simple summary of the story, nor am I here to preach any of my theories today. I know, as a theorist myself, that may surprise you, but what hasn't been said about Security Breach's story? The writing is horrendous, like 95% of the time, and changes to some of the lines just make no sense. Lore implications be damned. There is no reason to change "I detect blood" or "I detect you are bleeding" into "I feel you are broken." Is there a less natural way to add that line to the script? Nope, I think we nailed that one right on the head, guys. Freddy, I get your whole shtick is being a golden retriever dad type to Gregory, but this cannot be the quality of writing we're putting into our FNAF games known for their lore. Stuff like this also just breaks the immersion. I can't tell if this is supposed to be humorous or if they genuinely think the audience needs to be walked through the steps to conclude that Vanny is Vanessa. What? Oh no. You see, we needed to make everything confusing by adding a comic ending to show that they're 2 separate people, making the messaging in-game even more confusing to the general audience. Honestly, it would have probably been more clear to the general audiences if these moments were removed altogether. Steel Wool also loves to talk about the dark comedy of FNAF, which is primarily shown through Hand Unit. Whether or not the dark comedy is always used effectively isn't something I'm particularly interested in, but I will say that I think something is missing from the formula. We've had the same dark comedy routine for a while now, and it certainly can still work, don't get me wrong, but I think we need to move away from the same types of jokes that we've been making since Sister Location. In a related train of thought, I have one question about a particular joke in Security Breach.
What was that?
That is a fountain. A fountain is a decorative reservoir used for discharging water.
I'm sorry, what exactly does this accomplish for the tone or story of the game? A little innocent joke like this wouldn't be that big of an issue normally, I promise I don't hate whimsy, guys. However, when the game does nothing to push horror for almost all of the runtime, these moments stick out even more and make the whole experience feel cheaper and less scary. Oh, and wait, why is a missing residents and children plotline only brought up at the end of the game? And it's casually discussed like it's been brought up before or discovered previously. Like, what even happened to get us to this point? What kind of logic do you need to make this make sense? No, I'm not doing any of this. Gregory and Freddy gain their memories back throughout the course of the game after being freed from Glitchtrap's control. None of that is explained in-game, and it still hasn't been explained. Hey, anything for another mystery in FNAF. By golly, I was worried we'd run out soon. In Scott Cawthon's second interview with Daco, we got our first glimpse into how Scott implemented the story into Security Breach through Steel Wool.
I had a specific story for this in mind. Okay, for Security Breach, I really did. I had a very specific story in mind, and it is very different than the one that got in the game. And I think a part of that is the way that I conveyed that to Steel Wool, because what I was trying to do was I was trying to tell Steel Wool to do specific things throughout the game, put specific items in specific places, have specific characters do certain things, meanwhile not telling them what the story plot was. Because in my head, I was thinking, okay, when people find this, they will connect this to this to this, and it will all be revealed. And I thought I could do that without telling Steel Wool the story plot.
We'll see in a future section why this method might have actually had more merit than you'd think, but for now, let's apply this to the story. The reason that a lot of the dialogue in-game is very surface level appears to be from this communication style. My assumption is that Scott did not write a lot of this dialogue, or at least not in the final version. With how much was cut and reworked, it just makes sense that Steel Wool stepped in to some extent with the writing, especially for the parts describing the gameplay or mission that you're currently doing in-game. Moments like the missing kids revelation seem pretty clearly to be a Scott idea, planted in the midst of a mix-match story that Steel Wool cobbled together. Glitchtrap, a character who was set up deliberately through marketing and previous entries, was nowhere to be seen here. In retrospect, it is quite obvious to see that this was supposed to be a major moment in the story of Glitchtrap. A culmination of a lot of different pieces and plans coming together, and inevitably being destroyed by Gregory's actions. Vanny was supposed to work as the avatar of Glitchtrap throughout most of the game. I get that, but she doesn't show up, and it gives off the impression that Glitchtrap just disappeared from the games. As much as the surface level story is botched in more ways than I could hope to go over today, the actual story in retrospect is very interesting. A victim of Glitchtrap, trapped under his control for who knows how long, finally freed, leading to Glitchtrap using everything in the Pizzaplex under his control to capture him. The Another David connections, mimicking programs, and Vanessa's fight for control ending with Princess Quest 3 and Gregory's help. This would have been a really impactful story that set up great mysteries to be solved later, if it weren't for the mismanagement and lack of experience from both Scott and Steel Wool. Glitchtrap's Frankenstein attempt at regaining a body in the image of Springtrap is another very intriguing concept for the endgame. Even in the original version, this twisted hallucination or hidden figure barely visible in gameplay would have been very interesting, and led itself to some good, compelling mysteries. Who is this? Is it connected to Glitchtrap and or Springtrap? Why is it following Gregory around? Or take center stage? And it's probably the biggest reason I want a Security Breach prequel game over anything else at the moment. I know it's unlikely that we'll get a direct remaster, so a prequel is the most I can truly hope for. This is literally the ultimate potential man of FNAF games. It sucks that all these cool elements and ideas may never be realized in a game again. With that said, let's actually talk about the potential of this project. The more that comes out about the development behind Security Breach, the sadder and more disappointed I get at the final result. Sure, much of what has come out gives context for why things ended up the way they are, but it also gives us glimpses into a much better experience. Before we get into what has come out about the game, we need to talk about the absolute butchering of Security Breach's main villain and threat, Vanny. From the very early teasers and looks at Security Breach, it was clear that Vanny and Vanessa would be one of the main focuses of the story and game. I mean, someone with a bunny alter ego after a game where it was implied that Help Wanted infected somebody with glitchtrap? There's tons to explore with that idea, and it seems like Scott and Steel Wool knew it. With the game out for 4 years now, I want to do a fun experiment. Let's count Vanny's total appearances in Security Breach, just for fun. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 whole times that Vanny shows up in the flesh. If you really want to bump that number up, there are a couple half-credit appearances, but there are 6 true appearances where she is a threat. Now, I get she's supposedly the one behind the animatronics, but that is not enough screen time for your main villain. 6 appearances could have worked for a main villain, but taking into consideration the time of each of these appearances makes it very clear that Vanny was underutilized heavily. She is not seen as this giant opposing force to your mission, and her gameplay mechanics do not help. I'm sorry, Steel Wool, but the A dominance pose is not instilling any fear in me at the moment. Oh, and I didn't even mention the total lack of voice lines. I've heard, "Are you having fun yet?" so much that it's ingrained into my brain eternally. I know I'm skipping ahead a bit, but Help Wanted 2 had the absolute audacity to cut Vanny again. Like, guys, how does that happen again? Story reasons be damned. How does such a cool and interesting character get decimated from the mainline games twice? And after she was underutilized twice, Scott came out and had the audacity to say this.
I've always really liked Vanny as a character. I don't think that Vanny was utilized to her fullest potential, and so hopefully we'll see another opportunity for Vanny to return as well. We'll see.
I could have made a whole video on how Vanny got the shortest end of the stick of any FNAF antagonist ever. And hey, Steel Wool, a Security Breach prequel is the perfect opportunity to give her the aura and status that she deserves. Please. But enough with that. People have gone over that extensively. To keep it brief, Vanny deserves better, and I'm expecting better in a future game. Now, what I haven't seen discussed nearly enough is the original vision and scrapped ideas for Security Breach. That explains so much about the state that we find it in today. You see, Security Breach was not built to be a narrative-focused experience. In the pre-release version of Security Breach, found in the files of the PS4 version, was an extras menu, containing a mostly workable character gallery, an unused menu to hold DLC, office game and minigame warps, and an option titled Survival Mode. This survival mode can be viewed as a sort of custom night for the game, giving players the ability to change hour duration, lives, difficulty, and seed. You see, the survival mode adds a running timer to the night. That's right, it's back to the good old ticking timer from 12 to 6 a.m. And your goal is to collect as many presents as possible while surviving the animatronics. Your access to the Pizzaplex starts very limited, but the presents give you more items, upgrades, and passes to go deeper and gain more score from the presents. I love the idea of keeping the spirit of custom night and challenge potential baked into the game itself, rather than resulting from the numerous glitches. This would simultaneously keep the spirit of the extras menu in FNAF games alive, and add back more of that FNAF feel with a twist. Now, you might be wondering, Minibite, what does this really have to do with the original version of Security Breach? Sure, this is a really cool bit of cut content that Steel Wool should try to add to future releases, but that doesn't relate much to the overall development of Security Breach. And to that I say, oh yes, it does. It has everything to do with Security Breach's development. Here's the kicker. Originally, the game of Security Breach was the survival mode. No story or narrative structure, no staged time shifts, no branching paths. The entire Pizzaplex is yours to unlock and conquer, and it was up to you in how much you engaged with the material. I can't say for sure whether the gift present idea was added later, or if it was simply used for early testing of the gameplay, but this glimpse into the original vision explains so much. Why does the game and environment feel so unstructured and unfocused? Well, it's because originally, there was no specific story structure that the player had to follow. So, Steel Wool had to quickly add random moving barriers to make sure the player doesn't go too far off course. Why does it feel like you're not following a story most of the time in dialogue, and instead just going from task to task? Because once again, there was no story baked into the main gameplay. Everything that you needed to know was going to be put around the surrounding environment, explaining why so much of the story is baked into your surroundings. Scott's method of communication with Steel Wool even makes way more sense with this game outline, especially when you add a certain virus into the mix. While it still wasn't the best approach to not tell the development team the story you're trying to convey, it's way easier to see where Scott was coming from under the survival mode direction. With that game structure, it's extremely difficult to construct a well-built narrative experience when the player can go anywhere they want. If one player goes to Fazerblast, El Chips, and then Endo's, how do you deliver the same story as another player who visited Chica's Bakery and completely skipped El Chips? You really can't, especially with an indie team like Steel Wool. This is much more in line with the original FNAF games, where the focus was on the gameplay and you had to actively seek out the lore hidden in the games. Click on a poster, flash a wall, walk into a private room, search for therapist CDs. I honestly would die to see this approach fully realized in a new game. It really was going to be FNAF on the biggest scale it had ever been, where you dictated how much you interacted with the place. Want to stay in Freddy's room until 6 AM? Sure, if you don't care about the mysteries of the Pizzaplex, or the secret of Vanessa and Vanny. Of course, this game still had its issues, namely the staff bots, environmental loading issues, and the lack of Vanny, that still likely would have been present. Although, originally the survival mode would have had a Vanny meter. Under this Vanny meter, Vanessa would randomly roam around. And if Gregory spent too much time at one location, Vanny would spawn and walk towards your location. While by no means a perfect mechanic for Vanny, that certainly would have helped with the number of encounters that she has per playthrough. Regardless, I think this more unique, loose structure is a really sad loss from the scary development of Security Breach, and I'm not sure why this wasn't brought up again. Unfortunately, for one reason or another, maybe technical issues or external pressure, Steel Wool could not deliver on this version of the game. We really have no way of knowing what exactly went down during the switch in Security Breach's development, but I can imagine a lot of crunch and hectic work went into reworking as much of the content as possible into a more rigid structured game. A version closer to the original intent of the game was pushed to the extras menu, now titled Survival Mode. Afterwards, in the rush to get any version of the game out on time, Steel Wool then decided to fully cut the extras menu entirely, leaving Survival Mode in an unfinished state to this day. I don't know why they couldn't fix it up in an update post-launch. I mean, they left so much in the files that fans themselves are doing it right now. Surely, if unpaid dedicated FNAF fans are doing it right now, Steel Wool could have put in the time to fully release it for us. This honestly could have been a really cool way of moving forward, to implement a new custom night for the series at the very least. A chunk of the duffel bags we collect relate directly to the arcade machines, and tell the player about the weird stuff happening in them. In the final release, we have Princess Quest, Balloon World, and half of Monty Golf to show for this. a very sparse roster when compared to the obvious potential. This disappointment surrounding the arcade conspiracy is actually what led Fredden to working with me to make new versions of Chica's Feeding Frenzy and Roxy Racers, to give our own spin on what could have been in a different world. While they certainly wouldn't fit in the world of Security Breach or Steel Wool that we know today, they are fun little what-if games that I hope get official counterparts at some point in the future. There's so much more missed potential in Security Breach, some of which we went over in the other sections, and some that just has to be left out for time's sake. But I think I've made my point. As I briefly mentioned, there are mods working on bringing back most of the cut content, and I've been following them actively throughout this entire time. If you're interested in checking those out, I would highly recommend checking those out after the video to see some of the amazing work that they've already done for the game. I figured I'd put in a very brief section highlighting one of the very unintentionally positive aspects of Security Breach. Sprintless, jumpless, itemless, saveless. They all show just how much you can accomplish in this one game. Spiff put it very well when he said,
"Between time travel, soft locks, multiplying Monty, and a Giga Monty that hunted me down within Freddy, I've turned this game into a goddamn sandbox."
Jumping into a corner to gain height and deload the map. Jumping while entering Glamrock Freddy to once again deload the map. Falling into a hiding spot to deload the... well, I think you see the pattern. Speedrunning, a pretty well-known community, exploded with Security Breach due to the absurd times and fun tech. I was personally into this community a lot, and it served as the bridge for me delving deep into the gameplay of the other FNAF releases. Heck, you could duplicate most of the animatronics and softlock yourself in 100 different ways, and that made it fun to explore the Pizzaplex, even if it was in an unintended way. Instead of seeing the Pizzaplex as an in-universe building, I would view it as the maximum potential for new ways to break an official FNAF game, and that made it so fun. The following years after Security Breach, if I had some free time on my hands, there's a good chance you'd catch me on pre-patch Security Breach, just trying to get past a wall in Roxy Raceway, or Bonnie Bowl, or escape a softlock situation that I myself concocted. This is what saves the gameplay, and honestly game as a whole for me. Without the fun nature of the glitches, I wouldn't be nearly as passionate about Security Breach. I'd love to delve more into everything that you could do, but we have bigger fish to fry today, and other people have already made so many videos on that topic already. There's so many glitches that I couldn't hope to cover today. So linked below is a great recent video going over maybe all the glitches. If you're interested in learning more about all the glitches, be sure to click the link to that video. After watching this one, of course. I don't want to take too long talking about the overall meh patches of Security Breach. They're definitely serviceable, but failed at patching every hole in the game. Heck, we'd probably need to triple the dev team alone for that. With that said, let's keep this section short and sweet. After the disaster that was the release of Security Breach, Steel Wool promised to stay with the game long term to fix all the issues plaguing the game on all consoles. We received 2 major patches for the game, both of which fixed a lot of commonplace issues, and added a couple world-building features to really flesh out the world. Following the second big patch, Steel Wool announced that they are generally content with the game in its current state, and would only patch the game again when Ruin released. To this day, a lot of the issues I've talked about today are still in the game, but a decent number of the bigger and easier glitches have been fixed. Loading times are still atrocious. The game is still 90 gigabytes, and the gameplay is fundamentally the same. But hey, they added back Comedy Bot's lines, so everything is okay. I don't think they should have moved on from this game so quickly. I feel that more effort should have been put into at least adding some cut content back if you're not gonna fix the main gameplay. We would get some of this content back through Ruin, but the bulk of interesting ideas were just left out of future releases. Some things are still in practically the same state as their launch version too, like the horrible map in the Fazwatch and Vanny's lack of appearances in the game. Oh, well, you see, they actually did add one more Vanny appearance in her own boss battle ending. Okay, so A, this is not a boss fight, because there is literally no fight, and B, Vanny does technically appear now, but it's behind the player once again. All they did for this fix was have her follow the player, rather than standing still frozen in Fazerblast. Oh yeah, you guys really fixed that ending. I don't know whether or not Steel Wool and or Scott just decided to move on from the disaster eventually, but it definitely gives off that vibe. The main issues were dealt with, so newcomers on other platforms could have a normal playthrough with no big issues, and then Ruin could become their primary focus. But even then, a lot of the fixes come in the form of invisible walls galore, or removing the ability to perform certain actions. Jumping into Freddy deloads the map? Okay, now you can't jump while entering Freddy. People were getting onto the raceway track, a really cool area that you normally can't explore. 1,000 invisible walls, go! Because we really couldn't be bothered to move the Roxy kill trigger off of the track instead. This way of fixing issues is very rushed and gives off the impression of cheapness, something that probably shouldn't be the aim of any big IP. Regardless, rather than correcting the mistakes, Steel Wool would make up for them with a newer release that didn't have the same mistakes. Did that plan work out long term? Well, there's only one way to find out. On May 30th, 2022, 5 months after the release of Security Breach, Steel Wool dropped a concept art teaser with the announcement of Security Breach Ruin. By itself, this single teaser already gave us a lot of information on the DLC. For a start, this content drop would be free if you owned Security Breach, likely as a way to give back to the fans after the controversial release. And with a drop year of 2023, it seemed like Steel Wool would be making sure to put in the work to release a quality DLC to save the game's reputation. Whomever we would be playing as appeared to be there to save Gregory, who was trapped inside a very destroyed Pizzaplex. A ruined Chica variant also led some to theorize that our protagonist would have a bond with Chica, similar to Gregory's connection to Glamrock Freddy. Theories went wild from this one image, and the game looked promising. A darker tone and environment was obviously hinted at, something that Security Breach heavily lacked, and was a big complaint from the fanbase at the time. No updates would be posted for a while, as Security Breach would get patches up until the summer of 2022, and then we would all have to wait. That is until May 19th, 2023, where a trailer for the game was finally released, and the release window would be narrowed down to July 2023. Noticing a difference with the marketing strategy, perhaps? Don't worry, it'll get more obvious as time goes on. Security Breach TV would also be updated around this time, with a few little secrets on the page, and the main terminal showing a new graphic and link to the Ruin trailer. The trailer itself was received pretty well, and it's one of my personal favorites. Whatever Leon Riskin was doing while cooking up this absolute banger of a track needs to be doubled and given to every future game. To be honest, all the trailers have amazing music, but this one always stuck out to me for some reason. The opening shot gives us our first real look at our player in-game, and we'd learn right after that her name is Cassie. Gregory narrates over some panning shots of the Pizzaplex, explaining that he reached out to Cassie to help him escape the Pizzaplex. From there, the rest of the trailer shows us fractured gameplay segments of the DLC, from new tools and puzzles to ruined Glamrocks and even a glitchy bunny. This trailer made the game look competent. The environments looked kinda freaky, and they weren't afraid to get darker, contrasting well with the super friendly Pizzaplex. People were soon to point out Cassie's use of a Vanny mask, akin to the one in Curse of Dreadbear, and a weird purple world seen briefly at the end of the trailer. Eclipse, a highly anticipated concept mixing sun and moon into one persona, was also shown off in the trailer. Overall, things were looking good, and Gregory's final line in the trailer seemed like a direct call out to the audience from Steel Wool. Don't give up on us yet, there is hope for FNAF's redemption. Immediately out of the gate, people were suspicious of Gregory's motives in the trailer, with many claiming him to be the Mimic. At the time, the Mimic was only a character in the newly released Tales from the Pizzaplex books, but was prevalent enough in those stories and epilogues for many to think that he'd appear in the games. The idea that these books took place in the same timeline as the games also began to spread as the release date got closer and closer. Eventually, in a blog post, Steel Wool would announce Ruin's release date as July 25th, 2023. They would also share some key insights into the game, stating that the tone was meant to contrast with the base game, and that the gameplay would be focused more on timing and patience rather than hide and seek. How well did that translate to the game? To find out, we need to delve into the gameplay and story of Security Breach Ruin. Since there's an actual coherent plot and some story progression throughout the DLC, I'm going to go through a super simple walkthrough of the content before we delve into what works and what doesn't. You play as Cassie, a concerned friend of Gregory's who starts at the Pizzaplex entrance and works her way through the destroyed place to find him. What a good friend, unlike someone. We learn that an earthquake is blamed for the destruction, although the blob might have something to say about that. Cassie finds a flashlight, Roxy Talkie, and a Faz wrench to help her navigate throughout the Pizzaplex, until she is intercepted by Monty and dragged through the pipes. This leaves Cassie somehow alone in Monty Golf, and that's when she finds the Vanny mask. As the central mechanic for the game, I really enjoy the flip side of the world that the mask presents. Cassie meets Helpy and gets injected with something. Surely it can't be bad, right guys? Using the mask, Cassie can get past more obstacles and break through these security nodes, locking her out of more access. However, this also leads to the discovery of an anomalous threat in the AR landscape. A black rabbit that will call the animatronics to stop you from progressing. She travels to the daycare, fixing Sun and Moon's exacerbated chaotic state into the calming, complete form of Eclipse. Trekking on to the daycare theater, Cassie escapes through a disguised vent and makes her way onto a Monty gondola. The Monty catwalks and Chica Bakery present no special threat, but do breathe some new life into the overlooked areas from Security Breach. The Glamrock Beauty Salon gives us our first real look at Cassie's admiration of Roxy, with the AR world showing Cassie cutouts of her sad birthday and good times with her friends. She ends up in an unfinished attraction titled Foxy's Log Ride, where Monty is, unfortunately, electrocuted by a Glamrock Bonnie sign. I wonder what that means for their relationship. The return to Roxy Raceway and Bonnie Bowl presents more challenges, but nothing new to Cassie. Well, except for a special little bunny that Cassie can find behind the bowling aisles. But who really cares about Glamrock Bonnie anyways? Cassie travels to Fazerblast to find a headless Glamrock Freddy and narrowly escapes to the other half of Roxy Raceway. It is here where Gregory's audio begins to sound a little more suspicious, and he instructs Cassie to deactivate Roxy, since Roxy is the final node. Heartbroken, Cassie cries as she has to turn off her helpless friend, trapped beneath a forklift. Doing so finally gains her access to the sinkhole under the raceway. Clearly, something happened here, with the giant Freddy head moved and a tunnel system now in place. She makes her way past Candy Cadet and the burner rooms from the Burn Trap boss fight to find the room that Gregory is now trapped behind. Sealing the entity into a machine labeled MXES and destroying the concrete blocking the door, Cassie steps in and finds...
You saved me. Gregory? I'm Gregory. You're not Gregory. What are you?
Gregory.
Cassie, get out of here! Run!
The Mimic is here, and it chases Cassie as the real Gregory leads Cassie to an elevator. Barely escaping the Mimic, Cassie is given a short explanation by Gregory before he tells her he's sorry and drops the elevator. So, it's safe to say that the structure of this game is a lot simpler and better than Security Breach. When I refer to Ruin as a game rather than a DLC, that's because it really is a separate experience from Security Breach. While sharing the same base in many ways, it would be a disservice to view Ruin as just a continuation of Security Breach. However, to begin this analysis, I thought it'd be fair to first look at what is similar in terms of base mechanics and go from there, just to see where improvements were made and where mistakes were let be. For a start, Cassie has the same controls and feel as Gregory in terms of base movement. You walk the same, crouch the same, and jump all the same. The only noticeable difference between the two is that Cassie is much slower than Gregory while sprinting. It does not make a significant change to speed. To be fair, Gregory was zooming all over the place in Security Breach, especially if you had all the stamina upgrades, so I understand the reasoning. Slower speeds means a greater feeling of powerlessness, and opens the door to more intense chases, even if, in the moment, it might feel worse playing as Cassie than Gregory. The flashlight is another carryover from Security Breach, and by golly am I happy with how it was used here. Away are the days of charging the flashlight to keep using it, and now we have an actual reason to use the flashlight. The locations are kinda dark. There are times when using the flashlight is actually useful in helping you see, and since there's no charge or battery tied to it, no time is wasted recharging, and it simply becomes a tool for visibility. While it doesn't play any role in the gameplay besides visuals now, I think that was the best direction to take the flashlight in, since its gameplay impact was only really negative in the base game. And with that, we've really covered everything from the base mechanics that got copied over from Security Breach. Everything else, from the puzzles to the animatronic AI, is different, and we're gonna break it all down to see if it works. Let's break these down in the order that the mechanics are introduced to the player, starting with the Faz Wrench. The Faz Wrench is a recognizable aspect of modern FNAF, which I find to be kinda hilarious considering that the Faz Watch was left to die, and honestly, that's for the best. Many of the ways that you interact with the Pizzaplex around you require the Faz Wrench, including the ever-popular wire puzzle from Ruin. These Among Us looking panels are scattered all around the location, unlike what we see in Security Breach, and they serve as one of the few puzzle types in Ruin. It's quite a simple mechanic to understand. Charge each of the lines to the correct blue region while they all tick down slowly, turning the Faz Wrench to choose which line to charge. I really like it as a mechanic, but it's not without its faults. For a start, there are just too many of these puzzles in the game. I get this is a DLC and not a fully fledged game, but as the saving grace to Security Breach, they needed to make sure the gameplay was heavily improved, at least from my perspective. Spamming the same few puzzles is a common issue for Ruin, as we'll see later, and the Faz Wrenches are no exception. By itself, I really wouldn't have an issue with this. I'm okay with doing the same puzzle type, under the important condition that the difficulty of the puzzle is scaled throughout the game. That way, as your skill level increases, so does the puzzle challenge to match your strength. Unfortunately, Steel Wool has a history of struggling with game difficulty balance, and this is shown by the relative ease of the later Faz Wrench puzzles. I can think of one, maybe two competent late game Faz Wrench uses, but once you get the hang of it in the first few chapters, the later ones just become filler, honestly. I don't know how I'd personally up the puzzle ante at the moment, but I bet if I was tasked with reworking Ruin's gameplay, I could come up with some secondary mechanic in the puzzle to severely help the variety and difficulty. As it stands, it's just kind of a simple and boring puzzle later in the game, but it is still miles better than what we got in Security Breach. This is a trend you'll see in my analysis of the gameplay moving forward. What we're getting is a vast improvement from Security Breach, but that doesn't mean we should settle for mediocrity. Enough yapping about the Faz Wrench. What about that epic Vanny Mask? I think the Vanny Mask is my favorite mechanic that Steel Wool has produced to date. The implementation of an underutilized character is nice, even if it still doesn't fill the void of the actual character. And the AR world is just so amazing to look at. In my opinion, the environments peaked at Ruin, and this is probably a large reason as to why. Gameplay-wise, once again, the ideas presented are pretty solid. Searching for child nodes to take down the suspiciously rabbit-shaped parent nodes is a really cool idea. We even have a neat little match the colors flow puzzle to fully remove the parent node. However, once again, the puzzles are just too repetitive and not scaled correctly, leading to it feeling more like a chore later in the game. Every other puzzle is a node to deactivate, and while the number of child nodes does increase, that doesn't do much for actual challenge. It just means one more wire to follow. I know. The flow puzzles also slowly increase in difficulty, but it is not enough. You'll still have done the same match patterns quite a bit by the end of the playthrough, and the quick flow puzzles aren't enough to make up for the kinda lousy setup. The only interaction you need to deactivate a child node is to hold down the E key until the circle is completely full. No Dead by Daylight QTE or a small puzzle like the flow or Faz Wrench. Just hold a button and the rest is automatic. When that takes up most of the puzzle real estate and gameplay in the mask, as well as the entire DLC to be frank, it gets stale quick. And trust me, Mixes does not help this problem. But there's one more major puzzle type to go over before we get there. Around the Pizzaplex, camera stations are set up to replace the daunting Fazwatch system so that you only get access to a small set of cameras per area. Most of these are to point you towards objectives, unlock a secret ending, or utilize the third puzzle type that Ruin has to offer, the anomalies. When exploring the Pizzaplex, certain objects or doors will block your path, with symbols appearing overtop the object in the AR world. Using a nearby camera station, Cassie can find the anomalies in the cameras, announced by this giant bar. Press E, a fancy animation plays, and you move on to the next symbol in the sequence. The puzzling aspect comes from finding which object on the camera is the anomaly detected, so you can enter the anomalies in the correct order. As the third main puzzle type featured throughout the game, it once again falls short. This puzzle in particular is the least utilized of the three, which kinda sucks. I wish we had seen more of it, simply to better balance out the playtime between the main puzzles. A big complaint that I have that is unique from the other puzzles is just how slow the animations are. Do we really need a whole transition to highlight the object, flash the door, show if it's correct or not, and then flash back to the camera? We could have displayed all that information much quicker, simply by flashing the object and displaying a correct or incorrect icon on the same camera, combined with the designated noise. Overall, I am not a fan of breaking the flow of gameplay with drawn-out animations, because it means that you have to sit out of the game for that amount of time. When looking back at the original FNAF games, if you're waiting for an animation or action, there is tension built up behind it. You're not just sitting back, waiting for the task or maintenance to finish. There are threats out there, and your defenses are down while you are waiting. The tension that comes with hoping that you timed the action correctly so that nothing else gets you keeps me hooked, rather than feeling like a small pause to the gameplay. This very principle is why my favorite use of this particular puzzle is when Mixes is after Cassie, and you're locked in the mask until you clear a path with the anomalies. If Mixes was more of a threat in-game, and that was utilized more throughout the puzzles, the amount of engagement with the puzzles would definitely increase, even if there are small pauses. To be honest, this might be my favorite of the three puzzle types in Ruin, simply because it actually uses the cameras, and is the least overused in the DLC. The 3 puzzles in Ruin are definitely improvements from the ones in Security Breach, but Steel Wool struggles to expand on these base minigames in unique or challenging ways. By the end of the game, you will likely be bored of doing the same tasks over and over. There is one saving grace that Steel Wool could use to make the gameplay of Ruin actually good: the animatronics, the fundamental aspect of FNAF. If they worked on the AI from Security Breach and made it work in a linear setting with the removal of staff bots, the animatronics have the possibility to be properly scary in the darker side of the Pizzaplex. With that said, did Steel Wool in fact refine the threat AI from Security Breach when going into Ruin? Ha! No way in hell is the animatronic AI better than Security Breach. And it blows my mind that it wasn't a bigger priority. For 90% of the DLC, the threats of each level aren't even spawned in by default, but instead require mixes to be properly spawned in. And mixes itself can only spawn once Cassie has spent too long in the AR world. After a set amount of time searching the area around where mixes alerted them to, the designated animatronic will try to hide from the player's view and silently despawn. While you are forced to use the mask plenty of the time, the world just feels hollow, especially if you properly manage your mask usage, or are playing a section where the mask just isn't needed. But that's not even the worst part of it. The animatronics cannot lock onto the player. You can stand right in front of any roaming animatronic, besides the mini music men, and they won't acknowledge that you're there. They might start crawling towards your location very slowly, but there is no recognition that you exist. And like I said, once the mask is off and their short timer goes off, the teleported animatronic will wander away to despawn from the environment. Almost the entire game, Mixes presents no real threat to the player, and it honestly feels like you're on a park ride. Cinematics showing Cassie barely escaping the animatronics feel hollow, when actual encounters offer no real danger unless you stand still. These animations also often show either the animatronics or the environment sabotaging themselves to allow Cassie to escape. Despite the physical degradation of the location on display, the actual experience feels heavily policed and sanitized when compared to Security Breach. This not only hurts the gameplay and immersion in the world, but also the horror. If there is no real threat to back up the creepy threats that you've created, then the player just isn't gonna feel nearly as scared when entering a Monty or Chica zone. All of these blunders make the Glamrocks feel like hollow shells of their former selves, rather than deranged monsters fallen from grace. In some ways, this was likely Steel Wool's intention, such as when Chica stumbles into the bathroom and collapses on the ground, or once again, when Chica just shuts down after jumping out at you right at the start of the game. Or, okay, it's a lot of Chica, I know. Whether or not that was meant to be displayed further through the gameplay doesn't even matter. It comes at the cost of making the animatronics way less scary. The balance between representing these two ideas of the animatronics was definitely not struck, and the game is definitely less scary than intended as a result. For the longest time, I couldn't put my finger on why Ruin didn't feel that much scarier than Security Breach. And I think this is the main culprit. Obviously, with a 3D space, you're much less likely to catch someone off guard with a jump scare, unlike the original games. But there are other ways to attain horror, or scares. I'm going to get more into the horror of Steel Wool games at the end, but for now, the main point I want to get across is that you need a legitimate threat to the player to make the creepy looking character actually scary and a source of tension. Building off of this point, Mixes has a really cool design, but moves extremely slow and only shows up after you've used the mask for too long. The only time I felt some concern over dying to Mixes was after leaving the daycare, where you had to properly manage the Endo's Weeping Angel mechanic with the Mixes timer. But that is a small segment of a pretty large DLC. There are other times when you're locked in the mask and forced to do something while Mixes is in pursuit. but those range in horror success based on the amount of wiggle room that Steel Wool provided. Many are too easy to be intense, although that may be a bit too harsh when taking into account that many of these encounters are more effective on a first playthrough. As a whole, I just wish that Mixes was more of an ever-present and dangerous threat that forced the player to actually be concerned if it spawned in an animatronic, rather than 80% of the time boiling down to just a nuisance. I briefly mentioned the mini music men in Bonnie Bowl, but I don't have much more to say about them. There may still be a bug with them not properly transferring between the mask on and off world, leading to lure frustrations, but besides that, they're a nice addition to the game that's kind of funny. Seeing them in their little hordes is just really hilarious late game, and they pose a decent threat, even if still not quite hitting that mark that the Endos did. Roxy's main gameplay, as well as one section with Chica, focuses on the camera luring. A really weird decision that Steel Wool made to make sure that you couldn't sneak past the animatronics is to give them big invisible triggers to immediately jump scare you. This is in line with Steel Wool's habit of bandage fixes over better solutions, as this is really anti-player, and it sacrifices clarity for an easy fix. The part that I cannot wrap my head around is that they already found a solution to the issue, and it's implemented in these sections. At the end of both Roxy luring encounters, there is a wooden blockade, just like the ones in Roxy's security breach boss fight, that you need Roxy to jump through in order to break them. Imagine if you were actually able to sneak past Roxy, but at the very end, you realized that you couldn't get through, leading you back to the security camera and the luring mechanic introduced at the start of the game. That flow is a lot more natural, and doesn't take the player off guard when they try to sneak past Roxy as the coast looks clear. Something similar definitely could have been introduced to Chica's part as well, but I don't want to spend too long on this point. There's more we need to discuss. Monty also has his own disabled mask segment, where he hides in the water like a gator. Stay out of the water, or Monty will immediately track you and stop Cassie's search. In reality, that is not how this section plays out, as Monty is once again super slow, and it really doesn't matter whether or not you're in the water. Just watch this segment, and be honest if this really counts as an intense Monty encounter. All bark and no bite. Another moment that ruins the player's outlook on these animatronics. Let's focus back on those camera stations, shall we? Comparing the new camera UI to Security Breach's cameras, there are a lot of similarities to note. After all, Ruin is a DLC, so it maintains a lot of the meh-based traits and code from Security Breach. We have a very similar selection menu in the bottom right corner, although improvements were definitely made, namely the obvious direction of each camera now displayed by the icons. This helps with the issue of having absolutely no idea where the camera you're selecting is looking at. Another change that helped with the same complication is the decision to relegate the menu to the camera stations and kill off the Fazwatch. This means it's blatantly obvious when you should use the cameras, and that the cameras at your disposal now all serve some purpose for your upcoming objectives. An optional objective for a new ending is also tied to using the cameras, which I love. It makes the camera system a bigger part of the game, and, in a way, brings back the camera secrets of the original games. You're also able to select your camera from the top left selection, which simplifies scrolling through all the different cameras for anomalies and lures. The black and white filter also helps sell the quality. While the cameras are still far from perfect in terms of polish, limiting the color pool makes them feel a lot more rudimentary anyways. Now, all that praise does not mean that the cameras have been fully fixed. The luring, a fun idea and concept, was executed in such a way that I cannot sanction it at all. It's so slow. All you have to do is press a button and hope that the animatronic hears the lure, slowly walks over, and stays over there long enough for it to hear the lure all over again. FNAF has not had a good time with making lures work in the past, and this time is no different. It's a really cool venue to show off the voice mimicking of Helpy, but gameplay-wise, it falls apart. I'm glad we don't get more luring sections, because otherwise, the cameras would be falling even lower into failure. Steel Wool also had the opportunity to add more gameplay to said cameras. We could have had more references to FNAF gameplay, almost like pseudo Joy of Creation sections. Adding the Joy of Creation night gameplay to free roam would be a dream come true for me, but even that is not necessary here. What about a greater variety of camera mechanics in Ruin, like bringing back the security breach stuns through the cameras? I still want the cameras to have their time to shine in a Steel Wool game, but I grow more concerned as time goes on that we're moving past the system altogether. Overall, the camera systems present are definitely a big step up from Security Breach, but at the end of the day, they're still held back by gameplay implementation. While experiencing Ruin for the first time, my favorite part of this game in terms of gameplay was Glam Rock Freddy, whose chase is probably the scariest part of this game, because there's actually an intense threat to back up the horrifying experiences. The off-putting Phaser Blast music, combined with the obvious but effective twist of putting Freddy into a villainous role, is perfectly backed up by good, solid gameplay. I could not be happier with the difficulty of this chase. And while the animations are lacking compared to later chases, we have to recognize that Steel Wool likely still had to deal with a lot of internal issues from Security Breach, and it might have been more work than it was worth to make the animations more complex here. I find it so funny how Ruin Freddy's gameplay chase is so good that it makes the mimics look kinda weak in comparison. Freddy gives Cassie very little room to breathe, meaning you don't have much time to look around or make mistakes. In contrast, the Mimic waits for you to move for a solid 5 seconds before finally deciding to just chase you. Now, to me, that's kind of a bad way to start a chase with the main villain. On top of this, the Mimic appears to have a slower base speed than Freddy, as it's much easier to outrun it than our headless bear. To some extent, I understand, since there are branching paths here, and you also have to ingest the directions Gregory gives you. But even with that in mind, it's too forgiving. This would have been a lot less noticeable too, if the end of the last chapter hadn't included a much tougher chase. Steel Wool kinda shot themselves in the foot just a little bit. The only thing that keeps the Mimic chase from being totally forgettable in comparison is the addition of a final Fazwrench puzzle, while its footsteps stomp closer and closer. Adding puzzles and tasks in the middle of chases is always better, in my opinion, than simply running. So I can find enjoyment in both of the main chases presented here. Good job, Steel Wool. And let's take one last pit stop at the arcade minigames before we head out. The first of the 2 minigames that you'll encounter is the back 9 holes of Monty Golf, allowing for the player to golf in completed versions of the scrapped holes from Security Breach. Similar to my opinion in the Security Breach section, I like the golfing mechanics, and the jumping really helps it feel unique. All the holes are pretty pleasant, and none really overstay their welcome here either. The addition of Ruin stuff to the unfinished maps also just feels natural, so this arcade minigame gets a solid 8 out of 10. Our second minigame, however, does not get as kind of a score. Chica's Feeding Frenzy allows you to play as Chica to defeat waves of enemies, including map bots, Vanessa's, orange arrows, and giant rainbow blobs. Steel Wool, I think you might have lost the plot with this one. Within the game, there are also 4 unlockable weapon types, serving as basic archetypes, including the straight shot projectile, shotgun blast, SMG, and grenade, that can only be used right on top of you. Okay. Finally, for all that hard work, you unlock Chica's voice box for a bonus cutscene later. Steel Wool sure is lucky that they added the voice box and cutscene, because otherwise, I honestly couldn't rate this any better than Balloon World. Yes, it's that bad. The actual gameplay is, for the most part, fine, but when you take a look at the inconsistent graphics and just how long this minigame drags on for, the failure of this game becomes apparent. Chica's Feeding Frenzy had some enemy sprites properly added and used, but when it came to the big bosses and chase enemies, Steel Wool simply kept the placeholders in the final release. It makes them stand out in an otherwise Pizzaplex themed minigame and causes each boss to feel more like a chore rather than a real challenge. I'm sorry to admit it, but I have no personal attachment to this random orb, so I really don't care about these bosses. Combine this with the fact that the game takes like 14 minutes to beat, and you can see why I dislike this minigame. Okay gameplay isn't enough to save all that. And even then, the gameplay has one massive flaw. The final weapon, the pizza bombs, are practically useless to this day. The original version of Chica's Feeding Frenzy, found in Security Breach's early files, made the bombs function like other projectiles. Shoot it out, and when it hits a target, explode. However, in the Ruin DLC, the pizza bombs were changed, so that they instead always explode around the player, making them super inefficient since they don't even one-shot all enemies. Trust me, I have tried to use them before when I've played this game, but it's just never even remotely worth it. The lack of a real usable new weapon probably contributes to the feeling of the game dragging on that is definitely present during the last 5 rounds. There's really no new weapon to try, so it's the same gameplay all over again with more enemies. Oh, and don't even joke about dying, because death completely kills your minigame run. 13.5 minutes into a game, and suddenly your health drops to 0? Well, it's all the way back to round 1 for you, Chica. Why no checkpoints at every boss? Good question. That would have been a really smart idea. I hate how much this wastes your time if you make too many small mistakes on the pretty challenging later waves. These FNAF minigames have gotten way longer than a couple minutes. It is simply unreasonable and unfun to send players all the way back to the start. In fact, I could easily see this warding players off from trying again and getting that special cutscene, which I doubt Steel Wool or Scott want. It seems that Chica's Feeding Frenzy is doomed to be mid, and hard carried by the special reward for its completion. Security Breach's final minigame gets a 3 out of 10 for me. As a whole, the gameplay of Ruin is still disappointing, even if it is an improvement in many ways from Security Breach. The horror element is still very disconnected from the actual gameplay difficulty, and issues like boredom keep me from calling this a completely satisfying game. The best of the Click Team games were still flawed, but they had unique gameplay going for them, an experience that you couldn't get anywhere else. The more Steel Wool insists on aligning their games with the more standard free roam format, the tougher it'll be to stand out and deliver a uniquely fun experience. There is hope for improvement, but in my eyes, Ruin was not enough to redeem Steel Wool in terms of gameplay. Ruin is still not that scary. Don't get me wrong, it's better than Security Breach by a long shot. But we're still missing so much that the world of FNAF could offer for horrific or eerie moments. There is much more nuance to good horror than simply turning down the lights and playing stingers. From this moment on, Steel Wool started spamming stingers to designate even more than when an animatronic spots the player. Suddenly, a moving door and a goddamn falling ticket machine need a stinger to be scary. Hey, here's a little tip. Surprises do not need a stinger to be effective or scary. Ruin is by far the biggest offender of this, but Secret of the Mimic is also a victim of this misunderstanding. Stingers can work in moderation, but not by spamming them, especially when they're all back to back. All of the stingers that I'm referring to in Ruin are also non-diegetic, which for me personally just removes me from the experience and removes a layer of connection to the world. Steel Wool, I promise you that it's okay to let a door shut all by itself and be creepy without a stinger. Just try it, please. I am not much of an audio connoisseur. However, I feel there is much more room for improvement still needed on how to properly use stingers and sound effects related to spooky moments. As much as I was vouching for darker areas in Security Breach, that truly is only the tip of the iceberg to make a really horrifying experience. I love Ruin's environments, and think they lend themselves pretty well to horrifying encounters with the animatronics. But more often than not, we just don't get that. Like I said, regular spawns of the animatronics are few and far between, meaning most of these environments are completely underutilized until mixes spawn someone else in. We have short cinematics that show the animatronics intercepting Cassie, but they play themselves out and mostly do a disservice to the threats. Monty causing the board to just collapse on himself. Chica simply standing there so the concrete collapses on top of her. Monty again just abandoning Cassie in the sewers at the very start of the game. And no, I'm not buying that he just lost her. These are all examples that harm our perception of these animatronics and their ability to kill Cassie. There are a few, namely the daycare attendant's introduction, Roxy's moment with Cassie, and the Mimic's introduction that serve a purpose and uplift the story or gameplay. However, en masse, the other ones just simply show how weak these animatronics are, and it makes you wonder why they're even threats. Even if not every single animatronic is shown in this worse light, the examples that we do get reflect poorly on the whole group. These environments are begging for animatronics to jump out of the rubble and take chase. Don't just tie the animatronics to mixes for almost all of the runtime. As much improvement as the map and lighting received, the actual gameplay is just too sanitized. One small fun fact that I didn't really get to fit anywhere else is that DJ Sturf, a tester for a lot of FNAF products, apparently found over 2,000 bugs when playing Ruin. This large volume of bugs actually caused for Ruin to be delayed, which honestly seems like the best decision with that many bugs. It's definitely for the best that this happened, and it certainly paid off, because the release of Ruin was pretty smooth. It seems shocking for one person to find so many bugs, but keep in mind that Ruin was built off of the remains of Security Breach. So I'd imagine foundational issues combined with new mechanic testing heavily contributed to the high bug count. Does this really matter in the grand scheme of things? Not too much. But it is a cool piece of information regarding Ruin's development, and it also tells us that QA testing was a higher priority for Steel Wool this time. One thing that Steel Wool and Scott definitely improved on was the story. Ruin felt like a strong story focused on course correction over everything else, bringing us directly to the Mimic and the mascot costumes below the Pizzaplex. There are also very few moments where the dialogue feels out of place or worded weirdly when compared to Security Breach. The linear structure of the game certainly helped when developing the narrative and keeping it straightforward. Cassie's goal stays consistent throughout the whole DLC, and nothing ever changes that. It's likely meant to be relatively simple, so that fans had something to ground themselves on to set up for the future. New mysteries were also constructed to point fans in the direction of the upcoming games, including Cassie's dad, the endo in the basement, and Helpy's prominent role. While Steel Wool may have continued to struggle with the gameplay elements, their team proved themselves to be capable of good storytelling throughout Cassie's journey. Ruin also gave us another example of Steel Wool's inconsistent patches between platforms, and habit of leaving games in the dust when they clearly needed more work done. Now, to be fair, this DLC is not the worst example we've seen today of this, but it is one of the most obvious. In the final update to the PS5 version, Cassie's model got swapped out for the new Help Wanted 2 model made for the Mask Bot ending. You see, Cassie's original model was never meant to be seen up close in Ruin. It looks a little ugly, and definitely out of place when compared to the other FNAF humans. So it makes sense that Steel Wool would make her a new model for Help Wanted 2. updating the previous model certainly wasn't needed, but definitely helps with consistency, something I appreciate. Despite this seemingly positive PS5 patch, there's one small wrinkle that ruins the entire decision for me. No other ports got this update. This makes no sense to me, and there's been no announcement on why this new inconsistency suddenly exists. I get it's not a big deal or gameplay switch, but it definitely bothers me. If they went back to update PS5, what's stopping them from fixing up the other versions? I know you want to work on new releases for fans, but you have to trust that real fans will be patient enough to get good products and patches to previous games. I'm not sure how many people find this frustrating, so I'll be curious to hear other people's thoughts on the matter. Regardless, it's about time we moved on to greener pastures. Before the release of Ruin, a little innocent PlayStation Showcase event was announced for May 24th, 2023. Oh, surely if there's anything for FNAF, it'll be a Ruin trailer to tease the upcoming free DLC. Let's not get our hopes up with a new... What the hell is that? Help Wanted 2 came out of nowhere, and everyone was excited to know when the sequel to a highly praised entry would be released. At PAX West 2023, an event I was luckily able to attend, a demo of Help Wanted 2 was shown off, with Bonkabon, Carousel, and Breaker Room. When I was there, I lost at both Bonkabon and Carousel. Although, in my defense, the flashlight was not functioning properly, and Moon just killed me when I swear I had flashed him for long enough. It's not fair, guys. Finally, a gameplay trailer in late November showed off many of the minigames we'd be playing, and gave us a release window of December 2023. Not much regarding the lore or story was shown off, but that lined up with the marketing for the original Help Wanted as well. Once again, it's important to note that almost no marketing went into Help Wanted 2. Only one teaser trailer and one gameplay trailer. As promised, on December 14th, 2023, Steel Wool would release Help Wanted 2. And oh boy was it a treat. Opening the game welcomes the player to an interesting starting menu, and a short monologue from Hand Unit. Immediately after hitting New Game, the player is transported in front of a computer, and is presented with 6 minigame selections to choose from. Backstage, Food Prep, Staff Only, Fazcade, Ticket Booth, and Sister Location. Many of the levels are locked from the start, but as you complete more tasks around the different locations, more files or minigames unlock. However, some of these files are blocked by an all too familiar face. Wonder how we'll unlock those. Once you've completed about 15 minigames, the player receives a familiar Faz Wrench that can be used in this puzzle to progress to a new room. Inside, we find Princess Quest 4, oh, and an AR inhibitor from Ruin. If you disable the inhibitor and read the poster in front of you, you can reach up to your face to find a Vanny mask? And we're in the sinkhole from Security Breach? After this insane revelation, the remaining blocked minigames are available, and you can beat them all. Is that it? Well, after completing a certain amount of minigames, the player will receive, every so often, a new gift on the stage. Opening them reveals new Fazforce figures to add to your growing collection, with the main goal of collecting all 6 to make the Fazbototron. Beating all terminal minigames gives you the final Fazforce figure, the Fazbototron, and an ending for your efforts. Glitchtrap reaches out of a charging pod on stage. Nightmare staff bots swarm the player, and you see the moment that Cassie received the Vanny mask from the mask bot's perspective. But we're not done yet. In some of the minigames, you can collect 6 hidden memory dolls using the graffiti in the hub as clues to perform certain actions. Once all memories are found, Mystic Hippo in the lobby gives you a purple glitchy coin, allowing you to finally play Princess Quest 4. Entering the minigame greets you with an arcade cabinet and a familiar princess ready to fight off the glitchy bunnies. At the end of the road stands yourself in the arcade cabinet, or the princess in real life? Regardless, you attack yourself to be consumed by the light and transported into the world of Princess Quest. Completing the rest of the minigame on foot and puzzling over a memory order, you reach the old man at the end of the hallway. He trades you the Help Wanted Glitchtrap plush for your Vanny mask and sends you on your way through the sister location elevator. Finally, you end up in a claw machine and give the plush to Vanny, who crushes Glitchtrap in the palm of her hands. The end. When approaching Help Wanted 2, I'm going to be talking about everything in one whole section. I'd love to do a video breaking down every single minigame separately in Help Wanted 1 and 2, but that video all depends on the reception of this one. Part of the reason I don't think I need to speak as long on this product is because I genuinely think it's the product that I have the least problems with. I am not going to say here that Help Wanted 2 is the best Steel Wool product, but that's due to things out of its control. This entry was not meant to be a big release, a fact that can be seen through the story presented to us and the timeline of this game. Somehow, Steel Wool squeezed in 2 whole releases in 1 year, which is an interesting decision to say the least, since we wouldn't get a new game after this until mid-2025. Even the trailer was presented differently from all other Steel Wool trailers, less cinematic in nature, and more so just a gameplay showcase, with Andy Field as the voiceover. That's not to say it's a bad trailer, but it does give off the impression that the game was made in a quick time span. This would later get confirmed in FNAF's interview with Steel Wool, where J-Top said that the entire development process for Help Wanted 2 was completed within the year. Now, a lot of FNAF games do come out, but that is still a very short time frame to release an entire game. My suspicion as to why this was possible is a combination of things. First, it's another VR Help Wanted entry, something that Steel Wool is very familiar with as a studio. Second, it doesn't take too much time to make a minigame collection when compared to the amount of time required for a free roam game, or DLC. And third, they only included the bare minimum needed to get the game done. I don't mean that in a bad way either. Not going above and beyond what's necessary is fine, especially in what comes off as more of a filler game. We still got cool new extra stuff, like the regular Glamrock plushies and other interactables in the hub, but other things just feel rushed. The game over screen, for instance, took a massive hit in Help Wanted 2. While the original Help Wanted screen was also simple in design, the Curse of Dreadbear scene was perfectly done in my opinion, and showed improvement from Steel Wool. Help Wanted 2 undoubtedly has the worst of the 3 game over worlds. No randomized text or cupcake interactions to speak of. Things like that aren't necessary, but their absence adds to the feeling of incompletion that comes with Help Wanted 2. Another thing that isn't immediately obvious, but becomes much more noticeable later into the game, is the hub. In Help Wanted, there was a certain eerie feeling about the hub that is shared with the Help Wanted 2 pizza place, especially when you take the mask off and realize where you are. The issue is that Help Wanted acts on this fear with the slow and random approach of Glitchtrap, as well as the surprise appearance of Helpy. Additions like this make even the downtime between minigames feel unpredictable and off-putting. Do you dare turn around to see if Glitchtrap is one step closer, or revel in the mystery of if he's there at all? Help Wanted 2 sets up a couple different locations where Glitchtrap, or Glamrock Endos, or even staff bots could show up just to keep you on your toes. Like the Easter eggs from Click Team Games, or these random jump scares in The Joy of Creation, they make the experience feel much more alive, and the player feel more powerless. One of the things done very well in Help Wanted was Glitchtrap's presence outside of levels, and Help Wanted 2 severely lacks both that outside level horror and Glitchtrap presence in general. Speaking of which, why is Glitchtrap so underutilized in this game? There is a grand total of 1 time that his full model is used, and it doesn't exactly paint him in a creepy or powerful light. It's true that his hand is the one to give you the memories, and he does appear as a glitchy display in a couple areas, but his presence just doesn't feel like it is in Help Wanted. I think a lot of it has to stem from his disappearance in the hub, because without it, his appearance isn't the same. Getting to rarely see his hand, a doll, or a graphic just does not live up to actually seeing the mascot suit bunny himself. There's just much less horror, and I feel annoyed at glitchtrap blocking my screen instead of feeling scared. The first time he appeared in a minigame, I was thinking, oh my gosh, glitchtrap is infecting the levels and the screen. I can't wait to see what they do next. Oh, what a wasted character if he doesn't show up again, because glitchtrap design is actually so good. Even if it's been in the fandom for forever now, it deserves to be used in more creative and eerie ways. When directly comparing the graphics and models between Help Wanted and Help Wanted 2, it is unquestionable that Help Wanted 2 is clearly the more visually impressive project. Taking one character from both projects is enough comparison to see just how much Help Wanted 2 mogs on the quality look of Help Wanted. With that said, it needs to be noted that this title screen is just not it. Similar to the first Help Wanted title screen, you are shown 3 animatronics in front of you, as well as 1 behind the player, with all 4 pairs of eyes following your every movement. Unlike the first entry, Help Wanted 2 opens with a fun animation to show the animatronics creep closer to you and ominously display the shadow of Circus Baby. Don't get me wrong, I prefer this animation over the nothingness of Help Wanted, but a lot of the other changes make absolutely no sense. For a start, what is this lineup of characters? Every time I start up the game, the lack of cohesion in designs throws me off and just feels wrong to me. If they wanted to show off the range of minigames in Help Wanted 2, I hate to break it to you, Steel Wool, but you didn't feel the need to do that in Help Wanted. So many of the minigames relate to the Pizzaplex, so the Glam Rock Gang would have worked perfect on here. Sister Location was another major focus, and we could have recreated the shot from the original trailer in the bunker, a much creepier environment than the one that we got. Speaking of which, why are we in some nondescript void projector room? If there's not a story reason given in a future game that connects to this environment, then Steel Wool committed an atrocious blunder. Part of the charm of the intro screen in Help Wanted is that it feels like you're all alone, up close to the animatronic band at Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria. Here, I feel taken out of the experience because I'm not at an actual location. I'm in the title screen for Help Wanted 2, where all the animatronics are properly lit and disjointed from the rest. Comparing Circus Baby's direct position behind the player to Foxy's somewhat hidden running stance in the darkness also makes the downgrade quite clear, but I could see that opinion being a bit more divisive. I understand the fear of proximity to Circus Baby could work on some people playing this game, but for me, the Foxy one was always a more effective lurking threat than the obvious Circus Baby. Like I said, I get that the physical models and graphics of the game are smoother, but Help Wanted 2 just does not hit the same for these reasons. The gameplay of the minigames themselves blows Help Wanted out of the water. There's a reason I consider this my favorite Steel Wool FNAF game, and it's all because of the gameplay. Gone are the boring recreations of the long nights, and here comes new tasks or things to do at the Pizzaplex, Pizza Place, or Sister Location. There are still some games, namely Fizzy Faz and Fazzer Blast, that borrow the Five Nights style loosely, but they're different enough and bring new elements to the table to make enjoyable experiences. I will say that once again, the difficulty scaling is a little off in my opinion. The first night of both of these experiences should have been a bit more difficult and not so boring. I know that every original FNAF game also had this issue, however, that doesn't excuse new releases that should know better than to repeat the same mistakes. The daycare loft I find to be more annoying and repetitive than fun, just because the difficulty or complexity of Moon is just not there, and the only real challenge is the darkness. To me, the darkness doesn't add a fun challenge, but rather just makes everything slower with less actions per minute. Instead of getting the right cosmetics or painting on the colors, you have to wait every so often for the flashlight to recharge, which is boring, or squint your eyes in the darkness to continue playing, which isn't any more engaging. Moon could have been a switch up to add tension to the pauses, but his presence isn't enough to make me feel scared of death. He's an annoyance that pops up every so often and goes away just as quickly as he appeared. Foxy's log ride is another minigame that I kinda wish they did more with. In the original Foxy's Dark Ride, the different ways you deal with the Jacko animatronics, combined with the backstage feel of the Helpy tracks, made the minigame feel fresh and less boring. In the log ride rendition, not much is done to make the ride feel unique or worth the new version. Almost everything is borrowed from the original except for aesthetics. I just wish more had been done to capture the uncanny feeling of going off track, and that it wasn't simply another rerun of the same minigame. Despite this, it's still a decent minigame, even if it drags on a bit and is a little repetitive in my opinion. And now that the smaller issues are out of the way, my biggest complaint regarding the new levels comes from Sister Location, and the absolute aura obliviation that this game received. It's so strange too, because I think the Funtime Foxy level from Help Wanted maintained the feel of Sister Location so well, but something is just off this time. Bellora's Gallery and Breaker Room are for the most part okay, and don't feel harmed significantly. I feel it is important to note though that Bellora's is extremely unbalanced in flat mode, and sometimes she'll just randomly walk into your path in VR. I can't tell if that's intentional or not, and if it is, then I don't know why it's here since it only serves to damage the gameplay. I wish that Gendo offered more of a challenge compared to Freddy as well, but beggars can't be choosers, and the gameplay itself is better than the original. One weird thing about this particular minigame is that the audio on the voice speaker is way too loud and pitchy whenever I play the level, but maybe that's just a skill or speaker issue on my part. The main reason that I call out Sister Location specifically as the biggest blunder is because of the private room, my favorite office from the original Click Team games. Of course, Steel Wool knew this fact and decided to make this the worst part of Help Wanted 2, hands down. For a start, why are the hallways not directly connected to the office? Instead of adding more tension by having the hallways feed into the office doors, like they do in Sister Location, Steel Wool added these awkward corners to both sides that completely removes any tension that the characters had. And you're not gonna believe it. A loud stinger alerts you to the new appearance of an animatronic, and surprise, surprise, it removes a lot of the horror from these characters. A slow walk towards the player and a stinger to immediately catch your attention leads to way less fear than the original private room segments. I'm not even gonna go deep into why. Just look at the difference in gameplay between the two copies. The office is also, in my opinion, a bad interpretation of the private room. For one, it's way brighter than the original, meaning the mystique and eeriness of the location is almost completely gone. I can't tell you how much the overlit office bothers me. We could have had a dim office with animatronics right outside the hallways, barely lit by the office, and their eyes cutting through the darkness. I'm sorry, but The Office is just an absolute failure in the horror of Circus Baby's entertainment and rental. And it genuinely has me fearful for if we're traveling through Circus Babies in a ruined sequel. Will they be able to accurately recapture the vibe in Sister Location, or will it lean more into the Help Wanted 2 brighter interpretation? It also doesn't help matters that the difficulty scaling issue hit the private room levels the hardest, particularly in the Ennard level. I get that Steel Wool needed an introductory level to the private room mechanics, but why did that have to come at the cost of removing all the creep factor and difficulty from Ennard? it would have made so much sense to choose an easier custom night mode instead of retrofitting Ennard's mechanics into a tutorial. Even if it wasn't specifically Ennard here, it would still be too easy. He barely attacks once per hour, and he's the only threat. You get like a solid 5 seconds of Ennard slowly walking towards you with clear sound effects and everything. It could only get easier if you removed the threats entirely. I don't understand why they chose to gut Ennard's Night, and it is genuinely the most baffling decision behind Help Wanted 2 in my opinion. There is one other issue with the game that I almost forgot to mention in this video. An innocent little setting called the animatronic indicator. If it's not obvious, this allows for the player to see exactly where the minigame threats are at any moment, using the glow shine. Encounters where you need to find the threat become unsurprisingly easy, and the already meh horror is completely stripped away. My hatred is only tempered by the fact that at least it's a toggleable option, so you're not forced to use it. I am curious as to why it was added in the first place though, especially since no other game felt the need to add it. In terms of story, you can feel that this is a game meant to bide time until the next big narrative-driven game. Practically no new developments are made in Help Wanted 2. Instead, its main focus seems to be clarifying old information and giving more context to Cassie's dad, our protagonist. Princess Quest 4 could have some bigger implications, but it seems unlikely to be the canon ending. The game is good for some theorizing, but bad at telling an actual story. Before leaving the VR space, there's one last little wrinkle that I need to mention. You see, DJ Sturf mentioned that a Help Wanted 2 update was planned to be released in June 2025. In this supposed update, all we know is that DJ Sturf would properly be added to the credits, although more changes were likely. Over 9 months later, and we still don't have that update. Now, to be fair, Steel Wool themselves didn't announce this, but DJ Sturf is a very trusted source for FNAF information to this day. Discussion about the update could be found online following this announcement, yet Steel Wool did nothing to deconfirm its existence. This means that either, once again, Steel Wool is bad at following through with their word, or Steel Wool and FNAF are bad at communicating with the community, or it's both, which seems like the best answer to me. Similar to the Help Wanted Curse of Dreadbear Xbox port, Steel Wool shouldn't be let off the hook without some sort of official statement at the very least. Behavior like this is unprofessional and misleading to the entire fanbase. With all that said, I still view Help Wanted 2 as Steel Wool's best product to date. It was always intended to be smaller in scope, and it hit the points that it needed to, namely the gameplay. If Steel Wool could find a way to transfer these skills to a non-VR centric game, then it seems like the FNAF community would be in for a good time with their next release. Did they succeed? Well, to figure out, it's time to move on to... We're finally here. The final game, and the ultimate test to see if Steel Wool has improved as a game studio, and as the developers of the mainline FNAF games. For FNAF's 10-year anniversary, an entire week was decked out with releases, announcements, and general news. On the 6th day of the week, a Steel Wool announcement was listed on the schedule, and little did we know when the 6th rolled around that we'd see an entire game on the Mimic. Immediately, the fans went crazy with speculation over who the heck this new character could be, and what is the elusive secret of the Mimic. A release year of 2025 was also exciting, as it seemed that we'd finally get a real attempt at another free roam FNAF game since Security Breach. Even before Secret of the Mimic's announcement, a division in the theorist community was setting in that would only worsen as the release date drew closer and closer. The Tales from the Pizzaplex books, a successor to the Fazbear Frights Goosebumps-esque book series, had multiple ties to the game's timeline that led many people to believe in Tales games, the idea that these books were a part of the same story as the games. Others disagreed, believing ideas or concepts could be borrowed, but the contradictions and errors in the stories were too much to be chalked up to simple writing mistakes. It also didn't help that the Help Wanted 2 and 5 Laps at Freddy's updates directly connected themselves to the short stories relating to the Mimic, specifically through David's Tiger plush and an advertisement for a Murray vacuum cleaner. From this point on, we knew that Tiger from the books directly existed in the games as well, so Tales games believers and dissenters became more definitive in their stances. As a brief aside, I'd love to take the time to validate anyone who thought Tales games was correct, because recently I've heard the opinion that Tales games was slop from the start, and that it was blatantly false. This is simply not true, and rewriting history through a retrospective lens, now that we know for a fact that Tales games is incorrect. While there were inconsistencies in the books, those inconsistencies also persisted between the books themselves. If the books aren't even coherent with their own timeline and math, then that lessens the chances that those discrepancies are intentional to separate these books from the games. At that point, it's way more likely to be author errors, like the infamous 5-word phrase, "The game is meant for two." You cannot chalk these up to game timeline differences. It's just a lack of quality control in the content of these stories. Scott and Steel Wool were also directly playing into the debate in the lead up to Secret of the Mimic. After all, they introduced elements from the books directly into the games, like Edwin, the Mimic, and Tiger. On Reddit, Scott also had the chance to easily clear up the frustrating book debate, but he decided to treat this like Mangle's gender, and simply said, concerning what people are saying about the canonicity of the books, yes, that is correct. Both that response and Steel Wool's interview with Dako highlighting the line, "If you've read the books, you don't know the full story," are built to be intentionally vague and open to interpretation. If the books aren't and are only the inspiration, obviously we don't know the full story. If the books are canon to the games, then we still don't know the full story yet, because there are gaps in the book's timeline that Secret of the Mimic could have filled. As more got revealed about Secret of the Mimic, Tales games did become a stretchier conclusion, but still well within the realm of possibility. It was only with the full release of the game that Tales games was fully killed, not earlier. Anyway, back to the star of the show. Steel Wool would only release one major piece of marketing after the initial teaser video, that being the gameplay trailer featured at a PlayStation State of Play event. This confirmed Edwin's existence in the main timeline, introduced Murray's Costume Manor as a location, and gave us our first look at the game itself. The only thing to note is that this trailer reinforced the belief that we'd be playing as a Fazbear technician going into MCM to retrieve the Mimic. The events of the game also seemed to take place after Edwin had abandoned the place, with the Mimic Endo relentlessly hunting our player. Besides that, the most important thing to note regarding this time period, and honestly to this very day, is the community's cries for more marketing. Much of the Secret of the Mimic marketing was very underground and geared towards the FNAF fanbase, a group that's already going to buy or watch the game regardless. Security Breach definitely had a larger marketing push over a long time that led to way more discussion outside of just the FNAF community. Rather than advertising Secret of the Mimic as FNAF's return to form and reattempt at a free roam FNAF game, Steel Wool seemed almost scared to market their game and show more than the bare minimum. Mimic Mondays were introduced on Twitter, but general audiences aren't searching for Steel Wool's posts on Twitter. Only FNAF fans. Small video Murray advertisements were posted to Steel Wool's YouTube page, but once again, why would someone unaware of FNAF after Security Breach check in on Steel Wool's posts? Don't get me wrong, these were really cool for FNAF lore heads and the community as a whole. It was fun for me to theorize over the new advert every week, but for everyone else, the game might as well not exist. This marketing theory was proven real when Markiplier only learned about Secret of the Mimic's existence 3 days before the game came out. All that marketing amounted to nearly nothing for the general audience, and Markiplier was already adjacent to the community anyways. Jackie's box was the biggest piece of marketing the game received, which sucks because Steel Wool had no involvement with the song, and it's a meme song that probably killed the impact of the actual story for some of the general audience. The tragic story of the Murrays and the Mimic being introduced in a goofy, extremely non-serious light is a bad foot to start off on. But even that could have been fixed if wider audiences had been given a reason to care for the project. I have nothing against meme songs at all. But if it's people's first introduction to the material, and that song is honestly more popular than the actual product, then that's a severe misstep from Scott. I mean, who introduces the next primary antagonist in a book series first anyways? Instead of an extreme wave of hype and mystery growing from the games, we got endless book debates and plot points spoiled to the general audiences, removing their freshness. The final nail in the coffin for the marketing came from the last week before Secret of the Mimic's release, where it seems that Steel Wool panicked from a lack of marketing. In that last week, it seems that Steel Wool quickly threw together 3 chase showcases and let YouTubers release the first hour of the game a day early. For whatever reason, Steel Wool revealed some of the coolest and most hyped segments of the game, the chases, and let YouTubers spoil the start of the game for everyone else who wanted to play it day one, myself included. This is not healthy marketing to push at the last second, and I doubt casual viewers cared whether or not they got to see the first hour of the game early. The chases themselves are hidden behind cryptic Twitter teasers, so it really only served to bring more attention to the game from hardcore fans. From an outsider perspective, it looks like Steel Wool completely forgot how to market, showing not enough to interest general audiences, but revealing too much to the core FNAF community. All the same, Secret of the Mimic released on June 13th, 2025, and the rest is history. That's right, we're jumping straight into the gameplay. We'll get into the story of the game later. Similar to previous games, let's start with the fundamental mechanics presented and work our way from there. To begin, as with any free roam game, you can move around with WASD. Shocking, I know. In an interesting, yet positive change to the player's moveset, Steel Wool decided to remove jumping from the game entirely. While at times it feels a little goofy that Arnold can't simply hop over certain obstacles, this is definitely an improvement. We've seen the kind of glitches that Steel Wool creates when jumping and leaving the ground is an option, so it was probably for the best, considering they also couldn't come up with a good way to use jumping in Security Breach. It's not like the Click Team games were known for their jumping mechanics, so this gets a big thumbs up from me. Secret of the Mimic also brought back crouching, something that is quite commonplace in many indie and mainstream horror games, especially when stealth is concerned. Steel Wool decided to focus a lot on stealth when encountering the Mimic, so it makes sense that crouching would return in this game. Crouching is pretty harmless and just helps you hide from the threats present, namely the Mimic. Besides that, the main mechanic present throughout all of Secret of the Mimic that is the defining characteristic of the gameplay is the hand movements almost everywhere. Nearly every single puzzle or interactable object relies on this very mechanic. When the player goes up to interact with something at the manor, Arnold's hand appears on the side of the screen, and you're able to physically interact with the object by holding down left click. Instead of an E to interact option, you are given complete control of how you move it with your mouse. This includes, but is not limited to, generators, levers, hand cranks, and gift boxes. The hand mechanic is what drives forward all of the player's actions as Arnold. It is very important that the hand movements feel good to interact with and use on a regular basis. Lucky for us, Steel Wool seems to have finally hit the nail on the head. Moving any of the objects works great most of the time, especially if you're on PC and all of the puzzles are built around this one mechanic. They all feel connected through the hand and build off of each other in different ways. It's also definitely an improvement from using the E to interact system. Rather than simply pressing E once or waiting for a meter to fill when you've pressed E for long enough, you are in complete control of whenever the action is done. This allows for the player to feel more physically connected to the world that they're in. It feels like you're actually there in the manner, interacting with these objects, rather than simply pressing prompts in a game. With that all said, however, the gameplay mechanic of the hand turning does not feel unique enough for the game. It isn't like something akin to the Vanny Mask, Glamrock Freddy's hiding spot, or the grab pack, where the mechanic is distinctive to that game. FNAF games, despite how successful you think they are at doing this, always try to bring something new to the table. The first 4 FNAF games were all released within the span of a year, and built off of a similar gameplay loop that was unique at the time, that being sit and survive. You are trapped in one place, and have to use the limited resources around you to manage multiple different threats with different mechanics. After this, Scott decided to change up the gameplay formula from the same old gameplay loop. In the next mainline installment, Sister Location has you walking between multiple different rooms and doing many different tasks rather than staying in one office. Now, I personally don't enjoy Sister Location's gameplay, but I can admit that it is very unique and fresh for the FNAF series, as well as just in general. Sure, it was closer to a free roam system that a lot of other games use, but it was still very distinct due to ClickTeam's limitations and the implementation of FNAF elements. The trend of mixing up the gameplay was continued into Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria Simulator. This felt like an attempt to mesh the new Sister Location gameplay style that we just saw with the night formula that most people wanted. You both had the Tycoon minigames to change things up, as well as the Salvage minigames. But you also had that original night gameplay to really ground everything and bring it all together. I understand that not everybody agrees on how successful FFPS's gameplay truly is, but I believe that once you really understand how it works, that entry has some of the best gameplay of the 6 original games. If we're being totally honest, I don't think any other gameplay has yet to surpass FFPS in terms of engagement or fun. Help Wanted and Help Wanted 2 were very much so supported by the gimmick of VR, virtual reality, and the distinct minigames that meant everything still felt fresh and distinct from the other FNAF games. Security Breach did not have that luxury, and Steel Wool managed to fail at making a well-balanced mechanic around Freddy. They did still make a unique gameplay experience, but it just did not work out well when implemented into the environment and gameplay of Security Breach. Ruin did the best job to date in my opinion, and created a unique gameplay mechanic that also functioned well, and didn't break any of the threats throughout the game. Ruin's issue was much more tied to the threats themselves not being present, but the actual mask itself is very recognizable, and allowed for players to switch between 2 worlds, something completely unique to the world of FNAF. Secret of the Mimic does have the hand-turning mechanic, but it just does not do enough to differentiate it from all the other free-roam horror games out there. I think this adds to the feeling of genericness that is present in Secret of the Mimic. Its gameplay just doesn't feel revolutionary or different in any way. Why would you play this game specifically over Alien Isolation, or Amnesia, or Outlast? Security Breach had some unique things, even if they're not implemented well, and it was FNAF's first venture into the free roam space, so it got some wiggle room. Since this is FNAF's second time in a full free roam setting, Secret of the Mimic does not have that same luxury, and it really lacks the gameplay foundation to make it feel unique. As a result, while playing it is more often fun than Security Breach, it doesn't have the same uniqueness or shining quality that the other FNAF games do. FNAF was kinda known for breaking the loop and not making the same old gameplay. There was always some innovation. Even if he made a blunder or two, Scott always wanted to make a better gameplay experience for the player. He said as such himself when he explained why he made future installments.
But whenever 3 came out, I really was starting to pay attention to criticism. You know, for instance, people were not happy with the jump scare, and it's kind of as simple as that. People weren't happy with the jump scare of Springtrap, and that really bothered me because I wanted to make another entry that was really scary. So yeah, so honestly, the series kind of was nudged forward by me wanting to improve upon the last entry.
He had a drive to improve on the previous games through taking what was good and reworking what didn't. Secret of the Mimic is an improvement from Security Breach, but it doesn't do anything to make it feel unique from everything else. And it's also the most distant from the classic FNAF gameplay than any other entry. As someone who is invested in FNAF's gameplay, I don't think FNAF should be getting boiled down to a simple free roam horror series. There are so many more opportunities and venues to explore that can be mixed with the free roam experience. And it's just a shame that Scott and Steel Wool seem abrasive to changing up the formula now. Okay. I will be done talking about the hand-turning mechanic now. I still enjoy it, even if I don't think it does enough to make itself stand out when compared to what the rest of the series has done. Now, it's time to turn our attention to the wind-up rat distractions around the Murray Manor. These rats can be found in little boxes around the map, where Arnold can pick one up, wind the rat, and throw it to make the mimic go towards a specific point. This is one of the best improvements from base Security Breach in my opinion. The wind-up rats make it so that you don't have to be in the same place as the distraction to lure the mimic away. It makes the distractions more versatile and useful when compared to the cans or plates from Security Breach. I have no notes on their implementation, and I only wish they could have had more uses in the game so we could properly explore them deeper. Instead, they're just kinda thrown around the mimic roaming areas, which is not a bad way to implement them, but I can see the bigger potential if the distraction mechanic was expanded upon. As a whole, you little rats get a big thumbs up for me once again. Nice job. Before we transition over to the threats of the Mimic, we need to talk about the puzzles present within Secret of the Mimic. Similar to Ruin, Secret of the Mimic focuses on a few different puzzle types and expands upon them in different ways. The most prevalent of these gameplay segments is the Remnant-esque molten metal pipe puzzles. Using the hand mechanic, you can turn the separate segments of the pipes to make a path from the liquid power source to the output. Simply turn the lever to flow the liquid through your path. It's quite simple, and doesn't get much more complicated in the later areas, except for the addition of missing pieces that are often found in fetch quests. Now, I could be nitpicky and talk about how it doesn't scale too much in gameplay and isn't fleshed out very much, but since there is more puzzle variety in this game, it isn't as big of a concern this time. Ruin was really reliant on a couple puzzles, but Secret of the Mimic certainly improved on that aspect. Another common puzzle occurrence is the upgrade machines for your data diver, required to progress through doors with higher permission levels. I personally think these puzzles were executed the best of any in this game. Simple in premise at the start, but evolved to decent small challenges by the end. Complexity is added through corrupted bits and initially confusing paths that require knowledge of how to utilize the path shifting correctly. No notes from me. Keep up the great improvements. Another puzzle that I genuinely enjoyed, even from all the way back in the VR PAX demo, is the generators. grab onto the cord handle and pull the generator repeatedly to spring it to life, akin to real generators. I love how this naturally fits into the hand mechanic, and that it's not overdone or confusing. It's simple, and used sparsely enough that it doesn't need an expansion of new skill to be added to it. The generators serve their purpose, and I imagine they'll feel even more at home in VR this spring. However, the worst Mimic game puzzle is here to even out that compliment. Allow me to introduce the Crane Slogfests. This feeds into a larger issue I'll discuss shortly, but the animations are pacing killers for every instance of this minigame. To move one piece to the correct location, you have to move the crane square by square. Grab the piece, move the crane square by square to the next location, and drop the piece. And that's all without mentioning the annoying control over the moving joystick, or player mistake of simply misplacing the piece or grabbing the wrong piece. A bit of a time waster? Yeah, I'd say so. By completion, I feel less satisfied, and more relieved that I don't have to deal with that again for a while. Steel Wool is so lucky that the player only has to deal with this 3 times in-game. Otherwise, you guys would never hear the end of it. Oh, and don't even get me started on Big Top's Carnival Games section. I'm sorry, but Steel Wool, I don't know if it's a lack of creativity or time, but why do we have to play the same game twice in a row? There's nothing to justify this in-game. The Western and Space minigames do not deserve to share the same space, especially when a harder version of Blast was already implemented for a collectible later in the warehouse. And wait, I already know that Steel Wool was not missing creativity when developing Big Top's area, because oh, what do we see in this concept art? Mystic Hippo in Secret of the Mimic? Yeah, we were supposed to see Mystic Hippo with our own 2 eyes once again, but instead all she gets is a poster? Why? Time constraints do exist, I get that, but that is no excuse for post-launch updates or simply prioritizing gameplay experience over bonus flair. As much as I like Big Top's whole section, the actual games leave much to be desired, and I find myself dreading them more than anticipating them. And hey, I'll eat my words if the VR mode actually comes with an update to these minigames, or even adds back Mystic Hippo. But I just don't see that happening. One complaint that is probably more individually dependent than anything else is the wait times present throughout the whole game. I prefer snappier reactions over artistic flair, and Secret of the Mimic just did not go the direction I'd hoped. I get the potential lore implications and just general time setting that this decision allows for, but why are we missing any settings to remove these small pauses? Especially on repeat playthroughs, it gets a little boring to wait for an artificially extended time. Yes. Thank you, Steel Wool, for once again randomizing the code in the Murray's house, so players have to watch all 5 David tapes every single playthrough. I'm sure that won't get extremely grating. And as a side note, even if you wanted the players to collect the tapes every time, you really could have just had the numbers in the corner of every tape, rather than only appearing at the very end. It's not that tough, guys. Most of the time, it's not a big issue. I'm just saying it wouldn't kill Steel Wool to save the players some time on future ventures into the manor. Instead, we're supposed to go, yes, of course I'll happily sit through all these slow animations for the 50th time, to simply navigate the main menu and click through the terminals, specifically moon.exe. I haven't talked about the gameplay of moon.exe yet because there is almost no gameplay to speak of. While on a first playthrough, reactions can vary from stunned or shocked to mildly bored. Future moon.exe adventures are the exact same as the first. Similar to the crane puzzles, there's just so much downtime between actions, and many of the options don't progress you forward, and are there simply for storytelling. More options isn't even necessarily an issue, but it just adds an unnecessary consequence to accidentally clicking the wrong option. It's cool for a first experience or lore head, but as a man of gameplay, I am once again completely stumped as to why there's just no skip feature. I get New Game Plus saves your glitched permission level, but what if I want to see a specific part of moon.exe or recollect the collectibles as well? These games come out with the bare minimum in terms of quality of life and bonus features, and I don't know why. If I've already completed it in a save before, just give me a simple skip prompt past the dialogue. I promise no one will be offended. Probably. This is one of the worst examples in any Steel Wool game of an anti-replayability feature. If you want to return back to the good bedroom ending, you either have to play the entirety of moon.exe again, save one of your 3 save slots for the ending, or find someone else's save online. Steel Wool, we are regressing backwards. How is there no chapter select like there was in Ruin? I've had to simply send people links to online catalogs of save points when they've asked for help getting to a section for lore, because we're just losing quality of life features. I didn't hear any complaints about its implementation in Ruin. Just keep it simple, stupid. Honestly, a lot of these sections I wouldn't even have issues with if they were skippable or had some replay value. I don't think a story focus should eclipse the gameplay at all, and Secret of the Mimic definitely has this issue. You want to know another more popular example? Allow me to introduce you to the Puppet Show. A little bit ago, I saw a couple tweets going around on this very subject, and learned that this is quite a divisive section. Some enjoy the gameplay, and its foxy log ride routes, while others find that it overstays its welcome. I wonder if you can figure out what I think about all of this. Once again, it all comes down to replayability and a lack of almost anything happening. We've been going through this same shtick in Curse of Dreadbear, Help Wanted 2, and now Secret of the Mimic. Each time slightly worse in my opinion. And you can't say it's just nostalgia, because I replayed all of these back to back and still had the best time with the Curse of Dreadbear Foxy ride. Why is that? Well, I have a couple ideas. For a start, the vibe and environment of Curse of Dreadbear is just still unmatched to this day. Whether it be the darker lighting, or the feeling that you're backstage where you're not supposed to be, heck, it's probably both. Curse of Dreadbear managed to capture the eerie feeling of being on an abandoned ride. But Minibite, the log ride also had you go off course behind the ride. They even used the atmospheric purples and pinks of Ruin. That's true, but I think Steel Wool missed what made the original so effective. The original used the dichotomy between the dark abandoned ride and the creepy pizzeria backrooms to make the entire ride just feel off and threatening somehow. Foxy's log ride is simply too brightly lit to be spooky by itself, and feels almost too lively to be off-putting. The hidden helpy areas are a bit darker, but all of them still take place within the ride environments. The cool Ruin touch-up is not enough to deviate itself from the main ride. Despite the graphical improvements, Help Wanted 2 managed to miss out on what made the original Foxy ride so effective, and it's honestly just a step down for me. What do you know? A fan of horror wants a creepy environment. Shocking. But how does the Puppet Show fit into this equation? Well, simply put, Foxy's Puppet Show is just the latest version of the same formula with lower tech. Instead of flashy points and a motion ride, we get wooden targets and a stationary location. And when I tell you that this is the worst rendition for gameplay, I am saying that with no uncertainty. That stationary comment is just the first complaint. There's nothing new or exciting to look at. The most we get is the collapsing of the theater, but that isn't much for new sites when compared to what the other rides had to offer. That complaint by itself, though, really amounts to nothing. I mean, it's totally fine, as long as the gameplay is an improvement as compensation. The gun works practically the same as every other time, and so do the targets. But wait, there are a couple changes. Look at these small hand puppets that threaten your ability to maintain enough score. That's something new. Yeah, except all you do is shoot them like 3 times to make them go away. Sure, it's a bit more gameplay, but this is almost the definition of pizza with nothing. I'm sorry, it's just not engaging at all. And I nearly give them the credit of being a very slight positive change, except that they don't even directly kill you, and they replace the Jacko animatronics. Yeah, that's right, you can completely ignore them and receive no consequences. They're merely bullet sponge distractions to block your shots from the target. They go away entirely on their own. These hand puppets aren't scaring anyone through design alone, and giving them no direct threat through gameplay is not helping matters. And the fact that we've seen the good path for this type of game makes it all the worse. Why, oh why, couldn't the Mimic be in this part? Just put it in a Rocktopus costume and have him quietly approach the player from different angles around the room, requiring shots to collapse the flooring and decorations on him. Boom. I just made this so much more engaging. Now, that certainly isn't a perfect solution, and more would likely have to be done, but I just took like 20 seconds to come up with an idea better than the one currently in Secret of the Mimic. Removing the eerie atmosphere even more than Help Wanted 2, requiring the player to sit through the same story even on repeat playthroughs, and doing nothing to expand upon the simple gameplay leads to an overall negative experience. And right, I forgot to mention the long pauses for the story in the game. The other Foxy rides also have a story, however, it's simply background while you're shooting the targets. Since this rendition is a theater show where you're left to watch the show, even on replays of the game. I personally can't see why some people like this minigame outside of the story. The actual gameplay here is not better than any of the previous FNAF games. I'm all for experimenting with new ideas, but the new ideas here are often not in service of making the game scarier or more engaging. Once again, Steel Wool, either make your games more replayable or add a chapter select so I can just skip this if I want to. I'm also just gonna take this time to complain about the design of the second half of Dolly's chase. Yes, we get one of the best scenes in the entire game that Steel Wools themselves spoil, but after that, everything just goes downhill. We barely get a semblance of a chase, moving through a couple catwalks before ending up an event and the chase ends. This is easily the shortest chase in the game, and also the one with the least cool visuals or animations. Dolly emerging from the wall may have been extremely peak, but did all of the sauce have to go into that one shot? Now, despite how short the chase is, I have no real issues with the actual content of it. Afterwards, however, we get what I think is supposed to be the second half of the chase. Activating a generator and dropping down to the next section, Dolly blocks your path and slowly navigates through the rooms looking for you. As the player, you crouch behind Dolly and slowly make your way to an elevator after deviating from M2's path. There is zero gameplay during this entire segment, besides pressing W and crouch at the same time. Oh, no, wait, let me correct myself. A couple times, Dolly stops walking, and you have to wait even longer before slowly moving forward. This is just another section where things drag on just way too long, and I find myself dreading this section rather than looking forward to it. Sections where M2 is free roaming in the suits are great examples of when stealth gameplay works in Secret of the Mimic. Slowly crouching forward in a heavily scripted sequence is not good stealth or chase design. Even on my first playthrough, there was no tension or anything here. I feel empty playing this section. Every other small interaction or puzzle in the game is solid, ranging from fun to serviceable. You know, while writing this section, I almost forgot to mention the other chases present in the game. So, without spending too much time yapping about them, I think they're really good. Jackie's chase has to be my favorite, just due to the animations and preceding scene. But that does not mean Big Tops or M2s are that far behind. All of them managed to crush the recent Poppy playtime chases, and the threats feel pretty real this time. Mimic's chase at the end of Ruin was a weird step down, so I'm glad Secret of the Mimic did not make that same mistake. The only one that I'm gonna give a bit of a hard time to is Big Top, because his chase just makes no sense. Stopping for too long at one seemingly safe junction? Oh, suddenly Big Top just jump scares you because you didn't follow along the programmed chase ride. There's so many cases where it appears safe and it never actually is. I get the struggle of achieving a chase with a giant imposing force in the small corridors, but that's no excuse for leaving the player in the dark. If they've wanted to keep this chase near identical, at the very least, the ceiling could have collapsed on top of the player first to mask the jump scare. Like I said, a relatively small complaint, but still one that needs to be aired out for future entries. As a whole, the chases are peak, and I'm glad they've significantly improved since Ruin. Before we get to the most important gameplay element of Secret of the Mimic, I have one last section to give Steel Wool massive praise for: the White Tiger encounter. There was nothing like being welcomed with this massive dark room and seeing the heterochromic eyes staring back at you. After so much tiger teasing in the books and games, it was like a dream come true. And Steel Wool honestly delivered. This is one of the most horrifying parts of Secret of the Mimic in almost every aspect. This section is no cakewalk on first playthroughs, giving the tiger difficulty to back up its creepy ghost status. The whispers of the past and Mimic mixed with the heavy footsteps of the tiger in the expansive darkness is so nicely executed. I don't even know what I could critique here. Besides some replayability issues on future playthroughs, this section gets an A+. Even with the slight drag of waiting for the lights on replays, Steel Wool could have done much worse, and it really is more of a nitpick this time. I think I speak for a lot of us when I say to give us more encounters like this Steel Wool. Amazing job. In isolation, the White Tiger level would make me fully trust in Steel Wool's tension management moving forward. That's how much I praise it. Now, we reach the final big element to Secret of the Mimic's gameplay: the M2 free roam sections. In these areas, tons of empty mascot suits are scattered around the location, except one of them is not quite as empty as the rest. M2 has hidden in a random suit and stands still until a random activation time, now scanning the floors for the player. On sight, a loud stinger plays to alert the player, and M2 barrels towards them at high speeds, either killing them or stopping at the player's last seen location. This is so much better than any stealth in Security Breach. There's no running away or cheesing the threats here because M2's speed is unmatched by anything we've seen before. Especially in later areas, there's no running away to get somewhere safe. You need a head start if you hope to escape the Mimic. Combined with the throwable distractions scattered around, it really is enjoyable to mess with M2 in these areas and complete the required objectives. And on top of the actual gameplay presented, it's replayable. Every time you enter the area anew, M2 chooses a different costume to hide in, ensuring that you're always on your toes when attempting to figure out where the Mimic resides. If I could isolate one style of gameplay from Secret of the Mimic and put it in a bubble, it would easily be this. I can't wait to see how well the gameplay translates into VR, and whether any changes are made to accommodate for the shift. With all that praise stated, it's time to hit you all with the hard truth. These sections still leave much to be desired. Before even getting into the heavy missed potential, what about the gameplay we were given misses the mark? Well, for a start, we need to talk once more about the audio design of threats in the recent FNAF games. Why does Steel Wool feel the need to ruin every animatronic appearance with a loud, useless stinger? We saw the origins of this stinger shift in Ruin, the growth of it in the Help Wanted sequel, and now it has crept its way into Secret of the Mimic 2. Every single time M2 awakens from his slumber inside a mascot suit, a loud stinger plays to immediately alert the player to wherever the mimic currently is. No mystery, no surprise, and no good jump scare value. I honestly don't know what they think they're achieving here, besides telegraphing exactly where M2 spawns so that the player can avoid it at all costs. Suddenly, all tension about where the mimic could be is gone, and there's no mystery or suspense from the player. Instead, it's immediately action time for the player to begin crouching and listening for the mimic's loud footsteps to get closer. I cannot stress enough how much this stinger upsets me, because simply removing it would already be an improvement to these sections. I thought a big reason for having all the mascot costumes strung around was to keep the location of the mimic mysterious. Like it could be anywhere. The same idea is present in Tales from the Pizzaplex, where the mimic hides in costumes for long periods of time until its victim is in a compromising position. Our protagonists have no idea where the endo often is until it's already right behind them and in the process of ripping off some limbs. Now, clearly we can't have that insane level of surprise in Secret of the Mimic. At that point, we're making the game a bit too unfair for the player. However, that does not mean we need to advertise exactly where the mimic is every time he reactivates, allowing for little to no surprise. That sound may shock some people for a cheap scare, but it completely removes any early tension from the silent rooms of the mascot costumes, and the unknown fear of where M2 actually is. Think back to Help Wanted and Glitchtrap's reveal in Pizza Party, or when Glitchtrap appeared on the stage to merge with the player. Were these really spooky moments in the early release days? For most people, I think the answer is yes, and notably, they didn't need a stinger to achieve that. A stinger would have actually had the same effect that it has on M2, removing any possible tension from the scene in exchange for a chance at a quick scare. I honestly think that if modern Steel Wool made Help Wanted, at the very least, the moment that Glitchtrap merges with you would have a stinger. This isn't to say all stingers are bad. The original FNAF games had some effective ones themselves, but stingers are good in moderation. And the Click Team FNAF games, whether intentionally or not, utilized this mostly well. Springtrap in FNAF 3 wasn't advertised as an immediate threat, like the animatronics in the first two games, because it raised the tension and eeriness in the moments. Help Wanted 2 did not understand this, and slammed a stinger on every animatronic in the private room, and Ruin definitely didn't understand this. Nothing better exemplifies this issue more in Secret of the Mimic than one of the changes done in the first patch to the game. Originally, Jackie just popped out of the box, did her voice line, and that was it. Not groundbreakingly terrifying, but it did a good enough job introducing the player to Jackie with a little scare to the player. However, after the main patch, now this happens. What did adding a stinger to Jackie's intro accomplish? No, seriously, I have no idea what was the point. It didn't make her jump any scarier, nor did it do anything to improve the introduction of the character. All this did is add a needless out-of-universe sound to the game that only serves to take me out of the experience a bit more. I know that sound did not play in universe when Arnold wound Jackie's box, and it only strengthens the boundary between game and reality, something horror games shouldn't really do if their goal is to immerse the players in the horrifying world. Not all stingers are bad though. Big Top's subtle alert sound actually serves a valid gameplay purpose, to confirm that the player is indeed spotted, and it isn't loud enough to overpower Big Top or the mannequin's voice lines. The use of a stinger when the mimic spots you isn't a bad idea either, because once again, it gives the player gameplay information. Steel Wool can use stingers in a subtle, effective way, but when one of the main occurrences completely butchers the single reoccurring threat, I'm sorry, but you failed. If you still want an alert when the mimic activates, literally reuse the mechanic given to you in the epilogues. You even teased it in Ruin. Picture this. You're walking around the MCM workshop, looking for pieces of the Captain's springlock, when suddenly, the lights flicker and a subtle, eerie sound effect plays in the background. The mimic is now active. In my opinion, this would have been 100 times more effective, and actually could have worked in increasing player tensions. To wrap back to the original M2 related issue, the stingers isn't the only grievance I have with Steel Wool. I talked about how these sections have some of the best replay value in Secret of the Mimic, and that's true. However, what I don't understand is the insane amount of missed potential there really is. Think about the character of the Mimic. What are some concepts that come to mind? It's an endoskeleton that can take on the persona of any character, and we see this in Secret of the Mimic through Jackie, Big Top, Dolly, and Chica. It's violent, unpredictable, and relentless. So why the heck in these free roam gameplay sections is M2 completely predictable and the exact same every single time? I think it's absolutely insane, given what we've seen from the Mimic before, that it only has one mode of attack: activate, search area, and chase players down if seen. I feel like we missed some insane opportunities to add variety to these encounters. Maybe one time, M2 can crawl through the vents and drop down from any opening, only when the player approaches, immediately starting an intense chase if the player doesn't watch where they're going. A different suit could mean that M2 doesn't have heavy footsteps, and instead silently prowls around, but with the downside of a slower initial move speed. I get this would be more work for the developers, but either a lot more time to the project or reuse this gameplay in more sections, because it definitely has some potential. It would help to make M2 feel more alive, and the game overall better, since we'd get to experience more time with the best aspects of Secret of the Mimic. I can't really hold this specific argument against Secret of the Mimic, but I can complain here in the hopes that a future Mimic appearance can capitalize off of this idea. All I can say about this in relation to Secret of the Mimic is that the M2 free roam sections have crazy missed potential, and that the M2 sections do get a bit repetitive, even if it isn't nearly as bad as the other parts of the game. Not too long ago, I made a bold post on Twitter stating that you might have heard that the hardest FNAF challenge is Secret of the Mimic New Game Plus, but it's actually harder to find a Steel Wool game with satisfying gameplay and story. Now, besides the obvious troll about the hardest FNAF challenge, this question is quite vague, and it really does come down to personal preference. To me, this means that the majority of the game should have fun gameplay and a story that is easy to follow and narratively complete. Now, for some examples, it's quite easy to see why I would make such a claim. Security Breach and Help Wanted 2 both lack in quite obvious ways, with one failing in both regards and the other simply having little story to tell. The two candidates brought up to bat were Help Wanted and Secret of the Mimic, the two end caps to the Steel Wool era. As I already said, Help Wanted is far from perfect gameplay-wise, especially when looking at the recreations of the original games. Its story, while containing the potential for some even better story elements, is really well laid out through the tapes and events in-game. Help Wanted might be the closest we get to meeting out the criteria laid out in this tweet, but unfortunately I can't give it full credit. Secret of the Mimic's gameplay is a very mixed bag, because it's a great improvement from its predecessor, but it's definitely still lacking in many areas. For this reason, I cannot with full confidence say that Secret of the Mimic has satisfying gameplay when looking at the complete product. And while the story, something that has been generally praised since release, does meet my criteria, there are still some sore spots that need to be addressed. The story of Secret of the Mimic is probably the clearest story from a Steel Wool FNAF game to date. Rather than staying with the cryptic approach adopted by nearly every previous Steel Wool and Scott project, Secret of the Mimic gives us the most direct and easy to follow story. Whether this was because Scott learned from his mistakes, or decided to let the mimic origin be the one clear part of the timeline, at least we finally have a 95% coherent story to break down for once. Now, this is not a Murray timeline video, nor is this supposed to be a lore summary of the game, but I feel obligated to give a short run through of what happens before I discuss my few grievances. If you don't want to hear another Secret of the Mimic summary, skip forward about 3 minutes to get right into the conversation. A man named Edwin Murray started working at his father's company, Murray's Costume Manor, where he'd meet a puppeteer named Fiona. They would develop a relationship, which would result in them getting married. Unfortunately, Edwin Murray Sr. would pass away, transferring the ownership of MCM to Edwin. Edwin would go on to make wacky, dangerous products and work closely with Fazbear Entertainment. Eventually, David, Fiona and Edwin's son, would enter the picture and be an important step in the Mimic's origin. At some point, Edwin began work on an endoskeleton that could fit into any costume and become any character, the Mimic. In 1973, Fiona Murray would die in a fire at a fall fest that she was helping out at. Distraught with loss, Edwin would repurpose M1, aka Mimic 1, to take care of David when Edwin was busy, and later got the idea that he could mold M1 into Fiona. As a result, M1 would become F10N4, a bare-bones, housewife-coded version of Fiona's personality. This would work fine for a short time, until David's 5th birthday, where David would die under mysterious circumstances in 1975. Once again, Edwin would delve deeper into sadness and isolate himself, leaving his relationship with the rest of the company flimsy at best. In the background, Fazbear Entertainment was slowly manipulating and bleeding MCM from the inside out, stealing workers from directly under Edwin's nose. Edwin, unaware of anything, would be hired to work on a mimic endoskeleton for Fazbear Entertainment, an M2 if you will. It was also around this time that Fazbear Entertainment would work directly with Edwin in R&D to make a new restaurant, Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria. M1 would continue pushing Edwin to make another mimic for David to bring the whole family back together, but this only served to make Edwin more angry. After M2's activation, Edwin heard it began to mimic David's voice and behavior, causing him to act out in anger against the Endo, teaching it violence and agony. Here, the timeline gets a bit fuzzy in terms of how and when events occur. At some point, the now violent M2 Endo fixes its legs, explodes part of Edwin's office, and leaves Edwin barely alive. MCM falls into debt, and the land defaults to Fazbear Entertainment. But don't worry, Afton would never touch the family house. M1 is transferred into the giant F10N4 machine, and Mixes, a system to contain the violent M2, is developed by F10 and built by Edwin. Fazbear Entertainment, interested in getting their hands on the mimic technology, sends in technicians to scope out the place and retrieve the technology. This leads us right into Secret of the Mimic, where we play as Arnold, the next Fazbear technician sent in to retrieve the mimic technology from the abandoned Murray's Costume Manor. No one else has completed the task, and now it's your job to survive M2 and get the mimic program. Instructed by a Fazbear Entertainment dispatch, Arnold goes throughout the manor, surviving Jackie, Big Top, Dolly, and Party Time Chica. Finally, Arnold unlocks executive permission for his data diver and retrieves the mimic program. From there, Arnold can either choose to leave and die at the hands of M2, or run parachute.exe to Dispatch's disapproval. Arnold makes his way down to R&D, where we learn about Edwin and Fazbear Entertainment's project to develop Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria. It is here where we learn that Dispatch was intercepted by F10N4, who has been manipulating us since the very start of the game. F10 instructs us to go to the Murray house, so we can find Edwin and tell him to fix M2. From this point, another split path is present, where Arnold can either use his moon.exe glitched permission to play a bedtime story and fix M2 back into David, or Arnold can do something a bit more drastic. Arnold fails to find Edwin, but does manage to run MXES before he is intercepted by M2 and forced to run. A generator causes a fire to ignite, setting off a chain reaction throughout the whole manor as Arnold attempts to escape. He barely makes it back to the van and drives off, only to be followed by M2 and left for dead. M2 walks away, clutching your data diver to its chest. Wow, that's a lot of new information to add to the lore, and I only covered the surface level stuff. This is definitely the most lore-intensive FNAF project that Steel Wool has taken on to date. Everything from MCM's rise and fall, the Murray's family history, and especially the origin of the Mimic. It's clear that their approach to lore delivery was very different from previous games when developing Secret of the Mimic. In many ways, a lot of the lore feels much more akin to other mascot horror games, with a mix of written notes and audio logs. Do I prefer this style to the more vague nature of the other FNAF games? Yes. Although I'd be remiss if I didn't say that I think this format is a bit overplayed in the genre at the moment. I get it's quite the tall order to play through and visually see every event in MCM's history, but we couldn't have picked out a few to potentially splice into these MCM advertisements? We had this whole tape system, and only used it for David's birthdays? Regardless, I'm still glad we have an actual story to follow this time. We could have also had a blend between FNAF's more original style of cryptic storytelling with a linear story. And honestly, that might be the approach that I want to see experimented with in the next game. The story we get for Secret of the Mimic is very good, and excellently displays the tragic tale of the Murrays. It naturally weaves in some little bits about Fazbear Entertainment's old history, but keeps the primary focus on MCM and the Mimics. While it's tough to see how we get from Secret of the Mimic to Help Wanted, I'm hopeful that some DLC or something will better connect these two parts of the story, because as it stands, Secret of the Mimic is still a great origin for the Mimics. However, that's not to say the story is perfect by any means. A common issue or note that I've seen people take away from the Steel Wool games is how the lore drops are heavily skewed in the game's progression. Almost every single entry has no huge lore reveals before the very end of the game, where everything gets pulled back and bombshell after bombshell go off. Think of the end of Ruin, revealing the Mimic, Scooper, an area below the pizza place, and mixes. Security Breach with the entire pizza place, Burn Trap, Blob, and the missing residence reveal. The only slight exception to this rule is Help Wanted, where the majority of the lore is neatly spread out between glitchy tapes. Besides that, Princess Quest 4 and the Help Trap ending followed the same format. Secret of the Mimic continues this trend, with the parachute ending revealing R&D with Freddy's, the Mix's F10 machine, Edwin's house, David Crying Child connections, MCM burning down, and how to put the Mimic into the form of David. The events we're playing through feel very dry in terms of lore until we get to the very end, where it seems to be a never-ending tidal wave of reveals. Now, is this necessarily a bad thing? I'm not sure, to be honest. I feel like it mostly has to come down to personal preference, if you're thinking within the scope of FNAF fans. However, when thinking about more general audiences, I think for story pacing and comprehension, it makes a lot more sense for Scott to take a more natural release of lore drops. Sure, save the bigger reveals for the end, especially when it makes sense for the story. But some stuff, like the Freddy's R&D project, could have been introduced as an idea a lot earlier into the story, to allow for more breathing room between events. As it stands, a lot is thrown at you in the last half an hour, with not much time to process any of it. I get it changes the game and order of things to rearrange events like this, but as it stands, the physical events of Secret of the Mimic don't have a great story to follow. Arnold could have been a good protagonist to follow, to make the physical events feel more important. He has some great characterization in the introduction, but afterwards, opinions or moments of speaking are few and far between, with many interactions not even allowing for much personality to seep through. More lore story beats could have also helped offer moments for Arnold to say more things, so that the audience can grow to care more about the protagonist. As it stands, the only reason we really care about Arnold specifically is because we learn a bit about him in the introduction. Besides that, he might as well be just another fazbear technician or faceless protagonist. And now that I'm talking about Arnold, he really was done dirty in this game. I've already talked about how he's given nothing to say for the majority of the game, besides the 100+ breathing sound effects, and based on 2 of the 3 endings, we won't be seeing him around anytime soon. It's just a missed opportunity, and something that is shocking, considering how I thought Steel Wool was improving, with Cassie in Ruin. But I suppose we'll have to wait till Ruin 2 for better characterization. It's kinda sad to look back at the cut version of the introduction and see that what was cut would have been even better to flesh out Arnold as a living, breathing character. We learn more about the dire state of his life, and we get a deeper sense that this is just another bad event in a string of bad events for him. As it stands, after the introduction, Arnold is just the vehicle to learn about the complicated lives of the Murrays. Nothing more, nothing less. Edwin and Fiona Murray are well explained in both dialogue and through their tragic story. I don't think it's a hot take to say that I'm much happier with the story that we got for the games when compared to the original Tales story. Fiona is really the star of the show in Secret of the Mimic, and I can't imagine a better role for her in the story, even if she only exists as an AI copy now. I have no notes about Fiona's character. Well done, Steel Wool, Scott, and Tamra Meskamen. Edwin, on the other hand, is a different story. Don't get me wrong. A lot of the writing and story itself is good, but Secret of the Mimic has a really weird issue with line delivery. This would be okay if it only impacted a couple small areas in the game, but this is not the case. Almost every significant voice log with Edwin Murray has absolutely horrible delivery, and it honestly ruins the impact that these moments could have had. Let me read you a passage from the original Mimic short story. Mimic set aside his tiger and lifted both sets of pincers. Forming one set into a bowl shape, he used the other pincers to create a makeshift spoon. It was David's code for wanting ice cream. Seeing Mimic use David's sign language was too much for Edwin to process. He roared in fury and self-reclamation. Reaching out blindly, not knowing why he needed it, Edwin sought something to wield. He had a sudden, out-of-control imperative to hit something. No, to destroy something. Howling like a wild animal, Edwin battered Mimic over and over and over with the metal rod. At some point during Edwin's assault, Mimic had toppled over, and he now lay, arms bent, in one last tragic copy of Edwin's little boy. Edwin dropped his head into his hands. His anger dissolved into regret, and the regret brought tears that he thought just might flow forever. Now, take a listen to this voice log from Secret of the Mimic.
Stop. Not him. You're not! Stop sounding like him!
what if I told you that these are meant to be different interpretations of the same exact moment? The moment that the mimic was taught violence directly by Edwin after it had mimicked David. This moment, this supposedly significant moment in the mimic story that led to it becoming the violent program that we'd encountered throughout the entire timeline, is presented through this one short audio log. And it's one of the worst in the game. I'm sorry, it's not even up for debate. I would like to hear one person defend this audio and proudly state that it's an improvement over what we got in the books. There's no gravitas or weight to the moment, no solemn tone or dramatic backdrop. It's the exact same as every other recording in the game. And the delivery. Oh my gosh, Edwin, what are we doing? The words themselves aren't the worst thing in the world. Even if this pivotal moment probably shouldn't have been presented through solely audio anyways, but they're not even the big issue here. Afterwards, we hear the violence and damage that Edwin enacted on the mimic, and it is pathetic. I'm sorry. I feel no awe or sorrow at listening to this tape, and it evokes none of the feelings that I felt when reading that passage in the original story. I have no idea why Scott added moments with Dispatch mentioning an incident with the mimic and violence earlier in the game if he wasn't going to deliver on that setup. This is one of the biggest failures of Secret of the Mimic, and I beg Scott to redo this moment in a future game. Unless you intend to put M2 in a less significant role in the story, its origin should have weight, and as of now, that weight just isn't felt. It's so strange when we get stuff like the birthday tapes that are excellently done, but nothing near that caliber for this moment. I will not let this rest. This is the one moment that turned me off of the story the most. I was expecting chills at this event in Secret of the Mimic beforehand, and instead, I felt nothing. It's even worse when you consider that this is right before one of the best moments in the game, that being the White Tiger segment. Another tape where Edwin is supposedly mourning Fiona's death sounds like this.
Oh, why did you go? You weren't even supposed to be there. You were supposed to be here with me and David. Oh, how am I supposed to tell David that his mother is gone?
If this is supposed to be hinting at Edwin's involvement with the fire, this acting gets a little bit of grace. But even then, the delivery once again needs way more work. It really gives off the impression that Edwin is pouting, rather than acting devastated by this loss. Hey, I get that Edwin is a bit of a misogynist, but I still would imagine that he would feel a bit worse after her death. And that emptiness is even on display in the third birthday tape, which makes it even weirder. One complaint I've seen rolling around the FNAF community is the lack of David content present in Secret of the Mimic. Sure, we have White Tiger, and obviously a big part of the story hinges on his death. But we don't get nearly as much David in this game as we did in Tales. I don't think this is nearly as large of an issue as Edwin, but I kind of agree and wish we'd seen or heard more from David. Like I said, it's not a big issue though, and not a deal breaker for the story, especially because the rest of the story improved over Tales. Now, as much as line delivery killed some great moments in Secret of the Mimic, there is another weird quirk from the notes in-game that just confuses me. Multiple collectible mail logs reference Fazbear Entertainment, and specifically WA and Hen. I don't know what Scott thinks he's hiding by not giving us their full names, but it feels really weird. It almost makes me concerned that Scott may be extremely hesitant to give us any specific information regarding the original characters, especially the Aftons and Emilys. With how tied Fazbear Entertainment and MCM are to each other, you'd think we'd get more direct information and ties to these characters, right? Well, of course not. That would totally ruin the mystery and intrigue of the Aftons and Emilys. That's why people like the lore, because we can never get any clear information on long-established characters, obviously. It's not even that big of an issue in Secret of the Mimic itself, but it may give us an insight into how Scott approaches referencing these more established characters. I mean, just look at the character encyclopedia, where there is literally no page for Michael Afton, someone that we definitely know exists and plays a pretty important role in the story. There are ways to go about including characters without revealing everything about them and solving every mystery. I believe fans would be much happier if we just received some more characterization for them in the modern games. I really hope that my theory that Scott just doesn't want to give us clear information or answers on that section of the lore is simply not true. Overall, Secret of the Mimic's writing and narrative is very good in my opinion, especially when compared to the other recent products. While there are definitely still some issues and missteps taken, I'm glad that with proper planning and follow-through, Scott and Steel Wool were able to deliver us a great, tragic story. In Daco's Secret of the Mimic interview with Evan Lampe, a game director at Steel Wool, one of the biggest details shared about the game was the map size. Apparently, the entire location of Murray's Costume Manor could fit inside of just Roxy Raceway. Without even playing the game, this already implied a couple significant things. For a start, this means that the locations and objectives would be much more tightly packed, less unused or unavailable rooms, and a more fully fleshed out, smaller facility, where you can actually explore nearly every nook and cranny. Lampe also implied less walking from location to location in the manor, meaning more action in the moment and less downtime between engaging gameplay sequences. Playing the game for yourself confirms both of these suspicions, where it is much more rare to encounter doors that you simply can't access by the end of the game than it is to find doors that are merely blocked by a higher data diver level. Even some seemingly unavailable areas are only temporarily blocked off from your current location and are accessible later in the night. I love this change from Security Breach because it allows for every area to have a more personal touch, and it makes it easier for Steel Wool to keep everything consistent to one art direction. Secret of the Mimic has a much smaller issue with out-of-place stock assets. To this day, I haven't really noticed any sore thumb objects in the environment while playing, unlike Security Breach. It also adds to the believability of the location. It feels a lot more alive when everything is used, or serves some purpose in-universe. This level of detail was only possible thanks to the limited scope creep and location size in Secret of the Mimic. But what about the actual environment content? Well, I'm happy to report that Secret of the Mimic's environment is, in many ways, a big step up from Security Breach and Help Wanted 2. There are really striking visuals throughout the game, and like I said, every place feels lived in. Heck, just getting to see the exterior of a location was a big step for the series. Every new hour location feels unique, yet connected. And it's relatively easy to tell from a screenshot where exactly in the facility they took that photo. For some highlights, I'd recommend Jackie's showroom, the welcome show, the storytime showroom, R&D, and the ride to Edwin's house. As I mentioned in the Security Breach section, Steel Wool knows environmental design more than anything else, and that's really on display here. The environment is a lot more put together than the Pizzaplex, likely as a result of the less obvious inclusion of stock assets. And the storytelling style that people loved in Security Breach and Ruin was brought back in multiple spots around Murray's Costume Manor. With all that praise and love I have for the environment noted, I do have one personal gripe with the direction taken. To be honest, I'm not the biggest fan of the more fantastical elements in what was supposedly a costume and animatronic construction area primarily. I get the showrooms, they make good enough sense, but other areas with this technology does throw me off just a little. I guess I wish it felt more industrial and played into the mechanical construction environments, contrasting with the fun showroom tour locations. I know that's more of a personal preference though, so I can't hold that too much against the game itself. With that said, any criticisms that I bring up, besides one big issue, come secondary to my love of the environment. Before getting into those few criticisms, we need to talk about the lighting. In the past, Steel Wool hasn't been known for utilizing lighting the best. Just look at many of the tense areas in Security Breach, and you'll see that lighting was rarely used to enhance the horror. And the best sections do properly use it, like the daycare with the moon and the endo basement. The big question then is, did they improve with Secret of the Mimic? Yes, even if it still wasn't always utilized when it probably should have been. Murray's costume manor is no stranger to the dark, which you can see just by walking through the many environments. The White Tiger and Moon basements, the Storytime showroom, Jackie's entire chase. I'm glad Steel Wool wasn't afraid to let the location be darker. I mean, even in general, most of the location isn't lit up with neon and giant spotlights, so it's automatically darker. A lot of the manor locations are definitely an improvement from previous games, and manage to bring in that ruined darkness well. You'd think that this lighting would pair well with the better gameplay too, to make for a truly terrifying experience. This is still not fully the case here, but we're getting closer. This time, unlike Ruin, there is a real animatronic threat added to the game to supplement the darker environments. So what could possibly be missing now? Well, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but Steel Wool still doesn't fully know how to use the lighting to the advantage of horror. Some of the best parts of the game do this right, like the White Tiger and Jackie sections. Other moments, however, are ruined by the flat or generic lighting. Take a pretty important example, the introduction of the Mimic. Up until this point, our player had heard bits and pieces of a murderous endoskeleton made by Edwin that can hide in any costume. So surely its introduction will meet this foreboding energy. And then, this happens. Don't get me wrong, Steel Wool could've and has done a lot worse. However, for the big antagonist that is going to chase Arnold throughout the rest of the game, why is its intro so generic? Of course, we have that incessant stinger making its way even here, although the more subtle sound afterwards is quite nice. But after all that buildup about it hiding in any suit, it immediately bursts out of a mascot box and announces its presence. This ties into my previous complaints about how boisterous M2 is in this game, when its unique skills play much better into being a stealth killer. I mean, with the often darker environments, it'd be perfect to instill and play on the fear of where the Mimic is. But we can't have anything that peak. And the lighting, oh my gosh. The main area itself is lit pretty nice, but this one small room just doesn't do the Mimic justice at all. Put the Mimic under some dark lighting, please, so that any fear of the unknown isn't just killed. This lighting and setup is great for easily establishing a threat for the player to get past, but not good at all for playing on the previous dispatch information or instilling some fear. This specific encounter is under even more scrutiny because of the trailer, where we got this much better shot using the same animation in the Jackie hallway, which doesn't even have this nice dimmer lighting in the final game. I just don't know why Steel Wool is allergic to developing tension longer than a FNAF 2 minigame. Even before the Mimic's proper introduction, why is a loud stinger played over the Mimic stalking us through the window? It would be so much more effective if it was just peering at us and ducked away as soon as Arnold looked at it. And once again, the lighting is doing no favors for the Mimic here. It kinda just looks washed out. there's just a decent number of locations where the lighting doesn't play off the mimic well. Like, what about the workshop area? The lighting is once again a mixed bag, where some areas are pretty decent, but other spots are lit just too much. It honestly wouldn't be an issue by itself if it weren't for the stinger once again. In combination, it leaves very little to the imagination regarding the mimic's location, and it leaves dread in the dust. You get, what, 10 to 15 seconds of the mimic hiding before he announces himself to the next door neighbors? Instead of fearing the mimic, it often comes down to just considering the best way to get him out of your path. If that's what Steel Wool's aiming for, cool, I guess. But I was honestly hoping for more horror and tension from the game focused on the new primary FNAF antagonist. Need more proof? Research and development is one of the most pivotal moments in the game, and holds quite the shocking reveal. Both the prototype Freddy Fazbear's Pizza and the F10N4 Mixes machine. You'd think that this place would play into the dark atmosphere and lighting of FNAF 1, just to truly capitalize off of that nostalgia and give the player a real sense of dread. And it does so for the briefest moment, until you turn on the lights, and the area is lit up as if it's Freddy's opening day. The location doesn't put off nearly as much of a creepy vibe as the original location, because of this just bland, bright lighting slapped over it. In terms of general lighting issues, there is one persistent issue that isn't something that directly bothered me until I started actively looking for it. You see, I would occasionally wonder why the mimic felt even more flat in certain areas when looking at him. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but the costume would just feel out of place. The thought stayed in the back of my mind, until I was researching for this video and analyzed the mimic in these free roam sections personally, where I learned the forbidden knowledge. The mimic's shadow is inconsistent. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know where this lies on the nitpick to issue scale, but it honestly really bothers me personally when I see the mimic. I'm not gonna push this likely nitpick any farther, but I needed to mention this. Steel Wool, get on this now. On a more serious note, there is one issue tying a lot of these smaller problems together that I think encapsulates a lot of my feelings on the matter. I don't think Steel Wool knows how to hype up their big, insane moments. In games like Poppy Playtime and Bendy and the Dark Revival, both of which joined the mascot horror space after FNAF, moments that require a certain gravitas are handled pretty well. Well, Bendy has some of the same issues as FNAF, but both Poppy and Bendy get one large piece correct that FNAF is definitely missing: the audio design. Don't get me wrong, FNAF does hit hard with the OSTs, and occasionally there are times that utilize it well in big moments. But it's still not nearly as well done as the other games. The swell of the music, the grand reveal when the beat hits, the gravitas of the moment, it all comes together to make an event or environment feel significant. Poppy Playtime, when they're not busy ruining the pacing of their games, combines proper lighting to uplift these moments even more. The area feels grandiose, and as though it has a lot of history and weight behind it, whether or not you actually know it. FNAF has moments that should totally give off the same impression, such as the R&D reveal, or the pizza place in the sinkhole. With that said, why in-game do these reveals have absolutely nothing going for them? Sure, they're cool for hardcore FNAF fans, and casual fans might recognize them as iconic locations, but those reactions are totally relying on fan information. Nothing within the game takes advantage of that knowledge to enhance the scene and let new FNAF comers at least understand that something about this location is significant. I am consistently disappointed by the lack of spectacle added to important moments and reveals. The closest we got to this was the Mimic's reveal in Ruin, and nothing has reached that peak. Please, Steel Wool, lock in. While I'm here, I'll also lightly touch on the Secret of the Mimic soundtrack, since we just mentioned some of the audio short sights of the game. Simply put, its peak. All of the songs go insanely hard, from the driving intro song, to Dolly's chase, to the pirate show background track. And above them all sits the Mimic's chase theme, Shapeshifter's Wrath. This song is just so well done, especially when it starts just as the Mimic slams through the elevator and begins to chase Arnold as the building collapses around them both. There's an even deeper level to this song too, as this is one of the first FNAF songs to include shifting time signatures. One of the M2 endoskeleton's main traits is the ability to shapeshift, connecting directly back to the shifting signatures in the song itself. You can just tell how much passion was put into the track for this game, and that's why you'll catch me using this OST whenever I get the chance in my videos. While some recent situations on Twitter could have been handled much better, Leon Riskin still knows how to cook for the FNAF soundtracks. Moving away from the actual songs, there is one massive issue in the current version of the game that definitely should have been patched out a long time ago. Every time you die, or the level just resets, your audio settings don't impact the volume in-game until you manually reapply them in settings. This is extremely annoying, and would be a much bigger issue if it weren't for the fact that Secret of the Mimic is the most recent game. And it'll likely get another big patch when VR mode releases sometime this spring. Besides that, similar to Help Wanted 2, there are no massive bugs to speak of. And I'm happy to say that QA testing is one aspect that Steel Wool has been doing better at ever since moving past their biggest blunder. Another aspect that Steel Wool has consistently missed is the post-game content that used to be a staple of the FNAF games. Even FFPS, the only game with no extra nights or options, was originally planned to include Ultimate Custom Night, until it was deemed too big for a simple game update. We received a gallery in both of the Help Wanted games, but nothing of the sort in either free roam game. Security Breach gets a pass, as it was barely released in the state that we got, although post-game launches definitely should have brought this back. But Secret of the Mimic has zero excuses, and feels a little hollow without it. None of the Steel Wool games give players access to additional challenges, or attempts at a new custom night like the survival mode. And what about the making of sections in the original games? Or just the ability to warp to different minigames or sections within the game itself? We had glimpses at this in Ruin, but now we're just back to nothing. I'll get more into why and how this can be implemented shortly, so I'll leave it there for now. You can spend the time to flesh out the game, Steel Wool. It's okay. And now, we reach my one big complaint about the environment in Secret of the Mimic that honestly puts it below Ruin's location. This place does not feel abandoned or isolated enough. There are times when it hits the mark, like Jackie's whole section. The vibe from the Mimic short story made the Lace Factory feel dingy and empty. Instead, Secret of the Mimic went in a direction where many locations feel somewhat recently abandoned. I wish we'd seen even more evidence of the Mimic's impact on the facility, besides the occasional dead Fazbear Entertainment worker. I think that's part of the reason that I like the Jackie area. You can see in the environment how the Mimic contributed to the degradation of the place. It's also one of the few times we physically see the effects of abandonment on the location, with the elevator breaking down. I'm sorry, but I have a hard time believing that the entire power reactor and doll hospital section had nothing wrong or broken with it. These kinds of sections feel too sanitized for the abandoned MCM. It's hard to explain what exactly is wrong with words, but simply, I wish they'd played closer to the design of Ruin, where a lot more damage was visible. I think it would have worked perfectly too at displaying how MCM is past its prime, and a hollow shell of its former self. Going into this game, I wanted to get the impression that I was entering the Mimic's crumbling domain. I can still appreciate the environment in many spots, but as a whole, it leaves a lot to be desired from me. I feel that the books conveyed this idea much better, and as much as I've tried to distance them in my mind from the games, I can't help but compare them. I miss you, Lace Factory, and old Mimic behavior. Come back in the next game, please. Comparing the vibe and atmosphere between Poppy Playtime Chapter 3 and Secret of the Mimic, I can't help but feel the abandonment and loneliness oozing out of Playcare when compared to Murray's Costume Manor. Sure, it once again varies in intensity from location to location, but something is just missing from MCM, and I can't be more specific with what exactly it is. Maybe someone with more experience in map design could have more insight, but all I can offer is my opinion, as someone who's played just a few mascot horror games. Secret of the Mimic is a great game in many ways, even if it is still lacking in key elements. It's a step in the right direction, but there are some details still missing that hold it back from being the best that Steel Wool has to offer. I'm fully against complacency in all game series, maybe because of FNAF, and I don't want fans to have to settle for less. Even though this is the last game as of now, we're not done. It's time to talk about the most important trends from Steel Wool and Scott that I fear may continue to bleed into the new releases. But first, originally, this video was going to have a much bigger focus on the movies and the missteps taken in that space. But I've come to realize that I am much less equipped to talk about the movies. As you've probably noticed by the organization of this video, I love talking about Steel Wool's games and the gameplay behind FNAF. So I just don't feel the need to cover the same ground that others have already yapped about to death. Now, with that said, since a lot of this video is about the modern trends with FNAF, I feel that I am obligated to briefly mention the movies. And I also just want to send my 2 cents out into the void for anyone who cares. The first FNAF movie was nothing spectacular in the world of cinema, even when narrowing your search to horror. While the FNAF movie touted itself as a PG-13 horror film, there are very few moments where terror or tension is utilized properly in the heart of the audience. It's insane that the best jump scare in the FNAF movie is a cheap one from a Balloon Boy figurine. You'd think Scott would know from all his other previous attempts. But let's be real, he was always very hit or miss even in the games. The Fazbear band is given very little tension to work with 95% of the time. While watching this movie for the first time, there were a grand total of 0 times that I felt tension or fear from the movie monsters. Now, I get part of that is likely a result of my desensitization to all things FNAF, but even my friends that get scared at FNAF regularly agree with my assessment. A big reason that Scott was careful about how the animatronics were used was that the spirits are kids, and he wanted to try to maintain their innocence. That's where the intruder's idea seems to come from. These people are invading and vandalizing their home, so it's okay for the kids to brutally kill every single one of them. I don't mind this approach too much, and I definitely don't think it's one of the issues with the first entry. There easily could have been an eerie dichotomy created between the towering, off-putting paranormal animatronics and the children's souls. But we don't really get that here. The animatronics are often not allowed to be scary, or at least not scary enough. And often, the idea that they're kids overpowers the horror aspects of the situation. Part of it is likely that it's played too lighthearted, and not given the creepy emphasis that should come with this revelation. I feel like, once again, this was the perfect chance to take advantage of the nostalgia and general demand for the vibes of FNAF 1, and we just didn't get that. Now, all that is not to say that there aren't positives to this movie. I think Mike, Vanessa, and Abby are all great in this movie. Massive props to all the actors. If I had to pick a favorite out of the three, it would easily be Vanessa, who I was the most invested in learning about throughout the movie. Her entire performance during Night 5 is amazing, and Vanessa's turn against her father is one of the best moments in the film in my opinion. With that said, the standout of the movie by far is Matthew Lillard's performance as William Afton, which I'd only consider disappointing if I think about the fairly short screen time he actually gets. Now, I do prefer PJ Haywood's performance of the voice. However, Matthew Lillard's screen time appearance just elevates any scene that he's in as William Afton, in both entries. The Spring Bonnie reveal and following scenes with him are extremely powerful, and the acting is just top notch. Even earlier in the film, when Afton is posing as Steve Raglan, the entire scene plays out very well, and I personally enjoy the early characterization for him. Despite that, I have always felt that the Springlock scene could have been done a bit better, specifically with the very forced "I always come back" line plopped right at the end. I feel that line should have been saved for Springtrap, especially since it's accomplishing nothing by being here. We also probably could have seen a bit more about what the Springlocks were actually doing, but I understand it's a fine line to ride in a PG-13 movie. This movie also left a few good mysteries hanging for future entries to expand on, such as specifically Garrett's relationship to Afton, Afton's living status post-Springlock, and Golden Freddy with his spirit. Let's hope that all these get good answers at some point. So, after explaining all of that, the summary of my feelings on the film are that it was pretty decent, but not exceptional, nor a good horror movie. To make me recommend a FNAF movie to someone, the next film needs to improve on the horror significantly, and expand on the simple premise into FNAF 2. Luckily, even when news on the second film was sparse, early comments indicated that FNAF 2 would have that greater focus on horror, taking that criticism from the fans. Coming from the big 2026, well after the second movie had been released, we all know how that went. The FNAF 2 movie released on December 5th, 2025, with, to put it lightly, mixed reception from fans. Some people loved the movie and its fun, action-packed runtime. Many others were a lot more critical of the story's quality, pacing, and animatronic utilization. Immediately after watching the movie, recently on the emotional rush of the initial viewing, I aligned myself closer to the first camp of fans. My mind was racing through all the amazing scenes, like the Spring Bonnie hallucinations, Afton's workshop flashbacks, and the post-credit scenes. However, as time went on, I reflected more on FNAF 2 and discussed the movie with other people. As a result, you could say that my opinion began to sour, and now I feel much more in line with the second camp of fans. So let's break down the main reasons why, so that I can finally get my opinions out onto the internet. For a surface level issue that the film has, look no further than its utilization of the animatronics. It had been stated countless times before the release date that the FNAF 2 movie would be taking many cues from FNAF 2 the game. When trailers and behind the scenes images were released, it was quite clear that this description included the animatronics, as the wizards and toys were both displayed front and center. This is quite a difficult undertaking for the writer, as you have to weave in the first movie's animatronics and spirits into a story with 5 to 10 new animatronics, depending on the story direction. And to be fair, Scott did come up with a solution, even if it is a faulty one. On your first viewing of the full film, you may be surprised to learn that 90% of the withered animatronic screen time was spoiled by the trailers. That's right, this iconic band of animatronics was relegated to something like a combined 3 minutes of runtime and served no real purpose in the story. They're simply described as unused, ugly prototypes with no spirits or anything. Just some faulty facial recognition software. I get that it's tough to allocate equal story and screen time to all the animatronics in this movie, but the runtime difference makes it seem like Scott didn't even try. Some part of me hopes that the third movie will somehow redeem this group, but I honestly doubt it, especially with everything else that movie has to wrap up and focus on. In a similar vein, the toy animatronics also are not free of story issues. A big part of the advertising for the sequel was the promise of more and better horror when compared to the original FNAF movie. Despite this, the toy animatronics are allotted all of the kills in the film, but are still held back by the plot. All but one of those kills occur at the pizzeria introduction near the start of the movie, so already the pacing of the kills is just off. On top of this, killing opportunities are abundant when the toy animatronics are unleashed on the town. Yet every kill is miraculously stopped at the last minute. It makes the toys look incompetent, and honestly makes their fate feel cheaper as a result. Why are any of these animatronics, besides Mangle, an imposing scary threat? Oh, but don't forget about the death of the extremely unlikable science teacher who was rude to Abby earlier, because we can let that slide as a justified killing. I'm also just not a huge fan of the toy animatronic voices besides Toy Chica, but that's more of a preference rather than a real critique. While there was certainly more horror in FNAF 2, I cannot say that this movie felt like it fit more into the horror genre. I have a lot less experience criticizing films professionally, so I don't feel very qualified to say what I think works and doesn't. But something still needs to change. All I will say is more tension, better eerie shots, anything that others have already brought up. PG-13 is a barrier, but it doesn't ban a movie from entering the horror sphere. We shouldn't settle for subpar horror, and I hope to see more improvement in FNAF 3 with Springtrap. While there are certainly plenty of more issues in the film, there are only two more problems that I want to highlight today: Charlie's motivation and the ending. One decision that took me out of the movie a fair bit was the reason behind Charlie's violent spree. After Charlie's death, an event directly caused by William Afton or Spring Bonnie, Charlie decides that the one at fault is all the parents. To be fair, moments before Charlie's death, a total number of 3 parents rudely disregarded her cries about a kid being lured away. But in what way does that lead Charlie to the conclusion that every single parent deserves to die, whether or not connected to her death or Freddy's? This feels way too over the top for me, and honestly breaks my suspension of disbelief just a bit. I get she's a child, but I feel like there were much better, less out there ways of getting the same setup. Simply have Charlie pursue the parents at Freddy's that day, whether that be through some computer records at the pizzeria or newspaper photos and testimonies. There are definitely ways to make this work. Either that, or we need a bigger rewrite to the story. As it stands, Charlie's motivation feels shallow and unrealistic in the world. Now, to wrap it up, we need to talk about that ending, starting with the reveal of Michael Afton. Earlier in the movie, the guard that met the cannon fodder camera crew outside of Freddy's was introduced as Michael. Not to be confused with Mike, this guy had a very creepy smile and wore the color purple, giving fans a pretty big indication at who this is. Sure enough, once the puppet is removed from Abby's body, Michael makes his presence known once again and reveals that he is Vanessa's secret brother. He talks about his grand evil plan to use the animatronics to kill everyone at FazFest, starting by extending an offer to Vanessa so that she can join. Once she rejects him, Michael Afton orders the toys to crush them, only to be thwarted by the FNAF 1 animatronics and spirits. He bolts outside, only to be clotheslined by Jeremy, Mike Schmidt's friend. Immediately, it is insane that this is the second time we're seeing Michael in this movie, and he practically does nothing again. He rambles on about his big plan to kill all the people at FazFest to continue his father's legacy, but doesn't get 1 minute into this plan before having his entire band and aura destroyed. Once again, the actor Freddie Carter did a fantastic job and gave him a lot of personality, but his writing and agency in the story is so bad that he just doesn't deserve to be in the plot at all. And that leads us right into the second big part with this ending. As the original spirits are freed to supposedly heaven, the Golden Freddy spirit speaks directly to Mike to warn him that he will be free now. This is an obvious setup for the Springtrap post-credit reveal, and I don't have an issue with that aspect. Instead, I have an issue with Golden Freddy's lack of explanation, significance, or importance in the movies after the first entry. The FNAF 1 movie highlighted Golden Freddy's unique nature. He's the only one that can leave the building. He wasn't a part of the original Freddy's band, and he seems to be the most aware of the spirits. You'd think that the second movie would continue this plotline and setup in some way, but nope, not at all. If the spirits really are being sent to heaven in this ending, then it's actually doing the opposite by prematurely ending Golden Freddy's story. At this point, I don't know if it's better to drag the kids back for the Funtime animatronics through Molten MCI, or just pretend that they didn't exist, because both have their negatives. I feel like Scott really shot himself in the foot with this decision, and I doubt this blunder will be redeemed anytime soon. For a series that used to be entirely focused around the MCI's story, it's sad to see them get the short end of the stick in the movies even more so than in the games. After that debacle, Mike leaves Vanessa behind and drives away with Jeremy and Abby, which I guess makes sense. And finally, the movie ends on a shot of the puppet possessing Vanessa, setting up for the inevitable third entry. Originally, I was going to discuss all the discourse around the For the Fans comments on Twitter, but at this point it doesn't seem worth it. The main takeaway is that saying something is for the fans is just a deflection for bad decisions often, especially if it's quite clear that the fans don't like those decisions either. It's much better to own up to your previous mistakes and take steps towards fixing them. Don't be afraid of criticism. I know it's tough sometimes, but it's all in service of making a better product or movie for next time. Speaking of, what does Emma Tammy and Scott Cawthon need to learn from FNAF 2 to make the FNAF 3 movie a high quality product for both fans and non-fans alike? To put it simply, more horror, better story pacing, and delivery on setup plots. Early information seems to confirm that a big focus will be put on Henry, Afton, and Springtrap, so things are looking up for now. Writers have also apparently been hired, so hopefully the general writing quality will also improve. If there's one movie Scott needs to nail, it's this one. As I have been making this video, I've been thinking a lot about gameplay in the mascot horror scene, as well as my stance on gameplay in general. How important is gameplay to make a game good? I mean, rankings are subjective, but generally speaking, how much of a role does gameplay actually have? I recently went to go see the Iron Lung movie in theaters, a game that I had zero interest in beforehand. I watched the game a long time ago when it first became popular, didn't like it, and thought it was boring, so I moved on. In preparation for the movie, I did my due diligence and watched Markiplier's videos covering the game to truly immerse myself in the world before delving into the feature-length film. It surprised me how much others seemed to enjoy the game and its simple mechanics with intriguing world building. My thoughts on the actual movie aren't very pertinent, but I will say I did enjoy it more than the game. Good job, Mark. However, what really interested me was the reason that people like games. Is gameplay truly the bedrock of a good game? And if so, why was Iron Lung pretty dang popular for its small scope? After discussions with some of my friends, I think I've come to the conclusion that there are at least 2 very generic boats that I can put video games into: experiences and games. An experience focuses more on immersing you in the world rather than having fun or engaging gameplay. These games hook you in with elements like audio or character design, a great story, and world building. It obviously varies quite a lot, but these aren't really focused on being true games, but something in between the interactivity of a movie and a game. What I referred to as a game simply means something where the gameplay is a significant part of the project. You are completing puzzles, doing parkour, fighting enemies, etc. This is the boat that FNAF has fallen into since the first game. The closest we ever got to what I'd consider a FNAF experience is probably Ruin, but even that's a far stretch. With that said, I think FNAF has been falling short of being a great game for quite a while now. When Scott was the sole developer behind these games, the smaller scale and oversights were pretty understandable. One person can only do so much, and it's honestly still impressive that Scott was able to make smaller games with strong individual identities and gameplay. Each offered a unique gameplay experience, but they were still mostly unified under the iconic sit and survive genre. Now that FNAF has moved on to Steel Wool Studios as the development team for the mainline games, massive oversights and issues cannot be given the same grace. Problems, like Steel Wool simply leaving inconsistencies and issues in previous game entries in service to working on the next game, feels like a big misstep to me. Once this run is done, or Steel Wool moves on to another game series, will the frequency of products be remembered, or the actual final quality that people are left to play? Modern FNAF can't hope to capture the same excitement or speed that Scott had with the Click Team games. These aren't small solo projects anymore. I think we can all agree that the overall quality of Steel Wool's FNAF games has been improving steadily after the massive misstep of Security Breach. But they still don't feel polished, or like they add any more than the bare minimum to the game. After you get all the endings, what is there to do? Well, replay the entire game again, of course. Oh sure, Secret of the Mimic has New Game Plus, which adds a grand total of 1 collectible to make the ending of the game different. That's neat, but it barely adds any new gameplay or experiences, and feels like simply another requirement to facilitate the good secret ending. To make the people who actually play the FNAF games happy, Steel Wool should 100% add post-game content either by launch day or in an update not too far after. I'm not sure why I don't see more of a push for this, because it is definitely lacking from the newer games. It's a funny coincidence, but while I was beginning the scripting process for this very video, I put on a Spiff stream for some background noise. By itself, who cares? But as I was laying out the outline, I heard Spiff start to talk about something very interesting.
Once upon a time, FNAF at Freud's was hard. Max modes took grinding. We have lost our way. The games are too easy now. Max modes are not supposed to be easily beatable.
After this, I rewound the VOD just to make sure I had heard it right, and had a good laugh about it. Honestly though, I couldn't put it better myself. Custom nights were a great venue for additional challenges, and the reward of a bonus cutscene or lore scrap made it all the more fun. They made the games feel even more like community events, and just in general, like more complete games. The making of sections were fun. because we got to see the behind-the-scenes modeling processes. The galleries allowed for clean, official renders of the animatronics. And, well, I already explained the custom nights. If we don't see any other gameplay changes, I honestly just want some form of post-game content. Whether that be modifiers, custom nights, or alternative challenges. In tandem with this, one big missed opportunity of Secret of the Mimic that needs to be capitalized off of in the next release is integrating the original FNAF gameplay into the Steel Wool games. So many of the teasers for Secret of the Mimic seemed to hint at this possibility, with the camera's shots showing eerie static images of the characters around the manor. In addition to the lack of a custom night or additional challenges is just the problem with difficulty scaling in modern FNAF. From my conversations with other people in the theorist space, this isn't really a well-known shift in the games. Sure, people are generally aware of the max mode community or the infamous 50-20 challenge, but to me, it doesn't seem like anyone cared at the loss of that aspect of FNAF when moving forward with Steel Wool. This extends beyond the custom nights, however. I'm talking about the game as a whole. The gameplay of modern FNAF is directed at your average player, rather than specifically the players of the original games. And that's perfectly fine. I'm not complaining about that. It's good to loosen the barrier of entry, so more people can enjoy the next big FNAF event. However, this came at the cost of losing the top-end difficulty that FNAF was once known for. I got my hopes up too high when I heard Evan Lampy mention this in the Secret of the Mimic interview.
Yes. So there's like the top layer. You can stay at the top if you want, and the game is you know, moderately challenging. It's what we would expect, like someone who's maybe never played a FNAF game before.
Yeah.
They come in, they play the game, and they have a good time, and they beat the game. They get the credits, and good job. But again, that's only the top layer. And as you go deeper, we're gonna start, you know, maybe asking for a little bit more effort.
To be fair, there are some more challenging optional sections, like the path behind Jackie's box and the moon basement. Unfortunately, these cannot hope to live up to the feeling of even 420 mode in FNAF 1. No juggling of mechanics, or constant requirement of developed skills. To bring this feeling back, we're probably gonna need a survival mode, or some version of the original night gameplay, because that difficulty was a big part of what made FNAF so alluring. And now, it's gone. This applies to the puzzles Steel Wool implements too. Now, puzzles difficulty scaling wasn't as big of an issue in Secret of the Mimic, but the main reason that's the case is because there was a lot of puzzle variety. The core of the issue wasn't really solved, sans the data diver puzzles, and instead, you're constantly just doing something else one after the other. I'm fine if Steel Wool wants to lean that way more, but if not, well, we've seen Steel Wool struggles with puzzle difficulty in Ruin and some Secret of the Mimic elements. I'm not saying that the endings need to be extreme tests of skill, but there should be some optional shortcuts or rare collectibles that require more thought. And please have a couple mechanics that scale alongside the game difficulty. The data diver upgrades are a great example of how to do this. Regardless, things cannot stay the way they've been if Steel Wool wants the fans to be exceptionally happy with the gameplay of their games. FNAF is also partly at a loss of identity, which is likely due to a combination of things. But that combination certainly involves the exclusion of what made FNAF stand out in the first place. Innovation, mixed with the sit and survive gameplay, was what made FNAF, well, FNAF. Steel Wool has experimented with their own take on Scott's FNAF gameplay style beforehand in the Help Wanted entries, so I don't know why steps haven't been taken to try this in a fully fledged free roam game. Instead, we've strayed deeper into the generic free roam gameplay of so many other horror series that I don't know what FNAF offers for gameplay over the others. As much as I like Secret of the Mimic, I don't want the wrong lesson to be learned, and for every new game to follow that blueprint. Sure, fans might have been happy to have a successful working free roam FNAF game, but that doesn't mean you made a remarkable, outstanding product. While marketing was certainly a bigger issue for getting people interested, I hypothesized that this could have also easily contributed to the low sales numbers. People are always complimenting the joy of creation for good reasons, so that's probably an indication to take a page out of their book, learn a thing or two. Nixon took the original FNAF sit and survive formula and implemented limited movement around the rooms for gameplay mechanics. Combine this with freaky designs and great visuals, and you have one of the best FNAF fan games of all time. All Steel Wool has to do is take this exact formula, splice free roam sections between the sit and survive gameplay, and you will have an amazing FNAF game in my opinion. Now, story, visuals, audio, and everything in between also contribute to success. But gameplay trumps all, and nailing that should be a top priority. Right now, gameplay just doesn't feel that important to FNAF, and that breaks my heart just a little. FNAF has failed at gameplay and difficulty. I have no way to get a good grasp on how the rest of the FNAF community feels about FNAF's execution of horror in recent years. As a result, I'd wager to guess that this might very likely be the most divisive failure that I'm covering today. And yes, it's being smushed between two giant issues because it deserves to be here too. Security Breach was not a scary game. Everyone can agree on that. I mean, I already talked about the two bright lights, the extremely out-of-place dialogue, and the threats themselves that, while serious, aren't utilized to develop player tension. Like I said, I think we can all agree with this baseline complaint. The difference in opinions comes in when moving on from Security Breach. From my perspective, it seems like a lot of people were content with the level of horror and frights present in the Ruined DLC, which is absolutely baffling to me, considering my multiple playthrough experiences. Nothing presents a real challenge to the player 97% of the time, and that's an issue for delivering on any tension set up beforehand. And that developed tension in Ruin is still lacking in many ways. I repeat, a stinger does not make a random moment or thing falling over scary. Steel Wool seems to be using this as a crutch to this very day, and I'd recommend that they research how to properly develop and release that tension. While sometimes it's not half bad, many other examples just fall short of other horror series. I know we're not AAA, but I hope we can expect better than this. Heck, some of the short stories have better setup than this. I'm not asking for a perfect horror package for every single game. No, consistency is the key, and FNAF hasn't gotten there yet with horror. This criticism applies to the movies too, and, well, practically everything that's come out of FNAF recently. It makes me worried that Scott may be making the series less scary on purpose. This has never been the scariest brand. I'm not a VHS mega fan, but there was just more horror subtlety in the Click Team minigames, and those games even had more of an excuse for less horror. They were developed by one guy in a very limiting game engine. Now, with a whole team working on upcoming FNAF releases, I don't think it should be that much of an ask for some consistency with horror. I mean, look at what Mob Entertainment accomplished with the ARG and opening to Chapter 5. Ignore the rest of the chapter content for a second and think to yourself, has FNAF ever really done something like this? The answer is no, and I don't know why. There are ways to dance around showing direct gore or graphic images, yet still imply those actions to the audience. Putting things in shadows, or only showing the direct aftermath, something we saw get lightly used in Secret of the Mimic, and that aspect was certainly a step in the right direction. Or take something that would be gruesome to do to a human and reframe it visually onto something else. One of my favorite cutscenes in Secret of the Mimic is when Jackie bursts into the manager's office, throws around the digityper, and stares as you fall down the hole. I think this is one of the most dynamic moments in Secret of the Mimic, where we see the Mimic's raw display of anger and power. Even with all that praise stated, I want you to look at the physical damage to the digityper. Sure, the Mimic tossles around the bot, and I love that aspect of it. But why don't we see more damage done in this moment? This is the perfect opportunity to leak some oil and gnash deep into its mechanisms. Pop out an eye or two, I don't know. Is it because Steel Wool realistically cannot handle the development demands of that much detail? Or is it because Scott doesn't want to push it that far? Perhaps a bit of both. Don't forget, I think we're leaning the right way with all of this. It's great that we even got scenes like this, of the Mimic violently throwing around a robot. But simultaneously, I think that FNAF shouldn't be stagnant in mediocrity. We could be getting so much more. Imagine you're hiding in a mascot costume. The Mimic prowls past exactly where you are, and immediately pummels and brutally stabs the costume right next to you. I think we should have had more moments like this to visually show us the violence of the Mimic. We got about 2 examples of this in the real game, that being this Jackie moment and when Big Top crushes the mannequins. Jump scares do imply that something horrible happened to our player, but there's no visual to actually show us this. The second half of the game tones down on the visuals quite a lot, and almost as if to balance out the more intense moments, we get to see the Mimic just waving at us in a goofy dog costume. See guys, it's a funny little endo. This isn't to say that the Mimic isn't a good, unstoppable enemy throughout the entire game, but it feels a lot less impactful than it could have been. The way it's presented, I have very little reason to believe that this endo could do any more than the other animatronics of FNAF. The only thing that makes it special is its ability to be in any costume, which isn't properly utilized in gameplay, and its determination to follow you no matter what. I wanted to see a non-stop, violent threat from this game, and that felt like what they'd been hyping up, only to seemingly half commit in the final product. The dark comedy feels misplaced here, because when it's associated with the Mimic's behavior, it only serves to disparage the reputation of the murderous endoskeleton. Lighting plays into this too, where there are very few moments where the Mimic is shrouded in darkness, or obscured from the player. There was a grand total of 1 section in-game where I felt like the Mimic could be around any corner. And even at that point in the moon basement, guess who has extremely loud footsteps? That's not even to say that it's too easy. It just removes the surprise of the moment. I'm surprised that the Mimic's cursed orange eyes cutting through the darkness wasn't used at all in Secret of the Mimic. I feel like a dark, dingy mascot room was such a free concept to use in this game, but apparently I was wrong. I would love to feel the tension of not knowing whether or not the Mimic is going to appear around any corner, but all of that is lost in the game. And to be honest, I think a part of the eerie feeling was also lost as a result of the shift in how FNAF approaches Easter eggs. Stuff like the 8-bit minigames and the rare screens made it feel special and weird whenever they showed up, almost as if you're not supposed to be seeing this. Besides the first Help Wanted and a couple rare voice lines in Ruin, Steel Wool has not dabbled in this idea in the modern games. The closest we got in Secret of the Mimic was the tension mechanic, where occasionally a light would brightly light up, or a cutout would activate itself. That's cool, but we need something more than just that. What about making the tiger a rare Easter egg appearance, rather than a hard-coded player hallucination? Something to catch the player off guard. make them doubt themselves and the game that they're playing. Into the Pit brought some of this back, and I think it was a great addition to that game too. I think it would be really beneficial for FNAF if Scott let the games and movies lean even more into the unknown implied horror, and Steel Wool themselves learned how to create a tense, terrifying situation. FNAF has failed at horror. Yes, that's right. Secret of the Marketing, you are a failure. Nah, just kidding. Although it sucks how accurate that name has been in recent years. It really does feel like the bulk of the marketing we received for Secret of the Mimic was, in fact, a secret. And that's not a good thing. Actually, I'm underselling it. Out of everything here, this is the biggest issue with modern FNAF. I have a question for you. If a game has little to no marketing push, do you expect the game to perform well on release? I hope the answer is no, because while low marketing does work occasionally, let's just say there's a reason people pour so much money into marketing. FNAF's initial games were spread by word of mouth and the easily accessible scottgames.com, but we're no longer in that era. Scott doesn't have that luxury and needs to go full forward with building up hype for the next prestigious main FNAF entry. Unfortunately, at the moment, this isn't happening, and we can already see the effects of this lack of marketing. For a very clear example on how much of an issue the marketing has been, look no further than Markiplier. I know I already mentioned this, but there is no excuse for Markiplier to be unaware of Secret of the Mimic 3 days before it releases. Even if it seems like he's more tapped out of mascot horror in recent years, Secret of the Mimic was supposed to be the next big FNAF game following Security Breach. I mean, just look at the difference in rough profit numbers between Security Breach and Secret of the Mimic on Steam. While I don't know if the series could ever reach that same amount of hype again, I think we can get somewhere close, and definitely way closer than we got with Secret of the Mimic. This game received little more marketing than Help Wanted 2. The advertisements and Twitter posts didn't do much for a general audience that hadn't been sold on the base game yet. Security Breach got so many more trailers, and got away with showing little gameplay or real content until later, because it was FNAF's first attempt at a free-roam game. Now, it's time to step up and get more people reinvested in the franchise again by showing something innovative, or just substantive. Hey Steel Wool, I know you saw the demand for a second Secret of the Mimic trailer in the months preceding the release date, so that's probably something you should consider for the future. Along with this, the main competitor to FNAF in the mascot horror space, Poppy Playtime, is making strides in the world of marketing. The real quality of their latest chapters aside, the ARG puzzle elements of their marketing add an extra layer to the simple trailers and teasers that Mob posts. It simultaneously gives the community something to work together on in the meantime, and builds hype for the main upcoming product. You can clearly see that there is high demand for an ARG in the FNAF community right now. Recently, there was a whole debacle with Leon Riskin, and a fan game misleading strides of people with an ARG. Theorists spent a large chunk of the day diving into this ARG in the hopes that it'd relate to the next FNAF product in some way. Unfortunately, that day ended in deep disappointment, and some justified anger. But the point is that now is the time to strike. Outside of capitalizing on this recent example, interactive marketing is something FNAF used to have, and was kind of a pioneer at in this scene. Brightening up Scott Games images, or reading the source code. People loved doing that, and there's still demand for Scott Games to return for this reason. And that's when it starts to blend into the conjoined issue of clarity. Even outside of marketing to the general audience, FNAF has also had an issue for a long time with offering any form of transparency to the fanbase. Once again, we have a recent example with Secret of the Mimic, specifically regarding the VR platform release. The last we'd heard about it for the longest time was in Daco's pre-Secret of the Mimic interview, where Evan Lampy announced that VR would be released at a later date than the flat mode. Fans were pretty understanding, and had a great time when the release of Secret of the Mimic came and went. However, as time went on, more uneasiness about the lack of any VR updates began to spawn discourse about whether or not VR was still in active development. I mean, look at the turnaround from Help Wanted to Curse of Dreadbear to flat mode. This is the longest wait without some new content or announcement. Now, that's not to say I'm ungrateful for what we've been getting. We get more content than a lot of horror series, but the lack of news is really strange. The fanbase had to wait until February 11th, almost 8 months, to get a release window of sometime spring. I'm not even asking for a faster turnaround. I get it's tough to make stuff work for VR, but would it have killed Steel Wool to post an update letting the community know the progress of things a little sooner? Right now, we're still waiting for any sort of news on 5 Laps at Freddy's. This isn't some little series that Scott can solely manage and tease at his own leisure. FNAF has grown into much more than that. It seemed like Scott recognized this as well in his interview with Daco for the 10-year anniversary. Just watch his response.
Franchise gets bigger and bigger. I don't know. I feel like I've slowly kind of lost touch with the fan base. Unfortunately, it's not that same relationship that it used to be. And I'm really only realizing that this year that I really need to have a better structure in place. And the fan base deserves that. The franchise deserves that. The fan base deserves that, to have more people in charge and running a Twitter page and official news feeds.
A year and a half later, and what exactly came of this? The official FNAF Twitter is as good as dead. Johnny Blocks is still the most reliable source of information for the entire series, and nothing else official has been released as a platform for announcements or statements. We're just as much in the dark about what's official and what's not as we were back then, and that's a big issue. Look, I think it's very admirable what Johnny Blocks has done for this community, but it shouldn't be the responsibility of a dedicated fan to deliver this news. Heck, if you want to keep things basically at the status quo that we have, give Johnny Blocks access to the Twitter account and bring him on to the official marketing team. I want Scott and Steel Wool to be held accountable to what they've said, and it doesn't feel like that's happening. Things are acknowledged, but not always changed. FNAF has failed at marketing and transparency. And you don't just have to hear about it from me. For this video, it felt fair to extend an offer to as many of my fellow FNAF peers to air out their criticisms for modern FNAF. So I reached out and compiled all the responses to be organized right now for all of you to hear. The exact prompt given to all the following FNAF tubers went as follows. If you could give one piece of criticism regarding modern FNAF directly to Scott or Steel Wool, what would it be? Why? I didn't give them any time constraints, besides a maximum of 3 minutes. So this includes everyone's opinions, mostly unrestricted. The following contains the complete uncut recordings that I was sent. Without further ado, enjoy hearing the short opinions of other insane, obsessed FNAF fans.
Hello everybody, my name's Shizue, and if I were to give one piece of criticism regarding modern FNAF directly to Scott or Steel Wool, I would have to say that the obvious choice is communication. They've had a little bit of an issue, particularly more in Scott's direction, of wanting to make sure that the information inside of his series isn't getting leaked out to ruin the magic and fun of theorizing inside of the community, and I understand wanting that to occur, but the issue becomes when the games that are being released and the content that are being released, like the books and the movies, and they're giving us so much information, and he's not actually establishing what pieces of information we should and shouldn't use in regards to the main direct timeline. It makes it difficult in order to piece together what kind of story we're supposed to be understanding from these games, as apart from just understanding the story of Five Nights at Freddy's as a whole. Because while it is nice to know that Andrew is the vengeful spirit inside of the books, and while it's good to know that Charlie is the spirit possessing the puppet inside of the movies, none of these things are sort of important or established as being needed pieces of information in order to understand the events going on inside of the games. And it's definitely made my job harder, but it also makes it harder for anybody who wants to get into the series to understand what's going on, because they don't know what pieces of content they're supposed to be engaging with in order to get the full story. Because even under the belief that they just played the games that have come out so far, there are games like Into the Pit game, which has a questionable canonicity. There are also things like the Survival Logbook, which a lot of people take as canon information, especially since Scott's discussion regarding the Cassidy name would be brought up later on, confirming that Cassidy does seem to be a character that exists within the game's canon, so that means the logbook should be game's canon. And then you also have games like FNAF World, which appear to have elements that seem to be related to the game's universe, but also elements that are too weird to be related to the game's universe, because Scott has gone on in the future to establish that he himself is not canon. What does that mean in regards to characters like Anim Dude or the Gray Man that are present in FNAF World, which are very clearly caricatures of himself and his own statements regarding the canon of the game? It's specifically things like this that make Five Nights at Freddy's such a hard series to actually get into, because I'm unable to just give a simple curriculum that these people have to be able to read and understand and play in order to know what's going on inside of the story. And even though I have my own interpretations of what that story may mean, my interpretation of the story could be completely wrong based on information from things that I was never supposed to use in regards to the game's continuity. Because technically, it is possible that the logbook was never intended to be used, and it's possible that Into the Pit game is fully canon and we don't understand the consequences of a decision like that, and that the Week Before book isn't canon and that it was just supposed to be a fun book, even though it contains information directly tied to the games. This is specifically why communication seems to be the biggest issue that Scott Cawthon and Steel Wool seem to have at the moment, and I think that if Scott was able to get down a basis of communication with his community, I think a lot of things would be a lot easier in order to explain. But Scott is very distant from the community due to outlash inside of the past. He's expressively said inside of things like interviews that the reason he doesn't do things like that anymore is because fans tend to get really upset when you start clarifying things. And I understand that it's a hard thing to deal with, but regardless, it's something that needs to be established. Otherwise, nobody's going to understand what's actually going on in the series, and the series will get so bloated to the point where no one's able to actually solve anything, because we won't know what can and cannot be used. Right now it's the Wild West, and I'm hoping one day that they'll go through, sift through everything, and tell us what can and cannot be used in regards to putting together the story within inside of the games.
My biggest piece of criticism to Scott Cawthon and Steel Wool is that we need to know what counts when it comes to theorizing about Five Nights at Freddy's. We don't know how to use the books, we don't know how to use the movies. We don't know if Into the Pit, 5 Laps at Freddy's, and FNAF World are things that we should consider when theorizing. We don't know how to deal with things like merchandise, the names of files within the games, things that Matthew Lillard says on stage while being interviewed. It's not like looking for a needle in a haystack, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack, and the haystack is in a landfill. It's the biggest problem in the franchise today because it breeds toxicity in the fan base. We need direct communication between the makers of the games and the fans, and we probably need a community manager who can clear up these things as they happen. Not someone who can give answers to the lore, but someone who can tell us where we're actually supposed to look.
Hello everyone, Bronze Films here, and if I were to give one piece of criticism to both Scott Cawthon and Steel Wool Studios, it would simply be to improve the marketing for upcoming releases. Now I think everything they've done with the lore and story has been great recently, and they've definitely improved issues we saw with games like Security Breach and feeling like we had two separate stories. So as long as they keep focusing on one story or antagonist, I think new games and their lore will turn out amazing. To me, the issue is the marketing and how they've gone about promoting new FNAF games. Secret of the Mimic, for example, received only one trailer before launch in February. From there we would only get posters, VHS Easter eggs from Steel Wool, and stills from the game. There just wasn't too much hype around this game, even though it was the next big installment in the franchise. Then randomly the night before its release, a few YouTubers released the first hour of the game, so we went from having barely any footage to then having the full first hour. If anything, it felt like we got more advertisement and cool animations after the game was released and for the console port of the game. I still think this game was successful, but the lack of promotion had some effect on the community that I think we saw with the Abyss situation. If you weren't there when all this was happening, the community basically had all agreed on and theorized that the next mainline game would be Ruin 2, based on teasers from Leon Riskin for a new project, FNAF Abyss. This went on for a few months, where we all made connections to Sister Location, to characters like Michael Afton, and even to minigames like Midnight Motorist. Well, turns out this was actually related to a project not connected to FNAF, and that the teasers were not for FNAF Ruin 2, so we were all crazy. This can be argued, but I think this was a result of the community taking anything we could as a FNAF teaser because we got nothing last time. We were basically creating the hype for the next FNAF game ourselves because of the lack of advertising from the last one. So my piece of criticism is to improve on promotion for the next FNAF game that can include more teasers or trailers before the release, official ARGs by their team, or any way to build hype for the community. So thanks for having me on, check out my channel if you'd like, and of course, show some support to Minibite Games.
Alright, Minibite gave me 3 minutes, so let's make this quick. 7 years ago, we were graced with probably the greatest antagonist this series has ever produced. And ignoring the crumbling passage of time, there's a reason Glitchtrap left such an impression on me. His presence in the game is just incredible, and the system of collecting tapes is equally wonderful. From practically the start of the game, there's this looming entity hanging right over your shoulder, slowly getting closer and closer. After a while, you become accustomed to your new little friend. You start missing him when he's not there, and you get excited when he is. Only to later learn that he is indeed the threat you suspected from the very start, but by then, it's too late to turn back. Then in the final level, we get to see on full display just how truly disturbing this thing is. Everything Glitchtrap does is done well. But as Minibite said earlier, there are some misses that I think could have projected Glitchtrap into the Horror Hall of Fame, like showing up in the levels themselves, like the tapes imply. But surely it only went up from here, right? There's so much potential for this character. There's so many...
There's nothing.
Where Glitchtrap go? Not here, apparently. Okay, what about the next game? Help Wanted 2. It's the sequel to his own introduction, and oh my god.
Hello, I am the Mimic and I like killing people.
You know, I'll give the Mimic one thing. It is very realistic, because ChatGPT over here has done nothing but ruin my life. And it's so frustrating, because Steel Wool could have done so much more. In its own game, it doesn't do much of anything. It doesn't even really have a creep factor to it. It's just boring slasher villain chasing you. We don't get to see David and the Mimic the same way Edward does. We actually don't get to see much of anything out of the Mimic just because it tries to kill us the entire game and has zero complexity to it. And like, hot take, but the Mimic is just dog water compared to Glitchtrap. It seems Steel Wool has lost the sauce after Help Wanted. There hasn't been a good antagonist since. Burntrap was lackluster and underbaked, and Vanny doesn't even exist, I'm serious. And to just throw him in the industrial shredder with zero build-up was incredibly disappointing for myself and what I can only assume are many others.
Greetings and salutations, Miniature Byte Games and your audience. I'm Maury Mortimer, the creator of Chroma Key Theory, the greatest theory on Earth. And
I was asked one question, that being, if you could give one piece of criticism regarding modern FNAF directly to Scott or Steel Wool, what would it be and why? I'm gonna try to keep this quick because I know I love to ramble. But my main piece of criticism, if you don't want to watch the rest of this, is Edwin Murray and Henry Emily should have been the same character. They serve functionally the same role in the games, in the books, in the movie, really. I mean, he doesn't really serve a role in the movie, but you know, they're basically the same character that, you know, they have similar visual symbolism, them being associated with the colors blue and orange, which I kind of talk about in chroma key theory. But also, they both do the same things with making the Charlie bots and the Mimic. They make this robot, and, you know, it was supposed to be something else. Charlie bot was supposed to theoretically be something else, some sort of different animatronic, but then after the death of a loved one, he pours his grief, love, and despair into this animatronic, and it becomes a perfect replica of that person. Doesn't that sound a little bit like Fiona? Doesn't that sound a little bit like Mimic David in the games? It's because it's the same thing. They're the same exact thing, narratively. It's just with the Mimic, there's a sort of expansion of the character into this sort of like grander antagonist, because the Mimic is a better written character than the Charlie bots were in the books, and I'm not afraid to say that. But this isn't about the books. Mostly, what I want to say is, if there was a fix that could be implemented, I would say retroactively, like if I could go back and tell Steel Wool, I would say, oh, why do you need Edwin Murray to be a separate character? Is it because you want him to come back in like Security Breach 2? You need that character to come back, and so you can't use Henry because Henry's dead. Bring him back! Bring Henry back! You brought William Afton back! But mostly I think it was like, they want to leave Henry behind in the original era, which, why? You only used him like once. And Edwin is written leagues better than Henry was, but you just make it Henry! Just make it Henry!
Easy. The new games need hard modes. The early games were replayable because there were hills to conquer.
Unlike a lot of FNAF fans, I'm actually kinda happy with the direction of the modern games. Does that mean they're perfect? Well, of course not. There's always room for improvement, but it's not like I think they're the worst things ever and are still up compared to the greatness of the Click Team era of games. There's one thing I'd like them to work on, however, and this isn't really just an issue with the modern games, but an issue with FNAF in general. All I gotta say is, don't be afraid to give answers. Don't get me wrong, I think modern FNAF has been doing a better job at telling its story, as long as you ignore Security Breach existing, but just as the older games, it feels like FNAF is just kinda scared to commit to giving people answers. And I get where this reluctance is coming from. This is FNAF after all, the mystery game that has over 5,000 theory videos on youtube.com, but gets to a point where it just isn't a story anymore. Take Help Wanted 2 for example. This game was the perfect time to just reveal what glitchtrap Steel is. Is he Afton? Is he the Mimic? Is he both? But no, instead the game just seems to repeat everything we already knew. The game just doubled down. Same with Cassie's father. Even though we presumably play as him in Help Wanted 2, all we learn is that the Faz Ranch belongs to him, that he loves vintage Freddy's memorabilia, that he has some kind of connection with the Bonnie mask. The exact same things we already learned about him in Ruin. And I get it. Part of this is what keeps FNAF going. The discussions is what keeps part of the fandom alive. But I think you don't have to sacrifice storytelling for the sake of mystery. You can have both. And that's where I think Secret of the Mimic finds a perfect way to balance these things out. There are enough mysterious things in this game you can theorize about, like the White Tiger, the 4625 frequency, Edwin's fate, while also still having a linear story that is pretty easy to grasp for newcomers to the franchise. And I think more FNAF games moving forward should strive to having the same balance. Make the game have an understandable surface plot and story with clear themes that is accessible for everyone, while also having enough hidden mysteries and open questions left for theorists to solve. Basically, make more Secret of the Mimics and less security breaches.
I have a lot of small criticisms for Scott and Steel Wool, namely Steel Wool and the overall quality control of their games. But if I had to pick one issue I have with modern FNAF, I think it'd be the way that they tell their story. FNAF's story has always been okay. It's never been a perfect 10 out of 10, but it was always interesting because there was so much mystery to it. It was up to us to put the pieces together. But nowadays, I feel like we just get a lot of answers directly given to us. I think that this is the primary reason why so many theorists still talk about games that came out a decade ago, rather than the newer entries in the series. Because there's not really much to theorize with in games like Ruin or even Secret of the Mimic, apart from like 3 things that I can think of off the top of my head. For the most part, we're just being directly given the information. FNAF's overall storytelling has improved a little bit since the early days of the series, I think. And that's a great thing, but I feel like it lost what made the storytelling interesting in the process, and that really sucks.
If I had to pick one thing to criticize about the series, it'd be the way that certain questions never get answered. There are questions that the community hasn't gotten an answer to in years, literally over a decade in certain cases. And because of that, some of the newer topics that the series introduces get completely overshadowed. There's a lot to think about in the newer FNAF games, but we tend to overlook a lot of those potentially interesting discussions because we're still looking for answers to the questions that we've been stuck on for years. And the thing is, these questions aren't small little nitpicks. They're outright irresponsible questions to not have the answer to. Things like which forms of FNAF media are within the same continuity as each other, or what's been retconned in the series at this point. These aren't interesting questions. They're fundamentally necessary questions for us to have the answers to, and by leaving us in the dark to figure it out ourselves, we've essentially lost the plot. You can see the perfect example of this with Secret of the Mimic. Going into that game, people weren't really spending much time asking questions about what would happen in the story, or what twists would be included. Instead, the only thing on people's minds was Tales games, a debate that had been ongoing for 3 years by that point. And when we finally got the game, and we finally got answers about Tales games, people instantly started jumping to every other continuity debate that had been ongoing for even longer. It overshadowed everything that we actually saw in Secret of the Mimic, and that makes the game feel forgettable. And that is the last thing that you want a piece of art to feel like.
I think if I were to give one criticism to Steel Wool or Scott Cawthon about the newer games, it's just make them creepier. Really, they're not that scary, and honestly, they have scary ideas, like the all-staff meeting, or even glitchtrap being described by Tape Girl in Help Wanted 1, but come later titles, their aura is removed. I mean, glitchtrap in Help Wanted 2 loses his aura. He's at negative aura, but really, that's my main criticism for Steel Wool and Scott Cawthon. I just think that these games need to be scarier because FNAF is a scary concept. You're talking about haunted Chuck E. Cheese animatronics. That's scary, but they just don't want to do that. I don't get it, I don't understand it, but I just wish that they would do more with that in the future. Any other criticisms I would have was just make sure you don't have a story as incomprehensible as Help Wanted 2.
Hey guys, Zetarox here. If you could give one piece of criticism regarding modern FNAF directly to Scott or Steel Wool, what would it be? And why? That is the question Minibite asked me. You just heard my chair creak there, but I'm not going to edit it out. I think if I could give one criticism, I think the gameplay needs some work in the games. Not to say it's inherently bad. I don't think it's bad. I was just replaying Secret of the Mimic, and I don't think it's a bad game. I think the gameplay is pretty good. Or I think the gameplay is pretty okay. It's definitely serviceable, but I think there could be a little bit more nuance in the gameplay. Because the Mimic as an antagonist is pretty simple to counter, really. Basically just hide in lockers the entire time, or you can lure him, I guess, but like his actual AI, I don't think it's that complex. The encounters as well are all very samey. Secret Mimic's gameplay variety comes from the boss fights, but I don't think that's enough. I feel like the encounters should be different enough. Because like, if you take one encounter for Secret Mimic from the beginning and the end, they're pretty much the same gameplay-wise. I feel like we could add a little bit more depth to them and to our antagonists as well, have them become smarter throughout the game. Like we could have also different movements for our characters, instead of just running. We could like maybe crawl. There's a lot more we can do than just, run and hide and wait. There's a lot more. There's a lot more to do even with just that concept alone of running and hiding. And I feel like the antagonists should have more variety, and yeah. And like in Security Breach, all the characters, they're pretty much reskins of each other. Like they're all pretty much the same. You deal with Roxy the same way you deal with Monty, and the same way you deal with Chica. The only interesting one is the Moon, I guess, but he's like at the end of the hour, so like who really cares about him? And yeah, that would probably be my biggest criticism of Steel Wool. Let's just have the gameplay have a little bit more variety, be a little bit more interesting, and that's all I have to say. So Minibite, thank you for letting me be in the video, and yeah, make sure to subscribe to Minibite, guys, and yeah.
Who's ready for another rant about the books? Scott definitely needs to clarify what canonicity the books are, especially going forward. I mean, from contextual evidence, we can gather that Fright's games and Tails games are dead. But I think if there is a new Tales from Murray's Costume Manor or whatever, Scott should say outright that these books are or aren't in continuity, because I know people are saying that, oh, it's a marketing decision, that's why Scott's not saying it, because if people knew it wasn't canon, they wouldn't buy it. People, we're FNAF fans. The FNAF 2 movie exists as evidence against that. We'll eat anything up. Please, Scott, please just be honest with us about the canonicity and what we can use. Okay, bye.
If I could give one piece of criticism regarding modern FNAF directly to Scott or Steel Wool, it would be let us know what we're supposed to use and what we're not supposed to use for lore. Scott in the past has been good about this. When the novel trilogy first came out, he told us not to use it for lore, only to use it for, character relationships and whatnot. And when Frights and Tales came out, well, maybe not Tales, but when Frights came out, he said that the books would fill in blanks from the past. But ever since then, we've got nothing about what we are and aren't supposed to use for lore. It's been super confusing figuring out stuff like, the Game Jolt account, whether or not we can use any of that. It's been confusing about whether or not we're supposed to use any of the movies for lore. It just gets really frustrating when it comes to, like, it's not even about issues with the theories, it's about whether or not, like, we can even use this piece of evidence for a theory. It's almost like we aren't even sure what is supposed to be canon FNAF at this point. Especially when it comes to things like the Into the Pit game. That is a game medium which follows what has been known canon for a while, the games, but then it diverges because it uses information from the movies, which information from the movies just can't be used for lore, It's also got things like the GGY Easter egg, and for the movies I'm talking about, the Garrett's Red Plane, like, there's just so much stuff that we have no idea what is and isn't able to be used for lore. And I just wish that they were a lot clearer about, not even giving us answers about stuff, but just telling us what we can and can't use.
If I were able to give Scott Cawthon or Steel Wool one piece of criticism, it'd be very difficult to choose because despite how much I love this franchise, there are still a few areas where I think some constructive criticism could really enhance the story for us and how we engage with it. But for the sake of narrowing it down to one topic, I would probably end up talking to Mr. Cawthon about the future of the Five Nights at Freddy's books. I specifically want to talk about the books because I really love books. Tales from the Pizzaplex, for example, is a really interesting series of books. I think, though, that they left a bit of a sour flavor in some of the fandom's mind because once Secret Secret of the Mimic dropped, it really seemed as if the books have faded from relevance. And I think part of the problem was that we didn't have an official statement from Scott as to how we should be digesting the ideas, themes, and stories in this particular set of books. So we were kind of left to our own devices in determining whether or not we could directly apply what we learned from them to the game's timeline and events. And since a decent amount of content in the books didn't completely conflict with Security Breach, it was easy to assume the books were set in the same timeline as the games. I think Scholastic may have even made a comment about the books being set in the same world as the new games or something, but that just makes things even more confusing. What we really needed was some kind of confirmation from Scott or Steel Wool. To add the confusion of the book's canonicity to the game timeline though, before Secret of the Mimic released, we found out from a Dako interview that Dako specifically asked, are the books canon to the game's timeline? And we just got the answer of, if you've read the books, you don't know the full story. And that statement can be taken multiple ways. I wavered back and forth many times, wondering what that statement meant, if all the hours I poured into overanalyzing the books was going to be a big payoff to the actual game story or not. Now, I'm not salty at all that the books weren't directly canon, but for a lot of people, it was kind of a bummer. While it's not the book's fault that we assume maybe more than we should have, there was a lot of hype built around them, and so I can kind of understand the disappointment that people probably had. And so going forward, it doesn't establish very much excitement for future FNAF book projects. I think in the future, FNAF fans just want a bit of transparency as to what to expect from media sources besides the games. All that Scott would need to do here is give us something to work with before a series of books releases. I'm not trying to be unreasonable and say that he needs to explain specifically what the books mean and what lore they hold. All that I'm asking is a simple statement from the FNAF Twitter page even, or just something simple like that, letting the fandom know something like, hey, there's a new series of FNAF stories coming out, and then could give us like a brief idea of how to use the material. Kind of like what he did with the Silver Eyes trilogy, where people were getting confused about the conflicting story perspective versus how the games portrayed the story, and so he kind of had to clear the air a little bit. If we could just get some kind of simple acknowledgement like this for any FNAF media going forward, that would be really neat, and I think being told how to use future books before we buy them would be such a valuable tool, not just for us as consumers, but for Scott as well, as I dare say it would boost sales, especially for devoted fans who are trying to understand the lore, being able to further craft theories to piece together this story more clearly. I really like having a vague storyline, and I think that's fine to an extent, but keeping people in the dark about if an entire FNAF book series is directly connected to the main game's story or not doesn't seem to be the right approach going forward. But I could go on about this for another 30 minutes, so let's hear what the next guest has to say.
Personally, I feel one of the biggest problems with the modern FNAF games right now is the state that some of them are released in. Now, I know most games aren't released in a perfect state upon release, and I'm not saying FNAF needs to either, but some of the modern games definitely should have waited a bit longer and had some more quality testing before release. Security Breach and Into the Pit are both perfect examples. Upon release, Into the Pit had a few bugs that made it impossible to progress, and I'm sure most of you remember the state of Security Breach upon release. Dark times. But even the most recent game, Secret of the Mimic, should have probably waited at least one more week, and it doesn't have anything to do with bugs or glitches this time. The game seemed relatively stable for a lot of people when released. My main gripe comes from that strange silhouette that appeared after the first update. What the heck is this? Why did they add it? Is it supposed to be important to the lore? Are we gonna have to start waiting 3 months after a game's release just to get the full lore a game was supposed to offer upon release? Not to mention that this game wasn't released in the state they originally promised. It's almost a year after its release, and only now are we about to get the VR version of this game. This game was originally developed and marketed as a VR game, and it definitely feels like it from some of the gameplay. And considering it took so long to get VR compared to previous games giving us flat mode, I wouldn't be surprised if they included something else that wasn't in the original game, maybe another secret ending or something. While having these games update to include more lore occasionally does sound cool and would definitely give me something to talk about in between game releases, it also means that we wouldn't get the full story of that game until months or even years down the line. My worry is that Scott, Steel Wool, and even Megacat are rushing releases, and eventually it might lead to important lore not making it to the initial release, or worse, getting postponed to an eventual DLC.
I think FNAF overall needs to be scarier, because the last time I felt any sort of fear was Pizza Sim, where you have the vents on both sides of you and it was dark and gritty and it felt real, like your character might be in real danger. But now everything's pretty bright and cheerful, and I think it needs to lean more into that horror element, and I'd like to see more Helpy.
My critique would be that I wish modern FNAF wasn't so afraid of touching the old lore. I know that the old mysteries are largely what fuels the theorist community, but too much vagueness just leads to frustration. The story has moved on past the first era, so endlessly breadcrumbing 10-year-old questions seems a little pointless. It's been long enough. It's time for some answers. I'd love to see Steel Wool drop some crazy reveal. CC's name confirmed, Midnight Motorist footprints identified, Charlie's death date, things like that. And I mean solid point-blank confirmation, not more debatable clues. I honestly think solving some of the past lore would let the community be able to focus more on the new Steel Wool story instead of being stuck in a loop of Scott arc mysteries. Secret of the Mimic basically confirming the books are a different continuity was a great example, so maybe instead of a criticism, this is more of a suggestion to keep it up. Also, please double, triple bug test future games.
So I was asked what criticism I would give directly to Scott Cawthon and Steel Wool, and I didn't even have to think for a second before I knew what I wanted to tell them. Scott, Steel Wool, Blumhouse, literally everyone who works on these games, movies, books, and more. Please, and I mean please, give these products proper marketing for the movies. Just give a little less marketing. FNAF games and media used to be so easy to follow and keep up with, as you have teaser images, trailers, code hunting, and more that create a huge hype train for the next FNAF game and book. And now ever since Security Breach, it feels the game's marketing is on a complete back burner, so much so to the point of Markiplier not knowing about Secret of the Mimic's existence until 3 days before its release. You literally had the biggest success of all time with FNAF in Security Breach, because you had Security Breach TV updating over time with new trailers and teasers, and before that, ScottGames.com even teased the game a few times, creating hype. With the build-up from Help Wanted for Vanny, and subsequently AR, this is why Security Breach was such a success, and shows the 180 in marketing, which shows us why Secret of the Mimic is considered a flop in comparison to Security Breach. The movie, on the other hand, is advertised so much that I can't even begin to show how much of an issue the movie's marketing is. The second movie was fully told through the trailers completely. I mean, sure, we didn't get Vanessa turning into the Vanessa puppet thingy, but for the most part, we knew what was going on from story beat to story beat before the movie even came out. We knew every character, every action, and most items that were important in the first place. Literally, when I went to see the FNAF 2 movie, I knew what was coming next about 80% of the time, with my most favorite moments being the parts we haven't seen, like Circus Baby for example. So my honest feedback, take some of the FNAF movie money that's going into commercials and trailers, give some of it to the games, the books, and funding for other FNAF projects we haven't heard from in months to literal years. Literally, we have more cancellations and delays of FNAF projects than we do actual FNAF projects coming out, and that's a huge issue that needs to be addressed alongside the marketing for said products. Thanks for having me on.
Since I collected these responses up until the release of this video, I have no idea what everyone said as a group. But I imagine there were a lot of lore-related criticisms from theorists. Steel Wool and Scott, if this somehow reaches you, there's your starting point to improving your products according to some very passionate fans. And if that really does somehow happen, this upcoming final section will serve as a guideline for how I would approach fixing the series' current issues. This aims to be a summary of my findings, from looking at all these recent products and a call to action. Things cannot become sedentary if we want improvement. After everything that I've gone over today, what needs to change for the future of FNAF and Steel Wool? Well, for a start, we need the marketing to be turned up from 1 to 11. As it stands, the last 3 Steel Wool FNAF releases had very little marketing that heavily limited their reach. Ruin was the only one to get kind of a pass since it was a free DLC tacked onto the financially successful Security Breach. But Secret of the Mimic has no excuses. Scott, please push and allow for the advertising. I get you're a busy man, Scott, but if you're too busy, then you need to either put more trust in the teams for the marketing or get some other people on to help manage the brand. The next massive release needs to be bigger and show off to everyone still questioning FNAF that it's swinging big once again. If nothing else changes, I'll still be satisfied with a better, concentrated marketing focus. Baggaged with better marketing is way more transparency and updates for the games. Right now, the community is pretty much at the whim of the developers, who don't like to post very much and never clear up fanbase issues. To solve these issues and better deal with other ones, like hoaxes, we need an official community manager, or at least something of the sort, especially since we get little to no explanations for cancellations, like secret artifacts, or MIA projects like the Click Team announcements. And at this point, who knows what state 5-Laps is in? This behavior is unprofessional and needs to change in the near future. In a close second priority to this, the game content and focus needs to be fleshed out significantly more. I feel we're straying away from what made FNAF so unique in the first place, and there's ways to tend towards free roam without removing those elements. Like I said, a blend of styles, akin to the joy of creation, seems like such an easy solution that I don't know why it hasn't been tried. And no, Security Breach does not count as a fair attempt at this gameplay style. In tandem, post-game content needs to come back. Part of the benefit of FNAF's original games was that they were pretty highly replayable, with additional challenges and rewards for them. Steel Wool nor Scott doesn't really seem to see the value in this anymore, and it feels like there's less for the community to rally around. Bringing back a custom night, or adding an additional customizable hard free roam challenge for some reward would bring some community involvement back with it. There is no need to rush the games out. I hope that most of us fans can agree to quality over quantity for the games. We already have enough fan games and mods in development to hold us over. Not to mention official teasers if we had better marketing. In general, just adding quality of life features, either on release day or shortly after in a post-launch update, would also be really beneficial to the games. Nowadays, it seems that many mascot horror games and chapters release unfinished, with bugs or lighting issues, or general quality setbacks that are only fixed months later. To stand out from the competition, FNAF can set itself up as the gold standard for any indie horror series, like it should be. Turning my attention to the story, something I know I didn't really touch a lot on today, the future of FNAF needs to know when to end mysteries. This doesn't mean that every mystery introduced in a game needs to be answered in the next installment. But at a certain point, some debates become tiresome and dry to debate endlessly. Scott, if you want new interesting mysteries to take the place of those, like Midnight Motorist, or The Box, or The Death Year of Charlie, then you need to give us clear answers to some of those earlier questions. I get that at this point, FNAF will likely never end, but the majority of mysteries should be cyclic in nature, being introduced and revealed at the right time to make way for new compelling blank spaces. We've seen the worst handling of a mystery to date recently with the Tales from the Pizzaplex books, where almost no one was enjoying the debates by the end. I get Scott probably wanted the answer to come from a game, but Secret of the Mimic didn't even solve the debate in a satisfying way, simply disqualifying it through environmental notes and later event differences. No build-up, just a silent bonk to Tales games. If Scott wanted a bigger way to answer the question than in a Reddit post, then perhaps he could have taken a note out of Bendy's book and made a game solely to tease Secret of the Mimic. That way, there would have been a lot more hype around Secret of the Mimic's release, and the big ending to that game could have been some evidence directly contradicting Tales without a shadow of a doubt. Or, use the ever-popular ARG mystery idea and feed in directly anti-Tales games information into that path. As long as things are communicated properly between the teams in charge, that could be a great way to invest the FNAF community and larger internet audience in the new mysteries of the lore. Wait, maybe Scott should just hire me to direct the marketing. My email and Discord are open. I'm waiting. FNAF is clearly meant to be geared towards younger audiences, and the brand finally did push the envelope a little more with Secret of the Mimic and the dead bodies. Despite this, we need more real tension to put into the FNAF games. The original games are simply scarier than what we're getting today, even though FNAF now has a whole development team and 3D capabilities. Once again, I am not asking for more mature or graphic content. I don't need to see the Mimic literally ripping off someone's limbs. Instead of adding to the horror through direct gore or visual events, FNAF needs more horror through subtle means. Build up tension through the environment without relying on needless stingers, and pay off that tension with a great character reveal, or scare, or chase. The same criticism applies to the movies too. FNAF can be horror for kids and still have an eerie atmosphere and darker tone. If these fixes are implemented, I could easily see Steel Wool developing gameplay and marketing to eclipse the original Click Team games. I have faith in the next FNAF entry, and I hope that it doesn't fall short once again. Even if it doesn't follow most or all of my preferences, any positive changes implemented just mean that FNAF is improving, and that's the core of why I am here today. Thank goodness I'm finally done with this video. This went on just a little longer than expected. A lot of time went into scripting, researching, and thinking about the various subjects in this video. This topic means a lot to me, and I hope to instigate some more discussion over the more ignored issues in modern FNAF. If you want to see more videos like this one, which I would love to do, please leave a like, comment, and subscribe to show your support. Otherwise, well, I always have my theorizing. Depending on the reception of this video, you can expect the next release to either be some good old FNAF theorizing on FNAF 2, or another game design analysis on a very overlooked FNAF game. To show your support, you can also go the extra mile and click the join button to purchase a membership on the channel and receive bonus mini-bite content. In conjunction with this video, I have also finally created a Discord for FNAF and Mini-Bite fans to discuss or hang out. The link is in the description for those of you who are interested. And finally, thanks to my current membership members that make this all possible. Mio191, The Dare Stare, Sin51MP, Felix's Left Ear 9606, and McToxin. And with all that said, this is gonna be Mini-Bite Games heading out. See you guys next time!